saying it's frustrating, it's a way you want to do. Gather up the hope I can break through the block and use the sheet. Nearly got the ticket, I thought that's requested in the line. Cause I knew I was so much for calling me the box. You already know this cricket, you stepping in the line. Got you hanging on my wall, another trophy, watch it shine.
Because it's very sexual, it's very positive, it's dance music. You know, you use your whole body, and in this day and age, a lot of people can't go home and have sex, so they might as well have sex on the dance floor.
One, two, three, four.
Yeah. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to ESDA. We're in the World Finals. In the booth with me today, we have Keenan Kusin. Keenan, how are you doing today, man?
I am doing so good, Joe. I'm so excited that we are here on the final round of the season. It has all come down to this. We have had 4 regionals. We are down to 16 drivers, and we only have one more chance, one more day to decide who will be your 2024 ESDA World Champion.
Oh, I am so excited. In our judging booth today, Harold McKinney Skids and Sela, our drone cam, as always, spawns FPV. Looking good. And where do we find ourselves?
Ladies and gentlemen, we're probably at one of the most historic venues, not just for drifting, not just for a big trip for us, by the way, over from Brainerd in Minnesota, but this is probably one of the most iconic venues in the sport, not just in the sim, but overall. Tsukuba Circuit, just outside, or in Japan. Obviously, Japan is the home of drifting, but even Tsukuba, I'm sure if you watched old D1GP videos, you saw a lot of stuff from here. If you were one of us that used to put way too much time into Forza Motorsport back in the day, tons of battles were won and lost here. Lots of beef was settled here between these walls. And tonight it is the crucible for the 2024 World Championship Final. Yeah, we saw yesterday, Joe, was a really, really tough track to make up from mistakes for.
Yeah.
And I think that is such a good venue to have a world final at. You make one mistake here, you're not just missing one zone, you're missing probably 4.
Yep, it is really just, it's so short. Any mistake you make, you have to make up in triplicate, as we saw with Ethan Minima even last round in the last battle. He fell back right into the first zone and then spent the entire rest of the run just doing anything he could to catch up, and he really suffered for it. So things like that are going to get you knocked out today. And what are we competing for today, Keenan?
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the first time of the season that we've got a ton of hardware and a lot of stuff that is going to be up for grabs. So we will have a full top to bottom next level racing rig for the winner. That comes with a GT Elite rig, a monitor mount, and one of the brand new ERS3 seats. That's for first place. For all 4 of our regional winners, they took home a HF8 haptic pad. Thank you again to Next Level Racing for that support. If you're looking for anything Next Level Racing, you can use ESDA24 at checkout in the US store to save 5% off of your order. And then again, thank you to Next Level Racing for all the support throughout the many seasons we've had of ESDA.
We also are getting stuff from TEAMGROUP. Everyone gets RAM. Look at that. DDR5 on top of it. Big shouts out to TEAMGROUP.
And then once again, Moza jumping on board. We're going to be giving away for first place basically a whole new setup. So just like last year, basically, if you win this whole thing, you get a new rig top to bottom, get a Moza R9 and the HBP handbrake, a wonderful piece of kit, and the SGP shifter. And that is just the prizes. There also is a rumor, Joe. I think here's some rumblings, some smoke coming up from the Pope's chimney.
Maybe some cold hard cash involved. Whoa. Looking pretty good. So, we have some battles today as well. Let's take a look here. This is our first group. We're going to be jumping around. It's a top 16. We're going to be doing some double elimination. So your first loss, it does not count you out. If you get to the grand finals without a loss, you can lose and come back and battle again and win. So there is a link in chat for that as well if you want to follow along. So in our first group, we have Miguel McCall, Diego Beltrami, Jonathan Simpson, Ryan Chitty, Alex O'Hara, Yona Warren, Elijah Elias, and Emilio Orleana. So, yeah, let's get started here. We're going to have our first battles ready to go. Everyone's loading on in, so we're going to jump over. We're going to do our first 4 battles here. Then we'll find ourselves over in the losers bracket. We're going to do the first 2 battles over there as well, just to be kind to everybody so no one's waiting around to just do one more battle. That's no fun. We'll be doing that. We also have a second group of all of our drivers, but we will get to them a little bit later. Then we'll have our grand finals. We'll be doing the last battle of our winners final, our last battle of our losers final, and then the grand finals just to cap it all off. So don't go anywhere at all.
Yeah, tons of drifting on today. And again, these are the best of the best. These are your top 16, the 4 from each region that made it out, that earned their way, that earned their spot into this grand final. Of course, you have the 3 that made it in on seeding, and then you have your 4th wild card member that made it in yesterday through our preliminary brackets. You want to take a quick talk of who made it through. From this top 16, representing the EU, you have Alex O'Hara for Team Hashira, driving out of the United Kingdom. You'll also have 2 of the most famous names in sim drifting, Darius and Martinas Ostreka, both out of Lithuania for Urta Esports. And then rounding out the EU side of things, it will be, I do believe, I just saw his name and then completely lost it. I believe it will be... should be Alex Rogachev, but he's not on my list here. Did I delete his name by accident? I probably did. No, there he is. I just don't. No, he's from the U.S. I'm confused.
It's gonna be okay.
I try to do something cool. I don't know how to read. It's fine.
It's gonna be okay. All we care about right now is this first battle of the day. So we're getting things kicked on off here. Miguel Marcal up against Diego Beltrami. Diego, one of our wild cards.
Oh, how could I forget? It's Una Warren. Una Warren's the one that made it in on the wild card yesterday for the EU side of the bracket. So that is your European representatives. From North America, you have Alex Rogachev, and from Fairless Hills in the USA, Skuka Drift Family. Braden Swan, your wild card from yesterday, taking out Eat the Minima, Art of Motion. Elijah Islas from Phoenix, from Arizona, representing Shadow Realm. I hope I'm right this time. And then Ryan Chitty from St. Louis, Missouri, going to be also representing Shadow Realm. To represent the home group for the APAC region, we have Artatsuki from Kanagawa, Japan for Team Revival. It would be a very popular home track victory, the only Japanese driver in competition this afternoon or this morning. Thanathip Thanalapinen from Bangkok, Thailand. Again, of course, your wild card winner from yesterday in the APAC side of the bracket. From Taiwan, you have Yi Zhang as well. And then I believe rounding out that side should be Nafal Yudinar from Indonesia, from Jakarta for Team Grip Group. Got to see that vehicle back again. Beautiful car. And then last but not least, the Latin America region, 2 drivers from Santiago, Chile for Team NVD. That's Emilio Orellana and Jonathan Simpson. And then we had Diego Beltrami driving their way through the wild cards yesterday. And then rounding out our field of 16 drivers, you have Miguel da Silva Masai from Brazil from the Jaguar Drift team. I'm out of breath now.
No, it is okay. I'm just seeing who's here. We're seeing our status, but it seems like all our drivers are in the server. They're warming up as well. Might as well take a look at how that's going, because they're ripping. Everyone's getting ready here. Taking a look around the server right now, getting ready for our first battles. Drivers warming up right now.
Some super strong battles right out of the gate. We get to see the best of Latin America. Miguel Masada going up against Diego Beltrami. Jonathan Simpson taking on Ryan Chitty, which I believe is our first cross-region battle of the day. Alex O'Hara, Ewan Warren is going to be a barn burner as well. Just waiting for everybody to get the cobwebs out. And I think we're waiting on a couple drivers here, but
it's no big deal whatsoever. Again, we are coordinating across the world. And I do remember we had a long conversation of where do you put a server where it's equally distant from everybody, you know? So today I think we are playing on both EU and US servers, depending on the group.
Yeah, it will come to depend on who's driving, when it is. We have both available to us at any time, but hopefully.
There we go. I'm seeing a few more names here.
Joe being about as clever as he could have been telling me I was in the wrong server. I just realized that, wait a minute, nobody else but me is in here.
Just hitting a nudge.
It worked. It took a minute. We got there.
There you go.
Hello,
Working
I
it out.
joined everybody else.
Okay, I think we're looking for one more driver.
We got Elijah Islas in here, riding along now with doing your wild card winner from yesterday, Yuna Warren. Super good day for Yuna yesterday. Really impressive stuff.
I think we're looking for Miguel Marcal, who Beltrami's up against, our number 1 seed today, actually.
We are indeed. Awesome to see Ryan Chitty out here as well. Talk about people who impressed, super impressed in the North American Regional. Definitely put everybody on notice. I don't want to say had some upsets, but went up against some very experienced drivers and was not phased at all.
Overall, very good. I gotta say, maybe I'm thinking a little bit too much about it, but some of these drivers are just chilling. But Yuna Warren, as soon as he loaded in, he was just runs. Let's go. So we'll see if that helps or hurts. Sometimes I get in my own head when I do that.
I mean, I'll tell you what, Joe, that's exactly what he did yesterday, and it paid off for him.
Yeah.
He had the most seat time out of anybody yesterday, and at least in the preliminary practice sessions. By far had put the most time down. And it really paid off for him. I mean, he looked so comfortable in the first 2 zones where everybody in his preliminary group in the EU wildcard bracket was so scared to push. He wasn't. So it paid off for him in dividends yesterday. You're taking a look as well. Alex O'Hara, one of the many Team Hashira members here that have been whittled down into this top 16. Getting doors with Elijah Islas as well. Shadow Realm's very own in the S15. So again, 2 drivers who did incredibly well, placed top 3 in their respective regions. Very excited to see drivers that we've seen progress all year now be able to mix it up with not just people from the region, but people from across the region to really see who is the world champion.
Yeah, really, I am so stoked for today, really genuinely, and it does seem that different regions have different driving styles, and to be able, because this is the first time we're going to see stuff like the APAC drivers driving with the U drivers as well, and they do definitely, it might be subtle, but they do have a different driving style, so it'll be very interesting to see how those battles go. So we're getting word. We're looking for one more driver, so we're going to be skipping that first battle. So let me just get all that information sorted. So our first battle will actually be Jonathan Simpson up against Ryan Chitty. So let's see what happens here as we get everyone up to the line and ready to go.
So this is your first cross region event, a cross region battle. Jonathan Simpson, driving for Team MVD, will be based out of Santiago, Chile. And then Ryan Chitty from Shadow Realm in St. Louis, Missouri, of course, the North American side of this tournament.
Getting excited, and again, this is for all of it. There's a lot on the line here. The winner today will be taking home not just a rig, a very good rig. So,
yep,
big ups to that. Yeah, provide some pedals and you got a sick rig ready to go. So everyone's in for it. Everyone also does have a loss in their pocket. I expect some drivers that'll mean they're going to drive super aggressively and devil may care. If I die, I die, and I can come back from the losers bracket. We might see some really safe driving and just trying to bring it home to the finals. So we're on the line here. Jonathan Simpson in the lead. Ryan Chitty in the chase. See what happens here. I'm hearing some engine. Oh, we're doing a restart, which
I see.
Yeah, I do believe that this is our first cross regional battle too, so I'm sure both drivers, no one wants to lose because of netcode.
No, of course not. It shouldn't be too bad. Chile versus Missouri, so it should still be halfway decent. We are on an EU server, though, so it's going to be a little bit chunky for either or. So hopefully that is not a factor here. But as you said, Joe, the winner of the of this whole thing, our World Finals winner, you're going to get basically a full rig top to bottom from Next Level Racing, basically an entire rig from Moza Racing as well R9 HBP handbrake, SGP shifter. All you would need is a set of pedals, but with that cool cash prize coming in as well, that's going to help a lot with that. And then 32 gigs of 600 megahertz DDR5 RAM from T-Force as well, and TEAMGROUP, which is a heck of a piece of kit. As I think we're moving on again.
Yeah, we're having, so it would not be ESDA without some form of drama going on the back end. So give me 1 second. So up at the line, we have Una Warren and Alex O'Hara. There we go. So we're just going to give them some time, make sure that everyone gets what they need.
Oh, so yeah, you made it this far in the competition. We're going to try our best to make sure that if you are here and have communicated with staff and judges, that we get an event in for you, or not to get an event in for you, but give you the best chance to go against each other. But here's your first battle of our ESDA World Finals.
And here we go. Alex O'Hara, Una Warren, and two drivers really already locked in. Alex O'Hara not as close to the wall as he may want, but very good angle. Una Warren right up on the door, looking great through the second to last outside zone. Lots of angle from Alex, keeping it on the track, just touching that inside line. Looking very strong from both of the drivers already, coming out of the gate swinging today. Jeez.
Yes. Super good start. Again, you got Team Black Smoke's very own Yuha Warren has only been getting better and better the more time they've put in behind the wheel of that car. And then the only Team Hashira member from Lincolnshire, United Kingdom, if Alex O'Hara, looking super solid. He's got a ton of pressure on his shoulders now, Joe. He thought he'd have a handful of teammates here with him. He's the only Team Hashira member that ended up making it out of the group stages. Super good job from Yuna Warren, and the job that's what won him battles yesterday is just being able to commit and somehow make that one of the longest wheelbase cars here in competition this evening or this afternoon. Put it as deep as he possibly could into the outer zones. That's what won him battles yesterday. That's what could win him battles today.
So we're back up to the line now. Una Warren now will be taking the lead. He's been driving really great all weekend. Alex O'Hara didn't get a chance to compete yesterday, so he might be on the back foot just to feeling fresh. We'll see, though. That initiation might be his downfall with it being this close. Any little misstep can be enough to knock you out. So right now, knockouts aren't on the line, but they definitely don't want to have to claw their way back through that loser's bracket. So we're on the line now. Una Warren in the lead in that giant Mercedes wagon. Alex O'Hara in the A90 Supra, and they are off.
Good jump for O'Hara as the chase car. We saw that decide some battles yesterday. Yuha Warren and in the lead position. Really good commitment from Yuha. Not a good job from Alex O'Hara to start this battle off. He misses the first outer zone, gets the second outer zone. Now he's in there with Yuha. Look at the speed from that Mercedes in the lead position. I don't know how he's carrying all that extra weight with what he's got there, but he's so fast and able to hit the line. Big angle. He was running away from O'Hara there at one point.
That was really, really good. Una Warren has locked in. He has brought it. And again, just looking at it side by side, the big things is where Alex O'Hara misstepped, Una didn't. In the chase, they're looking just about even. If anything, Una has a little bit more angle, but that's, again, just on my read from the track cams. But you know what? We also have drone cams. So let's take a look. This is run number 1. And again, let's take a look at Alex O'Hara throwing it on in, going a little bit shallow in the zone, keeping it on the track and looking very good doing so, but just leaving a little bit of distance between his car and the wall. But Una Warren unfazed, fighting up to that Supra, even with the big angle into that final inside clip and across the line, looking good. But here's run number 2. And again, let's take a look. Does Una Warren capitalize on that initiation? Yes, he does. Right up on the wall. Alex O'Hara has to dive up the inside. The question is, did Una slow down too much to cause that or not? Alex putting a wheel on the door too. It looking really good. Coming up, if this is the first battle we're seeing today, I think we're in for a very, very good day of drifting.
Yeah, good. Again, there's time for talk is over. A lot of these drivers have had months and months and months of preparation, either working on their cars, their setups, or their driving to be able to get to this point. Especially the EU and the APAC drivers have had so much prep time leading into this, and showing like you especially Yuna was using what you would think as a disadvantage yesterday, having to drive their way in. Is your wild card, your fourth member of the EU region that made it into the final. Look at the commitment in outer zone number 1 as the chase vehicle. That always looks so much more stylish from a chase car to see them filling the zone more. Not taking anything away from O'Hara, nice and solid. Just it's kind of hard to tell maybe if there was tire drops or somewhere. Looking to see those front tires staying within the realms of the course, but if this is what we're going to get into today, Joe, I think we're in for a treat.
Yeah, and really just great driving from both drivers out of the gate. And again, Alex O'Hara, the misstep in that first initiation, not huge. But today, when the driving standards are this high, that might be enough to sway an entire battle in one direction or another. It really is going to be this close, and especially if you're going up against someone like Juha Warnen, who's driving the way he is this weekend too. He's a real threat, a championship contender right there.
Yeah, I think we went from going, oh, it's cool to see some real life representation. Obviously, you've got Team Urta in here as well with the Ostrekas, but Black Smoke Racing also having an entry, which is super cool. But we do have our first decision of the day, Joe.
So we're going to slide him left for Alex, slide him right for Yuna in the middle for an OMT. So 1, 2, and 3. So Yuna Warnen taking the first win, first upset of the day, and he continues on. So we will see who our next battle will be.
It should be Elijah Islas versus Emilio Orellana, I believe. That just depends if we're going back to the Jonathan Simpson, Ryan Chitty battle. Obviously, Ryan Chitty at the line was ready to go. Jonathan Simpson, black screened at the line. So luckily for him, it happened before we got started. So we'll have to see if he gets to the line here. Still not in the server. And I see Ryan Chitty rolling. So we'll see what happens.
We will see. The absolute worst case takes an L on that first battle and gets it fixed.
Yeah, see, I don't see him in the Discord either, which is a bigger... Oh, no, there he is. So he is here. Chitty at the line ready to go. And there he is. So he just joined back.
Cool.
So we have Ryan Chitty at the line ready to go. Jonathan Simpson is now in the server. Again, really, really good timing for Jonathan Simpson that he was on the line, and that's when his screen went black. If they had if they had sent him, there's a world where he could be already on a deficit here, and with such a high level of competition today, it is double elimination.
Yep.
It is the world final, but it's such a disadvantage because you do have to run the gauntlet, and losers. A lot of times you think, oh, I get this free loss, but if you lose right out of the gate, you have to kind of run the gauntlet, do the impossible. Can be done. 3 of the 4 drivers yesterday who ended up making it in through that wild card position, Joe, were all underdogs. They were all had to reset the brackets, but looks like Jonathan Simpson still having technical issues. We'll let you know when we know, but he was in the server and then was not in the server again. So we'll see what happens here. But Ryan Chitty, again, we're at the line ready to go, just waiting for competition, waiting for his opponent.
Yeah, we'll see what happens here, because again, we want to give everyone the best shot possible, and we understand things happen, but at some point the 5-minute rule will be in effect. Okay, he says he's having VR issues. So again, one of the downsides of having a sick rig like the winner today will be getting, is sometimes things go awry.
And I mean, you saw yesterday our 2023 Rookie of the Year and runner-up in points, Ethan Minima, switched to VR literally yesterday. Was like, you know what? I've been using it all day. I'm just going to stick with what I'm getting used to. And you could see it in his driving, where it costed him I don't want to say it would, it still deserved to the one who took the spot, which would be Braden Swan. Braden Swan took that wild card spot out of the NA drivers, but Ethan Minima took him to task, and then OMT reset the bracket. But you can see in Ethan's chases, it just wasn't. He wasn't all the way there. So VR is super huge tool, and we were talking about it yesterday. Where once you get used to it, it is invaluable.
Oh,
but
it's great.
Comes with its disadvantages.
Yes. So we are up at the line. We got 2 cars at the line. I'm liking what I'm seeing. 180SX up against 400Z.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is your first cross-region battle. You have Jonathan Simpson representing Latin America, driving out of Chile, and Ryan Chitty driving out of good old St. Louis, Missouri for North America. Only one can move on to the winner's side of this competition. Who's it going to be, South America or North America? We'll find out right now.
And here we go. Jonathan Simpson in the lead. Ryan Chitty in the chase, and contact already. Let's see. We'll have to dissect that on the replays here. But on the initial run, it does seem that I think Ryan Chitty might have not got on the brakes in the decel zone. Again, that's on the initial watch. And again,
man,
Jonathan Simpson slows down a lot.
Yeah, he's well within the decel zone there.
Yeah.
You have up until the beginning of the wall in a Z1 to decel. I can double check the driver's meeting notes, but I'm pretty sure we had this issue yesterday. But from what it looked like, either there was some sort of weird lag and Ryan just didn't see him until it was too late, or what it looks like it's more likely just was sitting on the line for a while, getting ready, and just put a little bit too much dip on his chip.
Yeah, we'll see. And again, we've seen that call go both ways. The judges will look at it and assign fault. Did the lead driver slow down in an unexpected way, too fast? Or did the chase driver just run him down? And seeing as we didn't even get to the first outside zone, I think it's going to be that the chase driver just ran him down. At least that was usually how that call went yesterday every time. If they were in the zone when the contact happened, it was on the chase driver. So let's see what happens here as the turntables are turned.
Switching positions, Ryan Chitty in the lead position. He's leaving it all on the line. Super aggressive initiation, super aggressive outer zone number 2. Ryan Chitty, if this is the end of his competition in the winner's side, look out for Ryan Chitty from North America. Super solid lead run. Totally left Jonathan Simpson in the dust. I think Jonathan knows that it's either going to come down to him over-decelling in the lead in his first run, or Ryan Chitty putting too much sauce on it. This one just to kind of see where both drivers lay.
I'd be very curious to see run 1 from the drone cam, and look at that. There we go. So here we go. He crossed the blue line. Yeah. So
I think he's okay with the blue line rule.
Yeah.
But just reading the notes, you're supposed to, I don't think you're
Yeah, I don't know.
So I think he is within the from the red line to the first blue line is a entry setup where you start getting that flick ready, and then after that is where they want you to enter. And I think it was pretty close, but obviously
we're gonna have to look at it a little bit closer, because I would like to see run 1 more, because that's really what this battle's gonna be.
And flirting with that blue line.
So here,
too.
look, yeah, there he's over the blue line. So I think crossing the blue line is a 0.
It's not egregious, but it's kind of hard to.
At some point, the line's the line, you know.
Kind of hard to deny, but I mean, again, like, I don't. The blue line is the blue line, but it does look like Ryan just kind of.
But if you
in there.
But again, the issue becomes if you cross the blue line and you zeroed, the run's already zeroed at that point. The leader's zeroed. You know.
Man, we battle number 2, and it's already a goofy one.
Yeah.
Because either the judges are going to say,
because
hey,
if it's zeroed when he crossed the line, yeah. You know,
in terms of the decel, if we pretend the blue line's not there, I don't think that decel is out of pocket.
Yeah, if the blue line's not there, I'm thinking it's on Ryan Chitty. If the blue line, Yeah, but if he crossed the blue line and zeroed, then technically the run's dead. Before the contact even happens.
That's a super early initiation too. Like, I mean, it's still he's still within all the boxes from what I'm seeing from the driver's meeting notes. But so you have to kind of use your foresight too, especially if you're a judge. So either this is if they deem that to be a legal initiation in terms of the blue line.
So I already asked, just for clarification for all of our sake, crossing the blue line does not zero the run, but is a deduction.
Okay.
So that's from the judging notes. That's how they're calling that. So the run is still live when they make contact.
All right, so I don't think the blue line cross, which was what I was initially feeling, had anything to do with that contact. So I don't think like him coming over the line, as little as it was, had anything to do with Ryan ended up making contact. I think it's either Jonathan slowed down way too much, too early. I gave Ryan nowhere to go, or Ryan had been sitting on the line waiting for his opponent, waiting, and just the brain worms got him, and he dove it in real deep. So, but you have a decision here.
So we have a call. I think it's a fair call. We'll talk about it in just a second. They called an OMT. They're not really happy about that initiation. They think Ryan kind of threw it in there too hard, and Jonathan kind of putzed around with it a little bit too much. So let's stop, drop, and do it again.
I think that's the right call, too, because watching it back, I think he was allowed to slow down where he slowed down, but it was, if you're judging his trajectory, it looked like he wouldn't have made it all the way. And Ryan, again, I think was just sitting on the line and got really aggressive. Speaking of aggressive, Ryan?
I think
Put your pants on, buddy. Buckle it up.
I have a fear. We'll see.
My man's ready for the MX-5 race tonight. He's ready for some chaos.
So I think that his computer is just... He might be fighting tech issues too.
Jonathan,
Yeah, so that's no good. Nothing good.
And that's something to you. You're coming off of somebody who's been there. You're coming off tech issues and fighting, and then you have to battle. You don't get all this warm up that all these other drivers got. That really messes with your mental game. And to anybody who's done competitive drifting, that's like 80% of it is just staying focused at the right times and being in the right mindset. So both these drivers actually kind of off their game here.
Yeah, no good. So I expect we're probably going to see some fire. If Simpson gets back in, whatever happens in this OMT, I expect it to be spicy. Just because he nerves are going to be high. We're going to be feeling uncomfortable in the rig. And yeah, I expect something aggressive to happen. I don't know from who yet. I don't know what yet. But my prediction right now, something spicy.
And obviously all the overall winners from all of the regions getting haptic feedback pads from Next Level Racing. But, if you're sitting on a desk setup right now or a folding rig, you have a chance at a brand new rig from top to bottom from Next Level Racing. You've got a huge RAM upgrade, a 32 gig DDR5 RAM upgrade from TEAMGROUP. That's a huge deal. And besides the pedals, a total rig refresh, an R9 with all the trimmings from Moza Racing, and then a cool cash prize along with that to pick. You could be walking out of here with brand new equipment from top to bottom. This is a big deal to a lot of these guys.
Yeah, no, that is really a lot. So let's see what happens here. I'm hearing engines rev up. I really hope that Simpson doesn't have to just get DQ'd on equipment. That'd be such a shame.
Yeah, I mean, me neither, but with how this is going, we are approaching that realm right now.
Yeah, it's such a shame. It really, really is.
So again, Ryan Chitty at the line. He's ready to go. For better or worse.
He's loading up. We'll see what's happening here.
Yeah, not a good, a rough start, I think, because we have I don't want to say a no-show, but some sort of issue with our first battle with Diego Beltrami and Miguel Marçai. Miguel just not here.
So unfortunately, what we were saying. Jonathan Simpson loses this battle due to equipment failure.
Oh, man.
He still has the opportunity to battle back because he did make a battle.
Yeah, that's tough, man. That's a really hard way to start. Again, he's
Yeah,
got time to figure
that
it out,
sucks.
but it's not. It's the way she goes. We can't wait forever. It's the same thing in real life competition. You have a technical or something, you got to get it fixed, or the show must go on. Unfortunately, and the show indeed will go on. Our next battle, Elijah Islas driving out of North America, and another Shadow Realm driver out of the Arizona in the USA against Emilio Orellana, Team NBD from Santiago, Chile, Jonathan's teammate. So Shadow Realm versus MBD. Our next battle, Shadow Realm versus MBD.
So Orellana will actually be chasing first here.
Sorry, I had to go push the throttle on my rig.
Yeah.
My big stretchies.
So here we go. Elijah Islas in the lead. Emilio Orellana in the chase. And we are off. Here we go. So Elijah in the lead, throwing it in nice. Emilio in the chase, choking on up, starting back, trying to avoid what happened in the last battle, and slowly making up. Emilio in that Supra, leaving a little bit of space. Elijah can capitalize on that, but Elijah looking very, very calm in that lead, and across the line we go.
Solid job from both these drivers. Winner, this is going to go up against Una Warren. So this is a cross region battle leading into another cross region battle, but just consistent. I think this one's pretty even so far, Joe. Would like to see Emilio kind of push the issue a little bit more and get a little bit closer, especially on the exit of these decel zones. He goes a little bit shallow to gain some proximity, and then some just nice solid driving up front from Elijah, but nothing to the point of his teammate where he just pushed zones really deep and really had the wow factor. It was just solid. Would have been a 90-point run or something in qualifying, but just missing that little extra to gain an advantage as a lead driver. And then Emilio, no big mistakes. Again, maybe would like to see him fill that last outer zone a little bit more and get a little closer. Obviously, he got towards the door at the end of the run, but would have been nice to see him there through the entirety of the run. So not anything bad, but pretty even so far.
So we're back to the line now. So great driving from both drivers. A little bit left on the table, though. We'll see what happens here.
Seeing a lot of take the opportunity, seeing a lot of interest in chat of where's the track, where's this car pack, how can I get involved? Everything, well, goodbye, Die. Broke his own rules. Everything you can see here is able to be found at Vosan.co. Obviously, these are some custom private cars. We do have the ESDA car pack, which has been available on Vosan.co. It's been super successful. Thank you to everybody who's given that a download, checked it out. And then this track, within the next week or two, I think it just has a little bit of port and polish before it goes public. And every other track we've used for this season and seasons past are all on Vosan.co. Vosan is your home of sim drifting here in Assetto Corsa. You want the best car mods and track mods and everything in between, head over to Vosan.co.
Yeah, big shouts out to Vosan. Even last night, I was hanging out with some of my friends, and I just got... One of them was like, oh, I was on Vosan, and just this new car pack was there, and it was great. And historically, that has been my experience with that website. So big shouts out to them and what they do for the community. Really. Always cool stuff there, always worth a check out. If you're into sim drifting, they always got cool stuff going on over there. We are waiting for our start light to get back on up here.
Yep. So I don't know why the server has an idle timer, but the server has an idle timer. I know me and you figured that out the hard way yesterday.
Yeah, right. I just have my foot over on my rig, stabbed the gas a few times.
There he is.
There's our beautiful...
Canonically, that's what Die looks like in real life.
Yeah, I have met Die. I've shook his hand, and that is what he looks like.
Yeah, he's about that tall. I'm gonna get in trouble for that.
Oh my god. So we're on the line. Emilio
The two
Orleano.
shortest staff members.
Yep. In the lead. Elijah Islas in the chase.
I have a DM. Uh-oh. Okay, no, it's not Griffin. We're good. Thought I was in trouble.
Okay, and we are off. Here we go. Emilio in the lead, Elijah in the chase. Really
So solid start from Elijah. Again, this is the second run of this battle. Ooh, a little bit of correction there from Emilio Orellana in the lead position. Tries to keep us split it in that Supra. Not the best ender. Emilio's run. Elijah kind of just giving Emilio some room to move. Emilio came off that last auto zone pretty early, which he did in his chase as a catch-up tactic, but just a little bit of a flub there, I think, in his lead. And this one might be a little too close to call. Not really feeling either way right now.
And again, we have battles like this every now and then where it's just a little bit of a mistake on both of the runs. Like maybe one mistake in the lead, one mistake in the chase. Like one mistake for each driver. And it starts to just dial into that like prime OMT territory. At least to me, I'm seeing this as a very close call. I'm seeing this as an OMT, just gut feeling off the top of my head.
Yeah, I mean, Elijah did solid in his chase, especially watching it back from the track cameras. No, you don't think you'd like to see him deeper there. I guess, it's not really filling that first zone. So some mistakes from both, but Elijah kind of didn't mess up from what I saw in his lead. You see right there from Emilio, he goes in real deep into the last inner clip and has to back it up. Thankfully, Elijah wasn't on the door there, or there would have been, I think, a little coming together.
Yeah, I think so too. So let's take a look at it from the drone while we're waiting. So this is run number 2. No, run number 1. I'm all twisted around. So Elijah in the lead here. Emilio leaving a little bit of space, cutting a little bit of angle in the chase, but sometimes you got to do that. Elijah
right here.
Yep. Let's see, because the tire drops are there sometimes, but I don't think anyone did.
They're super hard to spot this round, too. They're really, really hard to see.
Yeah, so here we go. We do have a judging call. And again, a reminder, double a limb. So we'll see what happens here. Slide him left for Emilio. Slide him right for Elijah in the middle from an OMT. 1, 2, and 3. There we go. Elijah Islas moving on.
Yeah, tough call. But I think Emilio kind of left it in the judge's hands there, especially with coming off the zone early, both in his lead and his chase. I think it probably came down to lead for lead there, Joe. If I was sitting there as a judge, their chases were pretty similar in terms of could have filled some zones a little bit better. And Emilio, last zone in his lead, came off it early and was kind of offline a little bit. I think that was probably the nail in the coffin for Orellana. If anybody's got a shot to make it through losers, again, you've got 2 Chileans down there that could get some work done. Jonathan Simpson going down there on a technical, and then Emilio Orellana, who's a driver that usually tends to get better and better the more he drives in a day. So we've seen it before. We've seen it with the Swiss bracket. Well, we're going to see it again here this afternoon. So, again, notes from the judges is a drop from Emilio, which, again, I think maybe missed. I think it would have been a front tire on that second inner clip, and then better proximity mimicking from Elijah in his chase, which, again, is something that we saw with our own eyes.
Yep.
Our peepers.
And again, the drivers today, they're competing. You get a GT Elite with a wheel plate. Good rig. I've built one of those rigs. I've built cheaper rigs, too, and I can say, yeah, I've built a lot of them. I can tell you. That thing goes together like butter. It holds up too. It gets just abused. Yeah, and then we've used these at DreamHack with hundreds of people coming in and jumping in the rig, jumping out, and just beating the hell out of it. And it takes a lick and it keeps on ticking. Same rig I have at home as well. Can vouch with my own hands. Super, super good piece of kit. And then obviously 32 gigs of RAM. Never gonna be unwelcomed, especially with how with the new platforms that are on the horizon. Let's put it that way. So shout out to Team Group for the support there. Both the championship winner and second place are gonna get 32 gigs of 600 megahertz DDR5 RAM, which is a pretty big deal. Yep. And, so for the computer illiterate too, all you got to do is just whack it on in there, so it's not difficult. So just so everyone knows, I told a fib earlier. Jonathan Simpson got it working. We want to give him the best shot he possibly can. So we are doing the OMT battle. We're here. Good for him. So Jonathan Simpson, this is going to be all nerves. This run is going to be all nerves from him. So let's see what happens here. Jonathan Simpson in the lead. Ryan Chitty in the chase. Let's see what happens here. Throwing it on in big angle. Ryan Chitty choking on up through the transition, looking very strong. Very, very good. Jonathan Simpson really, maybe a little bit of net code between the drivers as well.
Ryan, buddy, okay,
Oh, no.
okay. He hit him once and just said, you know what, whatever, and then kept driving
so
through.
let's take a look at this. Let's dissect it a little bit on the second watch through here. Jonathan Simpson looking very strong in the lead. Ryan Chitty psyched himself out a little bit on the initiation, and now he's playing catch up. So he has caught up through the final transition. Jonathan, big angle, kind of washes out and dives on in, but Ryan Chitty bumps him out. I think Jonathan was offline there, but I don't think what Ryan did was necessarily good.
No, I mean, I can't really put too much on either of these drivers. They got to put yourself in both their shoes. Ryan thought he had this battle won, and now he's battling again. I'm sure, the sportsman in him, he's stoked to be able to win or lose based on who's better, not who has the more working equipment. And then Jonathan's been rushing to get his stuff working for the last 20 minutes. So both of them are not on their A game right now. But yeah, Jonathan went wide. Ryan should have followed him and just went to the door, but I think went for a pass. And then, it looked a little rough there. Let's see if we can have a better second run here. Ryan Chitty from Shadow Realm in the lead position, and then Jonathan Simpson, Team NBD in the chase, missing the first outer zone. Not the best angle from Simpson in the chase position right now. I think just trying to get a run in and try to get these cobwebs shaken off. Ryan Chitty, want to talk about shaking off cobwebs, shaking it all the way outside. Super big angle from the Shadow Realm driver in the lead position, and then Simpson kind of just pee nowhere in the chase.
Oh yeah, Jonathan Simpson, I guess, made it within. I think there was a little miscommunication on the production end, so I'm sorry about that, everybody. I think that's what ended up
They don't
happening.
talk to us. They just start doing hand signals.
Yeah.
And
So that might have been on my end. I'm very sorry about that, everybody. So Jonathan Simpson in that chase, that second, if it was just the second run, I think Ryan Chitty's taking it.
yeah, I think they both could have done much better. Simpson, even in his lead too, would like to see. He didn't do anything really wrong until that last corner. He went super wide. Chitty, I think, saw that I'm the chase car, but I should still be able to get to the inside, get to the clip. Went for a pass, and it kind of just looked a little rough. But going that wide on an inner clip is usually not great.
No.
But then Ryan, super solid lead run, and Jonathan Simpson, you could see it just in the difference in angle, just really trying to get to the door of Ryan, and Ryan even backs it into the last corner, and we'll see what the judges have to feel about it.
We have a call here. It is a split decision. We have one for Ryan Chitty, one for an OMT, two for Ryan Chitty, so he does take the win. Turns out the fib I told earlier ends up being true anyway.
All right.
But there we go. Because I was sitting there going, why didn't the bracket update for that? And now I know why. So there you go. What did we learn, folks? Paying attention's cool. So, also, this does tell us Miguel Marcal, unfortunately, did not show. So, Diego Beltrami gets that win, but we're going to jump on over to the loser's side of the bracket just to get some things out of the way so that no one has to wait around just to have it done.
Yeah, that's a super big one. That's your number one qualifier from the Latin America region of Miguel Masari, who was not here. It's not to say he won't show up at some point, but I haven't seen him I don't see his name in the Discord. I've not seen his name in the Discord. But there's no official word of whether he was bowing out or not. But he's not here right now, so the show goes on without Miguel Masari. That is official this time. He is knocked down into the losers bracket, so we'll see if between then and now if we get a showing from the Jaguara Drift driver. I was really excited to see that BMW M4 this afternoon. from Brazil, kind of slang it and see what he has to show us. But at the moment, he's you said that yesterday, Joe. It's kind of hard to predict what your life is going to be at and what you're going to be doing on a weekend 3 or 4 months out. So a lot of these drivers qualified, made their way in, and unfortunately either real life commitments or whatever's going on in Miguel's life. Maybe he's just at work. Who knows?
I hope he's well. I hope health is good. That's the important thing at the end of the day. So I hope he's well.
Was one of those drivers that was not in prelims yesterday, but it is what it is.
So we are going on over to the loser side of the bracket just because we got one battle over here. We got the drivers here already. So because Mark Hall is not here, Jonathan Simpson does get a bye run and moves on already into round 2 of the losers. So nice cancellation prize, at least. That's really good. So we're going to be doing our next battle here. Alex O'Hara versus Emilio Orellana. So the loser of this is going home. So this is a big deal, but your redemption arc starts here as well.
Yeah, this is still a chance for either one of these two drivers to really make a solid push through the bracket. And your mentality in the loser side of the bracket is totally different too. It's not even the same as it would be if it was a traditional single elimination tournament. Whether either you're going to take this as a fight to stay alive or take this as, okay, I've got my lick. Now I'm just going to drive the best I can. Some drivers thrive in this scenario, and some flounder. And we'll have to figure out which one it's going to be for Alex O'Hara even, and Emilio Orellana. Europe versus Latin America.
So let's get him up to the line here. I'm pretty excited for this battle. Alex is one of those drivers where I was expecting him to go pretty far today too. So to see him already,
seen him in the YouTube chat as well, not happy with himself. But to even make it this far, on paper, you're one of the 4 best drivers in your region. So to even be here is a huge achievement, but somebody has to O2, unfortunately. That's the way the crumble cookies.
Yep. So we're on the line. We're ready to go here.
Yeah, for those following at home, too, with the Ryan Chitty battle, I am the one doing the challenge bracket. So I thought that there was a thing. That's why that bracket changed. Our Google bracket, which is the main one that we're following, did not. My bad.
Okay, so here we go. Alex O'Hara in the lead. Emilio Orellana in the chase. 2 supers, different generations. Alex already putting a gap and putting it up to the wall. Not making the same mistake twice. Emilio left on the back foot, playing catch up this entire run. Unfortunately, very strong driver, but Alex is just gone. And across the line, yeah, I think Alex really wants it today.
Yeah, I mean, you saw it right from the start. This happened a lot yesterday in the wildcard preliminaries, where a chase driver would wait for would go on go, and then that's the gap. You could see, too, almost from turn 1, the gap didn't really change. So Emilio did the right thing. You can't really sacrifice too much. Like, look, there's a 3 or 4 car length gap, and that's where they stay through the majority of the run. He'll close a little bit here, pulls off early in outer zone number 1, which is kind of what you want to do, but Tsukuba is very, very unforgiving with this section and how it's built, where there's not a whole lot of opportunities to gain time and make it not look super obvious. You basically have to straight line the power alley with its 2 last outer zones, and that'll look super, super awful. So, unfortunately, just got gapped off the line. And you already see Alex O'Hara all the way back. He just saw why he has an advantage right now, and he's gonna make sure he doesn't add to that and make the same mistake as Orellana did.
So we're back up to the line. I think Alex O'Hara is sitting on a slight advantage right now. We'll see what happens here. We're on the line. We're ready to go. The lights are on. The lights are off, and let's go.
Second half of this battle, winner moves on, loser goes home. Alex O'Hara in the chase. Gap open a little bit. He's not going to even get to the first outer zone. Emilio Orellana needs the lead run of his life to be able to bring this back into contention. A little bit of a straight in there for Orellana, but Alex O'Hara fumbling it in the chase position, just like his teammate, going wide in the last corner. O'Hara gets the proximity, but not the best chase run from Alex O'Hara in behind Orellana.
I'd love to see run number 2 from the drone.
And
there it is.
There it is.
So let's take a look at this, because the first run, I think it was just Alex O'Hara had a gap. That was the discussion. But here, look, not a lot of angle, leaving a little bit of a gap. Not as bad. But
it's right here, too.
Yeah, and then there was a bobble in the lead as well. Big angle from the lead driver, missing that inside clip. Overall, just a scruffy chase from Alex O'Hara. Lead for lead. Alex O'Hara takes it, but I think chase for chase, Orellana takes it.
Which, normally, when you say that, you kind of know where it's going. But judges having their own decision.
So here
This
we
is
go.
It's our first elimination battle here.
So 1, 2, and 3. Alex O'Hara takes the win, does his comeback run start here, and unfortunately we do say goodbye on the season to Emilio Orellana, getting knocked out in elimination. So now we jump back to the winner's side of the bracket here. So we're gonna have Diego Beltrami up against Ryan Chitty, and then Una Warren, and then Elijah Islas, and then the winners of that, we will have that battle. And then we will come back to the loser's bracket later.
So our first 2 drivers going home are Miguel Marsayo, who unfortunately was not able to make competition this afternoon, and Emilio Orellana. I don't know why I'm overthinking it now. Unfortunately, just somebody has to go 0-2. Still one of the best 4 drivers in his region. I saw him again in the regional to get here. Some of the best driving he's ever done in competition. Definitely earned his spot. Drove his heart out, but unfortunately, it all came down to just a rough start, I think, and that's what is going to cost him his chance to move on in this competition. Alex O'Hara keeping the flag flying for Team Ashira, a team that, Joe, I think we expected to have several drivers in today, and he is the only one. As our next 2 pairings of Ryan Chitty, who's been kind of uncontested today with some issues, with Jonathan Simpson not having, some technical issues and not being at his best, against Diego Beltrami, who has not battled yet today, but made it through as a wild card from yesterday's Latin America regional or preliminary.
And let's see here, off the line we go. Ryan Chitty in the lead. I bet he's got a chip on his shoulder. Diego Beltrami doing everything he can to keep up with that Z. Looking very, very good. To the inside clip, a little bit of a wiggle from both drivers, but then Ryan Chitty turns on the afterburners, really puts in a gap, and Diego Beltrami getting lost in the smoke in that final zone. Ryan Chitty really ending that lead run with an exclamation point, saying, "Look how fast I can go."
Welcome to ESDA, Diego Beltrami. Obviously somebody who has driven through their own drivers in their own region. This is his first battle with ESDA across region. He's going up against who's turning out to be a powerhouse in Ryan Chitty. And it's a big initiation for Diego Beltrami. You see, enters with all the gusto in the world. Ryan kind of lets him, he plays with his food here a little bit, then says, goodbye.
Yep.
Goodbye, and just turns on the jets. You see Diego pull some angle out of it. Still a good job to kind of just run his line. Does make that mistake towards the end of the run, but Ryan just so much speed, so much side bite in that 400.
Yeah, we'll see what happens here. Can Ryan Chitty keep it behind that Supra? Again, that's a tale we've seen time and time again. You have a fast car, but sometimes when you have to chase someone slower, it gets in your way.
Yeah, we've seen it time and time again. A tale as old as time of where, it's not like Diego's doing anything wrong. And just, you got to be able to chase the lead car regardless of what they do. We've seen Ryan run somebody over already today. Is it going to happen again? Second half of this battle. Diego Beltrami for Chile in the lead position. Ryan Chitty for St. Louis, Missouri in the chase. Not a good start for Diego because he misses that first zone. It's going to mess up his line for the rest of the course. Ryan Chitty doing a great job to try and adapt to it. Backwards is Diego. He's trying to make something happen in the lead position. I'm not sure if it's going to be enough. Ryan Chitty almost straightening out in chase position. What is going on in the second run of this battle?
Yeah, I think Ryan Chitty found himself with a very full plate of spaghetti going on through here. And again, Diego just coming off the lead line. Definitely not necessarily the strongest lead ever. And Ryan Chitty trying to do anything he can to just keep it on the track, put a safe distance in case anything unexpected happened, and it paid off in that last inside clip. As we go, we do have a judging call.
Yeah, I think this one, again, just going to be pretty easy. Slide him left for Diego Beltrami. Slide him right for Ryan Chitty. Keep him in the middle for the OMT. It's going to be 1, 2, 3 for Ryan Chitty. He will be moving on in this competition. Diego, again, just the mistake on his initiation. Ryan Chitty almost threw it away, but kept that car sideways and keeps that car in the winner's side of the competition.
Yep. So That is not the last we have seen of Diego. We will see him later after we do our second group of the winners bracket. Just trying to be mindful of everyone's time, get people in the server, and so that they can do all their runs as quick as possible. So, up next, we have Yuna Warren up against Elijah Islas. I'm a big Yuna fan. He's made me a fan this weekend, I'll tell you what.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of drivers that we sat down and looked at the top 16, Joe, yesterday and went, I think they've got a good chance. I think they've got a good chance. I think this person will do well. And this is not any disrespect to Yuna. I think Yuna's the dark horse. If anybody, I think, has a chance to win this and be called an upset, Yuna Warren made it in through the wild card, was not one of those top 3 finishers in the EU. I mean, we still have a strong, and I mean strong, second half of our winner side to go through, but Yuna Warren is definitely somebody who could take this whole thing outright. But Elijah Islas for Team Shadow Realm is trying to play spoiler.
Okay, so just because of seeding, we're flipping it around. I need to be mindful of that. I was totally zoned on that. There we go.
He kicked for idling in 5 minutes.
It's okay. It's gonna be okay. It's gonna be okay. Just do the happy dance. So we are here. The lights are on. The lights are out. And away we go. Elijah Islas in the lead. Yuna Warren in the chase. Great driving. Both drivers getting really close. I don't know how Yuna did not hit that S15. As Elijah, great lead run. Unfazed by what's going on behind him. Really great chase as well. Yuna Warren really tucking it in on the door. Big drop from both drivers on that inside clip. Yuna Warren kind of okay, though. Following the lead driver.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to be viewed too harshly against Warren because he was following the lead driver, as you said, of Elijah Islas. I think just seeing that Black Smoke Racing car in their rearview mirror. Solid job from Elijah up to the point, but you see right here, he tries to throw something at it, uses the rumble strip, throws big angle, and then just has to wash out. I think maybe just keeps all 4 tires on the track, but it'll be difficult to make the case that Yuna was not just following him through. I mean, man, what a... We had Japan be the dominant force in drifting since the dawn of time. The U.S. had it for a little bit there, and then Ireland, and now I think if you're not looking at any driver with a white and blue flag next to their name, you are not paying enough attention because the finish are here, and they're ready to play.
Yeah, really, really good driving, especially when your car's that big. You kind of have to make some decisions in your driving style, and it seems like Yuna is making every single right one today. We are off.
Second half of this battle, Elijah Islas in the chase position. He gets super aggressive. Yuna doing what Yuna's been doing all weekend long and getting so deep in the first 2 zones, but here's where the wheels might fall off the wagon, no pun intended. Elijah Islas dropping back just a little bit. Yuna actually finding some speed in that car. Elijah trying to keep the car sideways. Get your right foot down, son.
There is definitely now a discussion to be had here. So, looking at the side-by-side, see if anything really sticks out here. So I think Elijah in that first outside zone chase way stronger overall. And again, looking very, very good in the lead as well. I don't know, that last zone though, Yuna really did, I think that brings it into OMT territory. Let's take a look at it from the drone.
Yeah, it's all going to come down to last outer zone, last inner zone. That's really where a lot of the big discussion has happened there. Really good job from Yuna to be able to charge in deep there and not make contact. Such an underrated, I don't want to say underrated because the more we watch him chase, the more we kind of realize it. I love what Elijah tried to do there just a little bit early. We've seen it really, really cool this weekend, Joe, where people will use that rumble strip to kind of rotate the car in real deep to the last inner clip. It was just a little early from Elijah there. We have a decision again. Still winner side of the bracket here, so nobody's going home, but
let's
who's
see.
Gonna move on.
And Yuna Warren making a point this weekend, and he will be moving on to battle Ryan Chitty, and that's going to happen right now. So this is just how our bracket has unfolded here. Looking pretty good. So this will be our final battle of the group. We'll take a short break, get everyone in for the second group, and then I think we might be good for the rest of the day even. So
this is going to be a good one, Joe. Not to cut you off, but both these dudes are super stoked. If I was Elijah, I wouldn't be disappointed at all. He's looking really good moving into losers. He made one mistake, and that's what unfortunately costed him the battle. This is going to be a big one. not just because it's the last winners battle or winners side battle of this group, but because I think, Joe, either one of these drivers could win this whole event outright. Una Warren has only been getting better and better, especially in the chase positions in the Black Smoke Racing Mercedes E-Class. And Ryan Chitty is somebody who, again, started off a little bit rough, but can bring that extra 10%. Ryan Chitty is so good at being able to go from 100% to 110 when he needs it. Una Warren, the reason he's here is he's been driving at 99% this whole time. So we're going to see something extra from either one of these drivers. We could be in for a barn burner here.
Yeah, I'm expecting a very, very spicy run here from both drivers. Ryan Chitty in the lead. Una Warren in the chase. Both drivers have been doing well. Warren has been chasing a little bit weaker than he's been leading all day. So let's see here as we throw it on in. Big, good transition. Warren leaving a little bit of space in the transitions, making sure he's not going to hang up the leader. And here we go into the final inside zone. Ryan Chitty, great angle. Una Warren doing everything he can to catch on up, and across the line they go.
Battle of the day already, and we still have another run to go. Really solid job from both these drivers. Again, this is the winner side of the bracket. These drivers are not going home, but you've made it this far on the winners. You want to keep it going. Una actually playing it real smart, giving Ryan a little bit of breathing room, and then dives in where it's going to look the best. We're at the fastest part of the course. You got all the opportunity there, but look at Ryan Chitty, not afraid to back that car in. Super big angle from the Shadow Realm driver. Both of these drivers are dropping at 110% right now. It's exactly what they needed to do to take each other out.
So we're going to get them back up to the line, and I think we're ready to go on this here.
And shout out to our good friend Doug in the YouTube chat. Nice to see him. Is here yesterday. Here today this afternoon as well.
Shout out to shout outs.
Dougie.
So we're here. We're ready. Una Warren now in the lead. Ryan Chitty in the chase. Now both drivers. Now all of a sudden, Una Warren in his stronger position. Ryan Chitty in the place where he's had issues. So we're running. Let's see here. And they're off.
Here we go. Una Warren, an incredible initiation with Ryan Chitty right there on the door. There's so much door to grab with the Black Smoke Racing Mercedes right there on the door, right behind Una. Una solid lead run so far. Ryan gets in on the door, Joe, but then he drops back. As soon as Una gets on the right pedal, he just pulls away a little bit. This is the only driver I've seen all day that can match Ryan Chitty on speed.
Yeah, so both of these drivers looking very, very strong. Just a little bit of a bobble here and there, but nothing major at all. Now the judging starts to get hard, as the winner of this goes into like the winner's final. A win in this battle puts you in a very, very good position for the rest of the day. So let's take a look at it from the drone cam, see if anything sticks out to us. And again,
just for those playing at home, if you want to look at the bracket, we have a visual aid for you today that you can click. There's a link that I just posted in chat. For those who've never seen a double elimination bracket before, it sounds really confusing, but once you look at it, it's super easy. Speaking of looking at it, it's your first run. Ryan Chitty is so good in the lead positions. Just knows how to. He knows that car so well. And then switching him up. There's Una in the lead position. Again, so aggressive. He does turn one like nobody else. I don't know, just because the car is bigger, so it looks more spectacular, but he gets away with murder every single initiation somehow.
Yep. It's very impressive. And again, both of these drivers have been driving very well today. Any misstep has been very excusable, in my opinion.
And gap already open here. See, Una really smart. Still gets the zone, but kind of only about halfway, which is, again, you don't really have a lot of opportunity to gain time here at Tsukuba. It's a short course. It's fast. It's very momentum-based. So we talked about it a little bit after the event yesterday where, it's a short course. That's kind of different, but you have no room to make a mistake. And if that's not a good place for a world final, look at the initiation here from Una. Just nuts. Ryan Chitty does the same thing as Una did, though. Just not getting all the zone to make sure he doesn't get gapped. But Una just really, as soon as he hits the throttle, just gains a little bit of proximity. The only mistake I saw from Una right here, just I think could have held angle a little bit more consistency in the last turn clip.
Yeah,
more
again,
consistently.
But in a battle this tight, something like that is enough to sway the judges, because again, everyone's driving great today. And I'm just shook at who's here. The two drivers that I was unaware of before the season already battling for a winner's final position. you're there all of a sudden. You're 2 wins away from winning the whole day. So looking pretty good for both of them. And it does also, a loss in this battle does put you pretty far in the losers bracket as well. So you're not falling too far off the mountain either way.
Again, sets you up pretty well in the losers, but if you've made it this far in the winners, having that advantage, Joe, in grand finals of having a free win in your pocket is just an extra set of breathing room. Obviously, it didn't work out for a lot of people yesterday in the wild card preliminaries, but 3 of the 4 drivers who have driven their way in to be their 4th spot for their regions were all bracket reset members. So being one of those, so he's used to it. I'm sure he wouldn't be. He's only going to get better the more we put him in losers, but having that extra win in the back pocket as the judge is asking for a side-by-side, this one is tight.
Yeah, it really, to me, prime OMT territory, really. Because, again, any misstep, anything that you can bring up that one driver did, I think you can bring up an example that the other driver did as well. So, really, we'll have to see what happens here. I can see this call going either way.
Really, really close between these 2 drivers. Some of the best in the world, the best to ever do it.
So we do have a call here. So this will be our final battle in this group number 1 of the winners bracket. The first half, even. So 1, 2, and 3. The judges stressed this was an incredibly close call, but Warren moving on to the winners finals. Look at that.
That's Warren moving on into the winners finals on the top side of the bracket. We still need to figure out who will be joining him on the bottom side. But for the top side of the bracket, Warren has went through the gauntlet. He's taken out members from almost every region. Emilio Orly, he's taken out Alex O'Hara, Elijah Islas, and Ryan Chitty, 2 Shadow Realm teammates. But Joe, if you are going up against Ryan Chitty in losers round 4, be afraid, be very afraid. You've only made him mad.
Yeah, so I think we are getting to that point here. So we're going to take a short break. Make sure that we get all of our server stuff set up and ready to go. And we will be here in just a little bit. ESDA World Finals. We're moving on to group number 2. See you guys in just a little bit. Welcome back, everybody, to ESDA World Finals. In the booth with me, we have Keenan Kusin. Hello. Hello. And then we got our judges, Harold McKinney, Grizz Kids, and Sela. As always, our drone cam is provided by Spawns FPV. Our chat is you.
Unfortunately. That was a joke. I was joking.
Oh my gosh. We find ourselves over here, just in case anyone missed, group number 1. We find ourselves all the way over here in Japan at Tsukuba Circuit. Home of drifting, definitely. I don't know. When I think of iconic Japanese circuits, this is up there every time for me.
And I mean, not only for what it represents in real life, obviously, again, we talked about it a bit yesterday. I remember watching Street Fighter D1 GP from 2005 from Tsukuba Circuit. But it has such a history in competitive or sim drifting, if you will. I know drivers from Gran Turismo, and obviously me, Di, and a couple other people have really, really big Forza motorsport backgrounds. I've probably got 500 plus hours of competition runs on this track alone, let alone hanging out with friends and just driving and adoring each other. So super iconic venue, really important to those who have been in the ESDA space for a long time. It's turned out to be such a good venue for a final. This track will not hold your hand. It gives no quarter, and you have no room to make mistakes here. No,
it really has made for great racing, and everyone is driving like there's stuff on the line here. NLR is providing a GT Elite wheel plate, an ERS3 seat, and a GT Elite direct mount monitor for the winner today. So really, really solid rig. I have built more than a few of these, and I gotta say, they are most excellent. And all of the regional winners will get the haptic gaming pad as well. So get a little haptics in your life. You'll be crazy what it will do for you. And so the world champ winner is going to get some RAM and second place as well. Some DDR5, some really fast RAM, let's just say. And then, of course, Moza hooking up the world champ with an R9, a sequential shifter, and a handbrake. Looking very, very good with that as well. So the winner today basically gets a rig minus the pedals. I heard a rumor floating around that the winner might get some cash as well. So get a full rig if you win today. And not a bad one either.
Nah, really, really solid gear.
Yeah, really solid gear.
I've seen you bust your knuckles on a GT Elite more than once. I've got one sitting right next to me. Super good piece of kit, especially for those of us who, you know, I'm in the drift community, Instagram reels and stuff. It's so much easier just to hop in the rig and have everything hard mounted, ready to go. And I'm sure anybody here who's used a handbrake on the desk has went to pull it once, and then the whole thing comes with them. So with a GT Elite, that's not a problem. Will never be a problem. Tons of room for a handbrake and a shifter. Super good piece of equipment. NLR has been a supporter of ESDA for a long, long time. It's cool to have them on board and still being on board. As that's how the cookie crumbled in the first half of your winners bracket. Juha Warren for Finland, moving on with the Black Spot Racing Mercedes. And now we are to the second half of your winners bracket. Our first battle on deck, as I do believe we have another in terms of somebody who's here, not here. Nafal Udinar is the only missing driver, I do believe, on this back half of the bracket. And so we're getting started with your number 1 seed for Asia and our Asia region, Art Katsuki for Team Revival in the FDRX7, the only driver who has a chance to have a hometown win this evening against Thanithip Benelopin, who we saw absolutely drive out of his mind last night, and is your wild card entry for the APAC region.
Yep, so we're getting them up on the line. They're ready to rip. Judges are like, I am ready to go here. Oh,
we got Dunny the Honey in chat supporting his countrymen.
We're ready to go here. RX-7
Bumdy's
versus
not driving,
A90. Yeah, Bumdy's not driving. Great driver over there. So let's see here. This should be a very good battle. Donna Loppinen yesterday really driving aggressively, and we'll see if it pays off today. Takasuki really hasn't been able to warm up yet, so let's see what happens here. Throwing it on in. Great initiation from both drivers. Donna Loppinen leaving a little bit of space. Trying to catch on up now. There we go, getting up on the door, but in the RX-7 really just dialing the angle in through the inside clip. Looking very cool, calm and collected from both drivers. Nothing too crazy. A little bit of bobbles here and there, but really nothing to write home about. So I think this battle is still wide open for everyone involved.
I mean, a couple little bobbles in chase for Thanatip Thanalopinen, which is where he was the weaker of the two positions yesterday. I think a place where he wasn't challenged as much. And I mean, we haven't seen any competition runs from Takatsuki yet this afternoon, but even in practice, you could tell, this is from Kanagawa, Japan. This track based in Japan. I'm sure he's got tons of laps here, and it paid off in the lead run. So solid job for Takatsuki, for Team Revival in the lead position. Going to need to bring that same energy in the chase because this is where Thanatip Thanalopinen will be his strongest.
Yes, so we're getting him back up to the line. They are ready for run number 2. We're ready as well. And so Thanalopinen really was making his mark yesterday in his lead runs, with lead runs that were very on the line of control, super aggressive. So we're going to see here what happens. Will we get the same, or will he have dialed it back just a smidge to have a more consistent lead run? There's only one way to find out. The lights are coming on, and we are off.
Here we go, second half of this battle, all APAC battle. Only one can move on. It'll be Thailand or Japan. It was super aggressive initiation from the Autobox driver of Thanalopinen, but Takatsuki in the chase position right there for Team Revival, trying to make something happen to push Thanatip into a mistake. Big angle in the last corner for Thanalopinen. That's where he was so good all day yesterday across the line. Really solid job, and something for the judges to sink their seats into.
Yeah, definitely. Again, gut feeling, and I know I've been saying it a lot today. A gut feeling for this is an OMT, because watching them side by side, they feel really similar, both in the lead positions and the chase positions. Again, in some places, some of the leads had a little bit more angle, but in others, it went the other way. And same thing in the chase as well, both in proximity and matching the line of the leader. So to me, gut feeling watching it side by side, OMT. But let's take a look at the drone. That tends to give us a little bit better of an understanding of what's going on. As pretty as the track cameras are, this really tells us. So, throwing it in, the RX-7, very consistent. Thanalopinen wavering in the chase. And again, Tatsuki really just consistent. I'm throwing that name all over the place.
You said something different every time.
I know,
makes
it's
me
great.
Really happy.
I'm trying my best. I'm so sorry. I even practice in front of a mirror, but to me, overall, this just is prime OMT. Either that or Takatsuki really is just going to take the win here. I think overall he had less mistakes and a more consistent chase. But
I think Thanatip, when he was at his best, was more fun to watch.
yes,
But also made the bigger mistakes.
yes,
And I think Takatsuki was more consistent all around, which usually is rewarded by judges. But again, this one's going to be down to opinion. This is what drifting makes drifting so beautiful. This is a prime, I think, could go any one of 3 ways, depending on how the judges see it. They may reward Thanatip for being brave and being able to get aggressive. They may reward Takatsuki for having an overall more consistent approach, even if I'd like to see him maybe get a little bit more angle in his chase, and get more aggressive to the door Thanatip more consistently. Or they might say, hey, those all cancel out. We'll go one more time as to your point too. So super solid job from both drivers. The Thai driver for Vitana Motorsport and PT Autobox, Thanatip Thanalopinen, of course, our Takatsuki out of Kanagawa, Japan for Team Revival. 2 of the 4 APAC drivers currently left in competition.
yeah, I could really see this going OMT. It's going OMT or Takatsuki. Either way. I don't. Those are the 2 calls I could see this going. But we do have a call here. It is not unanimous. Got 1. We got 2. And 3. So Takatsuki taking the win and moving on. But Thanalopinen is not done yet. Thanalopinen will have a battle in probably Darius. Actually, now that I'm looking at it, Thanalopinen might have a very smooth thing, because right now with Nafal missing, there will be a bye run in the losers bracket. So Thanalopinen, good consolation prize if I do say so myself.
Yeah, again, just rewarding that consistency was Takatsuki. Well, again, was it a perfect chase run? Kind of dropped back a little bit more in the center of corners than we'd like to see, but overall more consistent. It was rewarded by the judges. Kind of how I thought that was going to go. I was just didn't want to be wrong. But Alex Rogachev now going up against Braden Swan. Alex Rogachev, Tsukuba Drift family. Talk about teams where actually both these guys. You want to talk about teams where if you see the team name on the side of the door, they mean business. Here are your two right now, I think, in the Assetto Corsa drifting world that carry so much weight. There's Art of Motion that's only been getting stronger. They've only been getting better. Braden Swan carrying the flag for them this afternoon. And then Alex Rogachev with Nico Stalia being in Valencia right now, the FIA Motorsports Games. He is the only member of a Tsukuba Drift family. Both these drivers driving out of the U.S., and there can only be one moving on the winner's side of the bracket.
So we are up to the line here. Alex Rogachev in the lead, Braden Swan in the chase. I'm not going to make a 2 BMWs joke. And we are off. Alex Rogachev in the lead, Braden Swan in the chase. Throwing it on in. Oh, Alex tapping the wall, but Braden leaving a little bit of space just to let it happen ahead of him and then tucking right back in. Braden Swan looking amazing right now, but dropping back, losing a little bit of angle and trying to surge through the inside clip. That might have been a misstep from Braden at the end there, but Alex getting into the wall on initial watch.
Yeah, good recovery from Rogachev to not make that a bigger issue. But just bam, right there. You see the car straighten out just a little bit, keeps his foot in it, which is all you can really do. Has a great rest of his run, but judges obviously going to be looking at that. But behind him, Braden Swan, same sort of thing as yesterday. Just need to see him push a little bit more. We know he's got it in him. I think he just saw Rogachev tap that wall and go, why would I go for anything stupid when I'm going to be the one with the advantage in the next run, having the lead run. So you want to talk about two drivers that have the teams that carry so much weight, but two drivers that have so much weight to carry just on skill. Rogachev was on another goddamn level in the North America Regional, which is why he's one of the top seed in North America. And then going up against your wild card, had to fight his way through one of the most competitive regions in sim drifting, is Braden Swan, as somebody who is very capable of being at the top step of the podium toward the end of the day. This is a finals quality battle, and we're just getting started.
So we are back to the line now. Braden Swan in the lead, and Braden yesterday had very good lead runs, so I think that we will see a very strong showing here. But Alex Rogachev coming in a little bit cooler, not getting to run yesterday, so we'll see if the nerves are going to be a factor here. As we are doing a burn down at the line, we're ready. Alex giving himself a bit of a run up as well. The lights are on and away they go.
All right, here we go. AOM, Braden Swan in the lead position in the Supra, chasing Alex Rogachev for the Tsukuba Drift family All-American battle. Really solid job so far. Oh, Rogachev drops it! Rogachev drops strip in the chase position. Minor mistake from Braden Swan coming out of turn number 1, but I think Rogachev just straightened out and chase, gives Swan a little, hey, how you doing? He's shoving him across the line, but Joe, I don't know if it's going to be enough.
I'm going to need to see the drone cam of run number 2. That's going to be how this run is called right now. This is the do or die thing. So let's take a look here. Braden Swan in the lead, Alex Rogachev in the chase, looking pretty good. And dropped drift. He even did the little wiggle back and forth while getting grip. So
man, even if that's not a full straighten, that's two
huge
mistakes, the wall tap and that. So even if we're not looking at that as a 0, it's still not going to be something the judges are shaking their head at. And now you got to watch Braden Swan in the lead position. Obviously, he doesn't do the best job on the initiation. Looks like he gets a little close to the wall and kind of spooks himself, but then solid job for the rest of the run. So
yeah, but look at that. That's a big thing. And then if we take a look at run 1 after this, we'll see. Because again,
I love that.
Yeah, just
Spawns, you dirty dog.
Yeah, get in there. Beautiful. So here we go. So this is run number 1. And again, Alex got into the wall here because take a look. Just a little bit of a tap. Braden left them the space as well. I don't see how this... I have a feeling about how this call goes. I really, really do.
I mean, Braden Swan got himself to this point. I mean, went with that, had that war yesterday with Minima and won it by being consistent. Won it by being the better driver on average. I think Ethan Minima had really, 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 really exciting leads, just couldn't match Swan in the chases. And you can see right here, so consistent in terms of proximity. Obviously, he could throw it in deeper and throw more angle, but he's trying to win battles. So, and it's really smart heads-up driving, too. Sees Rogachev get in the wall, backs off, and just does what he knows how to do. We have a decision here.
Yes, we do. So, Braden Swan or Alex Rogachev. Worked myself there for a second. It's gonna be okay. It's gonna be okay. There we go. So Alex Rogachev, Braden Swan, slide him left for Alex, slide him right for Braden. 1, 2, and 3. And yes, I believe Alex did zero out his chase run, which is just too hard to overcome.
So that will be Braden Swan moving on in the winner's bracket. But if you are anybody in the loser's bracket, now you have a pissed off Alex Rogachev. Good luck as we move on to what might very well be our final preliminary battle. Martinez Ostreka going up against Yi Zhang, Zero Style versus Team Urta.
Oh, we are on the line. We're ready to go here.
This is the Taiwanese driver taking on the Lithuanian. Again, Yi Zhang, Zero Style. Excellent job in the APAC regional. Drove out of his mind, but somebody who is, again, one of the most heavyweight teams in sim drifting, Team Urta.
So here we go. Yi Zhang in the lead. Martinez Ostreka in the chase. Both drivers cold, have not competed yesterday. Yi Zhang looking great. Martinez Ostreka leaving some space. Really slow on the transition, but getting right up to the door. Yi Zhang, great lead run. Really, really solid lead run. Not a single misstep. Maybe a tire drop on that inside clip. But other than that, great lead run, but not the best chase I've ever seen for Martinez Ostreka.
No, and you're right. It looks like there's a lot of grip in that Urta Esports machine. He's been putting in a ton of practice with his brother. You could see it on Instagram. They've been posting clips all week. This is they always want to do well in Worlds. I remember when one of the Ostrekas got the win in Irwindale a couple years ago. They're super stoked on it. They've been really, really cool to have in the ESDA community, so they've been putting in the work. But Yi Zhang showing off that, it's just because I'm going up against somebody who's familiar with doesn't mean you can count me out. Super, super strong lead run from Yi Zhang, from the Taiwanese driver. But now I think is where when they switch positions, where Darius is going to be taking the lead position, or Martinez, is taking the lead position. His brother Darius still waiting to battle. This thing is going to be fast. So Yi Zhang has to turn the jets on, see if we can keep up with the Urta Esports machine with the Lithuanian driver.
Because so far, I think Yi Zhang's sitting on a slight advantage. Had just a very flawless classic lead run, and Martinez Ostreka left a little bit on the table in the chase, so we'll see what happens now.
Second half of the battle here, Yi Zhang in the chase. The Taiwanese driver going to see what he could do against one of the institutions in Assetto Corsa drifting of one of the Ostreka brothers, and Martinez Ostreka dropping it a little bit with Yi Zhang, trying to keep the car sideways. Oh, and backwards almost from Martinez Ostreka. Super aggressive move into the last corner. A little bit of contact with Yi Zhang. Yi did a really good job to not fall too far back there, Joe, but you could definitely tell there was a speed difference.
Yeah, for sure. And again, let's take a look at specifically just run number 2, because again, run number 1 didn't have as much drama. Run number 2, all of a sudden, Yi Zhang really having to take out angle to keep it on the track. Through the back half of the track, just not matching angle, and then a little bit of contact as well. So if we could take a look at it from the drone, that might help us as well. Because again, at the back half of the run, it just did not... is getting in there. So we already have a judging call. So Yi Zhang, Martinez Ostreka, who's going to take the win? 1, 2, and 3. Martinez Ostreka. It was that scruffy back half of the run in the chase. That's enough. So we're going to take a look here. Group 2. So now Yi Zhang will be taking that loss and moving to the loser's bracket. Martinez Ostreka will be moving on to take against Braden Swan. And Nafal, being a no-show, will be falling to Darius Ostreka. So our Taka. I give up right now.
That guy.
That guy. Takatsuki. There we go.
Yeah.
There we go. Up against Darius Ostreka, and then Braden Swan up against Martinez Ostreka. But first, we're going to move over to our loser's bracket. So again, we're going to get our updates in real quick. I believe it's going to be Rogachev up against Yi Zhang in the loser's bracket. Thana Lopanen will be getting a bye run. So we're going to have one more battle here, and then we'll go back to the winner's bracket. Just making sure I'm getting my seedings right.
So Artakatsuki, the Ostraka brothers, and Braden Swan moving on in the winner side of this group. But you have some very, very eager drivers on the loser side of the bracket with a point to prove. Rogachev, Thanethip, Yi Zhang as well. There's, you know, I figure the Ostrakas were going to go rounds. I really want to see them go up against each other in the semis for semifinals on the winners. Brother versus brother is always fun to watch, but to get there, we have to get through some other battles, and Yi Zhang's got a point to prove. Super solid lead run, just couldn't quite made a mistake in the chase. Same thing for Rogachev. Both these drivers can do better, and now it's win you move on, lose you go home.
Yep, so we are ready to go here. So Alex Rogachev in the lead, had a slight misstep. Yi Zhang, same thing, so both drivers. The comeback run starts now. I think both drivers are ready to go here, and we are off. Alex Rogachev in the lead. Yi Zhang in the chase. Big initiation. Rogachev not getting into the wall this time. Yi Zhang really choking up to that BMW, doing the best he can. Will he cut angle here? He does again a little bit. Alex Rogachev looking great in that lead run. Yi Zhang trying to get that proximity, but falling back from that BMW. I think right now, advantage Rogachev.
Yeah, I think just a ton of side bite in that 180 SX, because every time he gets to that inner clip, which is a place where if you pull too much angle, you're in trouble for the rest of the run. But you'll see Zhang in the chase here. He doesn't quite get on the rumble strip, but I don't know if he just spooks himself or that car just has way too much grip, because he straightens out in the exact same place. Rest of the run was good. Maybe I'd like to see him a little bit tighter, both of them a little bit tighter on that last inner clip. But you know, Rogachev's made mistakes before. That's why he's here. But I really think, and judging off of how well he drove at Brainerd, he was on another level in one of the most competitive regions in ESDA. So he's made his mistake for the day. My call now is that Rogachev goes on a tear. Maybe commentators curse, but it's all starting with Yi Zhang. Yi Zhang trying to play spoiler and stay in this thing.
Yeah, so we're back up to the line. Yi Zhang had a really solid lead run, though, in the last battle as well. So I think that we might be seeing here both drivers on what they've been doing better today. So I expect this run to be a lot closer than the last one.
Switching positions now. Again, winner moves on, loser goes home. APAC versus NA. Yi Zhang from Taiwan going up against Rogachev. Not the best initiation for Chang. Really good job for Rogachev not to run him over. Good adjustment mid-run. Still to the door of the 180 SX as we go into the final corner. Big angle from Yi Zhang, throwing it all on the line. He knows this is his last opportunity to try to go on in this competition. But Alexander Rogachev right there actually almost got in the door of Zhang and just made it across the line.
Yeah, really just... It seems like it's a tale of you flub the chase in your second run. Because again, Alex Rogachev looking very strong, and then just... It doesn't seem like he knows what to do with that 180 going slower in front of him. And look how deep he dives in as well. So let's take a look at it from the drone cam as well. So this is run number 1. Alex Rogachev, what I think on a very solid lead run overall. And Yi Zhang trying to keep on up here. And I think this alone was enough, because there, look, almost coming out of drift in the chase, as our judges are giving us a call here. So who is going home for the day and who is staying? 1, 2, and 3. So Alexander Rogachev moving on. Yi Zhang going home for the day.
Yeah, super close. I think if Yi would have brought a little bit more sauce in his lead, we might be having a different conversation here, especially Rogachev not having the best finish to his chase run, but his lead was just so good, which is what has got him to this point in the first place, what has earned his way into the final. But when you almost straighten out in your chase, some really aggressive chase driving from Yi Zhang. We're transitioning right across the bumper of Rogachev. This is still super high-level drifting, but unfortunately just not enough. And 4 drivers do have to get knocked out here without a win, and unfortunately Yi Zhang will be one of them. But that's Alexander Rogachev moving on in the competition, could be going up against Diego Beltrami. And I think now is probably when we officially move Darius Ostraka on in the competition. As Nafal Udinar still not here.
Just a moment. I have the wrong picture for Darius. We must be accurate. There we go.
So Darius Ostraka getting the official win over Nafal Udinar. Nafal Udinar not here this evening or this afternoon, unfortunately. That will be Darius Ostraka moving on in competition. Really sad to see that. I think that was going to be a good one. Two rivals that have driven together before. And then obviously Nafal Udinar from Grip Groove in Indonesia will not be here. Could show up at any point, but the clock is ticking. But Darius Ostraka from Lithuania, if this car looks familiar, this is the brother of Martynas Ostraka. You would talk about the Drift Brothers in real life. This is the Drift Brothers in the sim going up against Artakatsuki, who has only looked strong. And I don't want to say is an underdog, but definitely not somebody, Joe, that I looked on this list and saw, yeah, they're going to go rounds, and immediately has proved me wrong, and is trying to go rounds in his home round here in Japan.
No, this has been an excellent drive from both drivers, too. Honestly, today, we've said it before, I really genuinely think that anybody can take home the win today. Like, everyone is on an equal playing field. So, let's see what happens here as we are getting going. Darius trying to get a bit of a run-up. Let's see if that is his
Oh, yeah, they're not going to. Yeah,
no. I support that decision.
So, we had this issue yesterday, and I think we're having it again today. Obviously, Darius is from Lithuania, but he speaks some English. I don't think Takatsuki really speaks any English, so coordinating starts is a little tricky. It looked a lot better when we had two drivers from the Asia Pacific region driving against each other, but now that's where that overlap happens. So we'll just reset them, do it all over again.
And so we will see here Darius giving himself a big run up again, but now the timing seems correct, and we are off. Takatsuki in the lead, throwing it on in. Ostraka putting it right up on that RX-7's door. Again, really good angle in the chase, keeping it at angle through the outside zone. That's been the undoing of others before. And there we go. Takatsuki, really good angle into that final inside clip. And across the line, good driving from both drivers.
Man, he keeps us up. We'll have to give him a first name. Good golly. Mr. Takatsuki, where have you been? Yep. My man with the mitts on. Again, you're going up against one of the best in the business in Darius Ostraka in the S15, and he brought it to him super. So look at the throw he does into the last corner. Talk about a man who's confident on this tarmac. That is Mr. Takatsuki from Kanagawa, Japan, and Team Revival in the FDRX7. But right behind him, no slouch, Darius Ostraka, trying to make something happen in the chase position. Not the best chase we've seen from Darius, but I think he's stronger in the lead. We'll have to see if Takatsuki can keep up.
Yeah, we will definitely have to see here. So now, the Ostrakas are always wicked fast in the lead. That RX-7 seems fast, but yes, has yet to go up against a car that we know to be fast. So it might be very fast. He might have no problems at all in the chase, and I'm hoping for a very, very close battle here. We will see what happens here. And again, the losers, they're not going home yet. That we will see them in the next group. We're going to reload after these next few battles, and we'll keep the runs coming.
Second half of this battle, Takatsuki against Ostraka. Takatsuki now in the chase position. Darius Ostraka, not the best initiation for him. Does a good job on the wall. Just need to see more angle from that S15. Trying to run away as Takatsuki really heads up driving in the chase. Taking some angle out, trying to match. Getting right to the door of Darius Ostraka now. Darius, super good and consistent run, but need to see a little bit more oomph from him in the lead. But Takatsuki was there the whole way, Joe. I would argue if Takatsuki gets this done, this would be an upset for sure.
Oh, for sure. And just looking at it side by side, I think that will give us some points to talk about here. One, Takatsuki in the chase, really matching angle well, and even into that final inside clip, having to take a little bit out just to get up on the door. So let's take a look at it from the drone cam as well. This is a close battle. I don't know what else to say besides this seems close. And again, really aggressive initiation from Ostraka in the chase. But Takatsuki not phased at all. Very, very clean, very solid lead run. Great angle into that last inside clip. And Ostraka doing everything he can to keep on up and match that angle. But then now, when we flip it around, Ostraka in the lead now. It's going to be hard to match a lead like that, and doing okay, but just not as much angle in that first zone. And again, clean, smooth, but just not as aggressive. And Takatsuki, I think, doing as equally as good of a job as Ostraka did in the chase through all of this. So I'm very interested to see what the judges say. I think this is prime OMT territory, but again, it's in the judges' hands now.
Yeah, unfortunately, as a drifter, this is probably the worst case scenario. Kind of just sitting at the line, hoping to hear some good news. Obviously, super good job from both. Both can improve, but what are the judges looking for? What are they going to see in these two runs that may sway the tide either way? Both these guys still in winners. Both still available to take a loss and make a run through the bracket. I think the loser of this will be going up against Alex O'Hara.
That sounds right to me.
If I'm correct. Taking on the Team Hashira driver, number 4 seed overall. So no easy pickings if you take an L on this one. And then the loser of Martinez Ostraka and Braden Swan going up against Jonathan Simpson, who hopefully has all of his issues figured out. But we have a decision.
And I think it is a good decision at that. That's wrong, but okay, don't worry about it. Not the battle we're on right now. Sorry about that, folks. That's right. There we go. So slide him left for Takatsuki, in the right for Ostraka, in the middle for an OMT. 1, 2, and 3. Run him again. I think that's a good call.
Yeah, so here's the thing. Here's what makes Darius and Martinez and the Ostrakas a cut above, or in that upper echelon of drivers. They're very James Dean-esque as to where if it gets to an OMT decision or they're really tested, they know how to find and dig deep and grab a little bit extra. Takatsuki, at least for us in ESDA, is unproven in that regard. We need to see the best of both of these drivers because that was not enough to get it done. It's Team Urta versus Team Revival. It's Japan versus Lithuania, and we're going down to one more time.
So let's see here. And again, the loser can claw their way back. It will not be easy, especially with the caliber of every driver here today. So let's see what happens as we are off. Here we go. Takatsuki in the lead. Darius Ostraka in the chase. Throwing it on. And Darius,
there it is!
Oh, geez, going for it. But was that too much? Putting it right up on the door of that RX-7, way more aggressive in the chase now. Darius Ostraka really diving on in. Takatsuki doing the same lead run. And again, I don't think he could have improved on that lead run. But Darius Ostraka not here to play.
Yeah, really aggressive. You see, it's always crazy to see more angle from the chase than the lead, but you need to hold it through the whole corner. Takatsuki with a super consistent and clean lead run once again. Darius almost straightening out going into the last outer zone. Obviously, you see right there, too, not a whole lot of angle from the Team Urta Esports machine. It's uncharacteristic mistakes in chase right now from Darius Ostraka. Again, still in the winner side of the bracket, still can take a loss and move on. Obviously, I want to see him go up against his brother in winners finals, but he's still got a heavyweight. And Takatsuki saying, hey, man, if you guys aren't paying attention to the Asia-Pacific region, you're not checking out what we're doing over here in Japan. We invented this sport, and you have to pay attention.
Yep. Really just putting an exclamation point on every single one of those lead runs. But let's see, Darius super aggressive now in his chase run. Let's see if he brings that to the lead as well. Both drivers definitely want to prove a point to the judges. Don't want to leave it in their hands like it happened last time. They would like to end this battle.
Second half of this OMT battle. Darius Ostraka now in the lead position where he's been arguably more comfortable all day. Takatsuki now in the chase where he's been most consistent all day. Need to bring a little bit extra in the chase position, but we've seen drivers try and do that, and it ends up costing them. Will it cost Takatsuki in the chase? Will they go OMT again, or will he play the upset and take down the Urta Esports conglomerate in Darius Ostraka? We'll find out here as this second run is already on the line, ready to go. Engines revving.
I'm expecting some drama here.
And here we go. Second run of this battle. Darius in the lead. Takatsuki in the chase. A little bit of a gap open. Darius, really consistent angle. Again, we'd like to see maybe a little bit more, but just doing what he knows how to do, trying to put in a solid lead run. But there's Takatsuki in his shadow in the chase. Gains a little bit of ground there going into the second to last outer zone. Last outer zone. Big angle from both of them. On the door. Maybe a tire off there on the inside for Art Takatsuki, but a really strong chase run from Art Takatsuki. Consistent lead run from Darius. Would like to see him bring a little bit more, especially in that first corner. He's shown he can do it. But I think he just wanted to match Takatsuki's consistency.
Yeah, overall, very good runs for both drivers. They both turned the intensity up for sure. The question is, was it a little bit too much? I'm definitely seeing a tire drop in that run number 2 in the chase.
So close.
It's so close, but things like that matter now. The driving's on that level. Any little misstep can be enough here. So let's take a look at the drone.
This will really give us this. So this is the first run. Takatsuki in the lead. Darius, see big angle from Darius.
Yep.
Takatsuki maybe even grabbing the wall there a little bit. Right across the bumper of that FDRX7. I know Swirly's pumped.
Everyone's pumped. No, this is great driving, and we do have a call. Oh, slide him left for Takatsuki. Slide him right for Ostraka. In the middle for an OMT. 1, 2, and 3. Darius taking that win. And it did come right down to that tire drop. That's how close we are getting now.
Yucky.
Yeah, I know, right?
I hate seeing battles decided like that. Man, again, you want to talk about people who might make a run in this loser's bracket. If that's the only mistake Takatsuki made throughout his whole runs, if I'm shaking in my boots if I'm Jonathan Simpson. But the dream to see Darius or Martinez battle it out to make the final is still alive, but there has the second half of that battle, Joe, or second half of that battle that could happen, and that's Martinez Ostraka against Braden Swan. I'm sure Braden Swan would love to play spoiler and keep the brothers apart just a little bit longer and keep going on the winner side of this bracket. This is going to be a big one for both of these guys.
Yeah, it really will. So let's get them up to the line here.
So Braden Swan, Team Art of Motion, in the lead position, has only been getting better every time that Supra's hit the track. Martinez Ostraka, not the best start for him so far, but he's made it this far in the competition, and he usually only gets better the farther he goes. Let's see what happens here.
So both drivers warming up. Braden fought his way in. We are off. Braden Swan in the lead. Martinez Ostraka in the chase. Ronan, big angle for Braden Swan, keeping it out of the wall. Martinez Ostraka dropping back a little bit. Now surging up, matching the angle beautifully. Braden Swan seems unstoppable on this lead run. Looking great, great angle. There might have been one tire drop in outer zone, the second to last outer zone.
So that is the best Braden Swan has driven all weekend. He's been so timid in that first outer zone, and I don't know if it's just because he was going up against Martinez and thought he had to bring it, but that was the Braden Swan we've been waiting to see all weekend. Martinez flirting with disaster, or God, I hate that there's two of them. Martinez flirting with disaster there on that outer zone. I do believe you can use the rumble on the last outer zone.
Yeah.
Not sure if he was in the grass or not. I think if he would have dropped in the grass, he would have been way off. I don't know if he would have been able to recover from that, but when we get down to the drone replays, that'll be the tail of the tape there. Maybe it won't matter, maybe it will, but super close, using all the racetrack there from Darius Ostraka.
We are getting ready here. And who will go up against Darius? Will it be his sibling? Or will it be Braden Swan? The winner of this will be moving on.
Second half of this battle.
Ready to go here. Martinez Ostraka, Braden Swan. Semifinals of the second group, and we are off. Here we go.
Braden Swan and Chase. Martinez Ostraka in the BMW in the lead. Good entry from Martinez. Braden a little bit timid, missing that first outer zone. Needs to get on the door of the Team Urta Esports machine, but goodbye, Mr. Martinez. Doesn't pull the angle, but Braden Swan does. That costs him a little bit of proximity, though. Really, I think that's the theme of the weekend for the Urta guys, is just we could pull more angle, but we'll take a couple degrees out of it and just run the same gosh darn run every single time. Braden made the mistake in the first corner, and that is the tail of the tape here at Tsukuba. You make a mistake early, it's really hard to come back from it. Great job on the last outer zone. I'm tripping all over myself here.
Yeah. But I think lead for lead, Braden takes it chase for chase. I think Martinez does. So we'll see what the judges say for sure. Let's take a look at the drone cams while we're at it. See if we can pick it apart. Because again, Braden Swan, just a great lead run. Lots of angle, really filling the zones, really smooth. But here on this, so through the inside clip, and this is what I'm curious about. I see dirt kick out of that tire.
Oh, brother.
You know? Is it all the way off? Is it only a little bit off? It's hard to tell.
It's definitely
That's
we're
the
in
misstep.
the conversation.
But then we'll see what happens, because I'd love to see run 2 again, because that might be the undoing of, because I thought it was a perfect lead run, but that tire drop looks not good. And Martinez might have done the same thing in that next zone, but let's see run number 2. This is a lot scruffier from Braden for sure. And then Martinez, decent lead run, but if he keeps it all on the track, you know, because again,
Yeah, nice
here.
and consistent.
Keeps it on the track. Onto the rumble strip for sure. Maybe the grass. It's hard to tell. Yeah, I think both are really on the line. Yeah, I think both are really on the line.
We see
this
Swan
is
kind of
OMT
have to
territory.
adjust. Yeah, we're in there for sure.
Yeah.
And then Martinez pulls away here. Swan throws it in deep and actually gains proximity because of it. But Martinez with a little bit of a wider line and pulls away a little bit on the exit of the corner. So a lot to talk about here in the second run alone. But the first run, there's also quite a bit to unpack. Swan maybe a tire off, but I think he lightly just got tapped by Martinez beforehand. So I don't know if the judges will view that as a huge deduction from Swan because he got hit.
Yeah,
We'll see here.
see. I don't know.
So watch the yellow vehicle in the chase. The Earth Esports machine from Lithuania. Really, really solid job from Swan on the initiation here. But watch Martinez just
Little doink.
right.
Yeah,
and
that
then
would cause
maybe,
that. I
but-
could see that argument.
And then Martinez flirting with the foliage there in the next zone,
Yeah,
all on his own.
that's a good call as well. But yeah, just a little doink.
We are not in Amish. There are no doinks.
Oh my gosh.
And that's the worst place to get hit to try and stay online is the rear wheel.
Yeah, it's just a little bit more momentum coming on that you're not expecting. I can see this call going either way. Again, the side by side.
That's so cool. So again, we have Una Warren in the winners finals and representing Black Smoke Racing, Black Smoke Limited in the chat. So that's cool to see. I was like, well, are they just fans? Nope, that's the real people. I went and checked.
So we have a call here. It is not unanimous. So 1 for Swan, 1 for Ostraka, and an OMT. So we're gonna go again. We're gonna go again.
Drifting. I love drifting. This sport sucks.
So let's line it up. Do it again.
Total split decision. They will go. There's going to be get used to OMTs today. Again, these are the top 16 drivers in the world right now. These were never going to be easy decisions.
Yeah. So again. Up to the line.
Just waiting for Swan to get reset here. I think he's we're being told of the plan.
Oh, Braden Swan in the lead. Martinez Ostraka in the chase.
Oh, Spawn's joined in his car. Okay, I was like, wait, Unionar's car is here. It's Spawn's.
Yeah, don't worry about it.
Get out me car.
I'm in Mom's car.
So this will be a one more time battle. Again, get used to it. It's going to happen a lot today. We've already seen several between Martinez and Braden Swan. Will he go on to fight his brother? Or will Braden Swan play the spoiler?
Yeah, I think that OMT call was very warranted. Just small missteps from both of them. Nothing crazy. And now I'm sure we're about to see the intensity in the driving go on up here. And we are off. Braden Swan in the lead. Martinez Ostreka in the chase. Throwing it in. Very good angle from Braden Swan. Martinez Ostreka catching up but not matching angle. Right up on the door of that Supra. There is no contact now. Both cars on the track. Martinez Ostreka slow to angle. Diving on in. Braden Swan hanging a wheel in the air through the inside clip. Getting it looking very, very strong from both drivers.
Howdy, boys. That was what we wanted to see the first time out. Much better job from both. Braden Swan, again, has been very timid on that first outer zone all weekend long, and I guess somebody whispered in his ear, hey, man, you need to show him what you can really do, because that's the second time he's hung that wing of the Supra right over. But look at Ostreka. Really smart driving there. I mean, he may have sacrificed the tire drop to do it, but he pulled some angle out of the car on the initiation of that last outer zone. Use that lack of angle to get right to the door of Swan and then match his angle right away. I don't think that was a mistake. I think he did that on purpose. The tire drop, on the other hand, is something he's going to be thinking about now in his lead. We can't see that consistent, smooth lead run from Martinez. We need to see everything that he's got. We talked about Black Smoke Racing having representation with Una Warren, but Urta as well, real life team. If you're familiar at all with Drift Masters, you know these colors. You've seen this car before. Wants to see if we can get an Urta driver to the top step of the podium, because the best chance to do it is to have two in the winner's side.
And we will see our both drivers up to the line. I'm sure that they are both chomping at the bit, ready to drive here. Coming off of a great run number one. I think Martinez Ostreka has a little bit more ground to make up, and here we go.
Second half of this battle. We need to see everything and more from Martinez Ostreka. That's better. Much better angle on the first corner. I don't think Swan was ready for it. A little bit of a gap now. We'll see if we can make it up. But this is where Martinez has been so fast. Big flick from Martinez Ostreka. Braden Swan gets in the door. Martinez Ostreka. Braden Swan. I don't know if he just wasn't ready for Martinez to throw it in backies.
We're going to have to see that in his back pocket. Let's take a look at that from the drone. Run number 2 here. So far, so good. Really aggressive driving from both drivers here as Martinez Ostreka in the lead, Braden Swan in the chase, and this is what we want to see on this transition. Does he just throw it too hard? He did throw it hard and really did slow down, but was it too much? Was it too much slow? I'm thinking that that's kind of what it's going to be. We'll see here, but either way. So, the judges definitely have an opinion on that. Side left for Braden, right for Martinez, in the middle for an OMT. 1, 2, and 3. So, they believe Martinez did not overslow. That is a decel zone. And Braden Swan just went on in.
I mean, that's what makes the Ostrekas the people that they are.
Yep.
Just really, really, really know when to turn it up, know exactly when to turn it up, and no matter how much more they need to bring it, it seems like they always have it under control. Unfortunately for Braden Swan, he will be knocked into the loser's side. Again, your wild card winner from yesterday took one round against Alex Rogachev. A huge win for Braden Swan, and then just getting a little aggressive there towards the end, and will be falling back. We'll end up getting the final that we wanted to see of Ostreka versus Ostreka. All Urta battle, all Lithuania battle. Martinez versus Darius. Martinez will be in the E36 BMW with Darius in the S15. They both have been practicing a ton this week. If you follow any of them on social media, they've been posting videos. They've been super hyped for this round, but only one can progress in the winner's side to go up against Una Warren in the winner's finals. Will it be Darius? Will it be Martinez? We'll find out in 2 runs' time.
Yeah, so we're going to get them up to the line. We're ready to go. This is going to be a battle for the ages. And again, we touched on a little bit yesterday. When the teammates battle, it's always very interesting. Because again, they've done a lot of runs together. Oh my gosh.
And when the teammates battle, it's a banger. What about when the brothers battle? This is a family affair here in the ESDA World Finals from Tsukuba Circuit.
Two drivers who have historically really shown up on competition day as well. Winner goes on and will be battling Una Warren, and loser will be moving fairly far in the losers bracket, which is what we will be going to after this battle. And we are
Come on,
off.
boys.
Here we go. Darius Ostreka in the lead. Martinez Ostreka in the chase, throwing it in. Good angle from Darius. Martinez leaving some space. Both drivers Darius really showing off that lead run, but Martinez finally diving on in, getting a little bit of scruff at the end of the run, and across the line they go. Yeah, do you think they have like a squirt bottle that they like shoot at each other while they're racing?
I'd be throwing things at them. If they're in the same room, especially, I'd be throwing things at them the whole time.
Yeah.
Not really the chase run I expected to see from Martinez and Straka. Not that it was a bad chase run at all, but you know, going against your brother, your practice partner, your teammate, a couple little mistakes for Martinez in the chase, and it's not like he didn't have a good lead run to follow, because Darius up in the lead position, seems where these IRTA guys are so strong, is out in clean air. They know just how much angle to pull, right on the wall, and then right to the other wall there. That wall has claimed a couple victims in practice, and just really consistent while still having good angle. Big. I love seeing the car just kick out a little bit extra on that last outer zone. It looks so cool. And a good way to get that car slowed down for that inner clip. But Darius on lock in the lead position. He's going to need a solid chase if he wants to take down his brother here. But Martinez still all to play for as they switch positions.
And as chat points out, maybe the loser has to do chores. Maybe even more is on the line here. You never know, man. So really, this is a battle for the ages. And this could be a finals battle for sure.
Maybe a finals battle, a quality battle anywhere else in the world, but this is a winner's semis. It's Ostraka versus Ostraka. Martinez in the lead now. Darius in the chase. There's the aggressive initiation that we were expecting to see in the first battle, but he drops back. Does a Darius Ostraka in the S15. He drops a little bit of ground. That car's barely sideways. Looks like he almost straightened out in the chase position. Martinez doesn't get the best angle in the last corner. Darius throws it in deep, but is it enough to come back from his mistakes in the chase position? Very uncharacteristic mistakes from both of these guys.
It seems today it really is run number 2. Tread lightly, because really everyone, that's where it seems to be any mistake that's being made. Second half of run number 2, it just gets so hairy into that hairpin. And again, I think Martinez looking very confident in towards that inside clip, and Darius just seems like he's holding a lot of nothing, just trying to figure out where that car wants to go, how to keep it behind that BMW. Let's take a look at it from the drone cams as well. So again, this is run number 2. Our judge is giving us very helpful notes of an Ostraka wins. So thank you, judges.
You see right there, Darius, in the S15. Kept it sideways, so not the same mistake that Rogachev had made earlier on today, but very similar, almost threw it away. This is kind of what I was expecting to see. Very close there. We have a decision.
We do. So is it Darius or Martinez? 1, 2, and 3. So Darius Ostraka moves on, and he will be taking on Una Warren here at the end, near the end of today's battles. But now we're going to take a short break. Get all set. Going over to our losers bracket here. So let's take a look how it unfolds. So Darius will be moving on. And over here, where you see loser of winners bracket 3-2, that is where Martinez will be starting his comeback run. So again, we have a lot of good battles coming up here. We'll be diving straight into round number 2 of the losers bracket after a short break here over on ESDA World Finals. See you guys in just a few minutes. Welcome back, everybody, to ESDA World Finals. My name's Joe Piero. I'm on the ones and twos as well. In the booth with me, we got Keenan Kusin.
He definitely tried to do something cool and let me speak for myself there, and I just didn't do it. I apologize for my outburst. Apologize for my lack of outburst.
It's okay. It's okay. I believe in you. And then we have our judges, Harold McKinney, Griskids, and Sela. Our drone cam, as always, is the indispensable Spawns FPV. We find ourselves in Japan at Tsukuba Circuit, way over the sea from our second to last round. We've been doing a Worlds this year, so each region had their own competition. And the top drivers have been competing this week. Yesterday, we had some wild card rounds to get the final four in our top 16. And now we're here. This is it, the final top 16 double elimination. We've done the first round of eliminations, if you will, so we're going to dive on in here. Really short track, really fast track. So we had all of these battles. So Yuna Warren came on in Black Smoke Racing in that AMG wagon. My favorite car today, really. As soon as I saw it in DMAC, I was a big fan. And now to see it virtually and to see it doing so well, it's been awesome. Yuna coming in from the wild card all the way to the finals. So really a comeback story. Has been fighting. We'll be going up against Darius Ostraka, who had a very good run as well. Had to overcome his brother. It sounds like a drama, some form, some movie. There should be a movie about that. Ooh. I know, right? And now we find ourselves over in the losers bracket. So round one, we already took care of while we were running the other group. So we're going to dive straight into round two. So we're going to start with Braden Swan up against Jonathan Simpson. Jonathan Simpson will be leading first. Tukotsky up against Alex O'Hara. And we have Elijah Elias up against Thanathop Thanalapanar. And then we have Alex Rogachev will be leading Diego Beltrami. The winners of that will be moving on and battling each other. The losers will be going home. A really, really aggressive day. And what's on the line? NLR is giving up a GT Elite with a wheel plate, so you can mount any wheel on it, basically. Check the website for what it's compatible with, but really it's basically everything on the market. ERS 3 seat and a monitor mount. The regional winners also got haptic gaming pads. Take your gaming up to next level. Get that feeling. It's really good. Also, winner and second place are both getting 32 gigs of RAM, DDR5 RAM, really fast RAM. I got that.
That's a lot.
I got those specs in my computer, and I'll tell you what, it makes broadcasting this possible. And then also a Moza R9, a handbrake, and a sequential shifter. Maybe even a little cash is getting thrown in. Who can say? Get some pedals. You got a whole new rig. That's what the winner is taking home today. So find ourselves in the losers bracket, and here we go. Jonathan Simpson up against Braden Swan. Saw him up on the line there, and then Simpson disappeared again, which gives me a bad fear. He's been having technical issues all day, unfortunately. Yeah, and I think that contributes to why he's in the losers bracket.
Yeah, another reason, another really big important thing too, is if you win this battle, all the winners obviously will move on to the competition. The losers will go home, but the winners of this battle will be locked into the top 8. So yes, you might not win. You might not be in that podium position, so you might not be in the money, but at least you can go say, hey, I was one of the best 8 drivers in the world this year. I was one of the best 8 in ESDA this year. So there's still tons of bragging rights there. That's still super important. You know, this is still a really, really big battle win. Not just, hey, I want to move on to the competition, but if I make it this far, I'm amongst the top 8 of some of the best in the business. We've had over 32 drivers, at least from each region, qualify and try to make this. You took the top 8 from each region. We whittled that down to 4, and then we put the best of all 4 regions up against each other, and this is what we've come up with. So hopefully you got some good news from Jonathan Simpson here soon, because he, like you said, has been struggling with his VR. He's had some time to work on it. I think the judges are going to be a little bit less forgiving, because he has had some time to go workshop it and figure it out. I think he might even just be restarting his computer now, because he's not in Discord, he's not in anything. So
I hate to see that this is the undoing Really, I like to see everyone be able to compete. I think all the competitors here as well, everyone's driving on a level right now where everyone wants to compete, everyone wants to win, but they want to win against their opponent when they're at their best. And it's just such a shame to see something like this happening, because even if he gets it working, it's going to just be on your nerves and everything else. So we're going to move on, and we'll give him a little bit of time to get his setup working. So we're going to move on to the next battle. Give him a little bit of time. Hopefully he can get it fixed, because it really has been a tale. He made it all the way here, and now it's just here, unfortunately. So, up next,
is Alex O'Hara, Team Hashira, a driver we expected, or a team we expected to have a lot more people in the tournament, going up against Takatsuki from Team Revival, the last Japanese driver, the last samurai, if you will, trying to take a home win. Has done an incredible job so far. Is unfortunately down in the losers. Made one mistake, and that was against Darius Ostreka. You can't make a mistake against an Ostreka, or they'll make you pay. Unfortunately for Takatsuki, your second seed overall, trying to make something happen. He should be, I don't want to speak, I think he should be leading. No, I'm right. I'm not crazy, because you say the same thing. Yeah. They told me making a challenge bracket was a waste of time.
I will admit, I've been using it for the seedings. It brings them alongside. It's really handy compared to my back end bracket I have. So it's a W203.5 Black Smoke. Now I know, and I hope to not get it wrong again, because I do like to cheer for them. Yeah, we don't get the cool wagons over here.
Man, I see a cool Mercedes, my brain just assumes it's an AMG.
Yeah,
that's
right.
just how my brain works.
And here we go. Takatsuki in the lead. Alex O'Hara in the chase. Both drivers have potential to get all the way. And Takatsuki right up on the wall. Alex O'Hara a little bit of distance, but getting right up to the door now through the final transition. Looking very strong. Takatsuki does not want to go home. Alex O'Hara doing a very good job, but Takatsuki really giving him a lead to make it happen.
Man, we've talked about Yuna Warren being the dark horse in the winner side of the bracket. I gotta think Takatsuki is the dark horse in the loser side of the bracket. We're really familiar. We've seen a lot of these teams and names a lot. So seeing Hashira on the side of a car, we're like, okay, we know what Alex O'Hara is all about. But look at Takatsuki, so comfortable in the lead position. Again, you can tell this is his home venue. You can tell that he's put a ton of time in practice, making sure he can go as far in this tournament as possible, being one of the top 8 drivers in the world and representing Japan to the best of his abilities on his goal right now. But he's got to take down Alex O'Hara. And Alex was not phased in the chase. Nope. Was right there on the door. And Takatsuki's been so fast. So an excellent job in the chase position from Alex O'Hara as well. Maybe a little bit early off that last stutter sound, but he's not the only one to do that today.
Oh, for sure. But I do think Takatsuki now does have a window open. If he really capitalizes and has a really strong chase position, I don't think Alex O'Hara can do anything that Takatsuki didn't do in his lead run. That was a very solid lead run. Almost bulletproof. Set himself up to be able to really show the judges that he deserves this win in run number 2. But Alex O'Hara, great driver. I think anything can happen. It's still wide open. We're on the line here. A90 Supra up against RX-7, looking good. And I do gotta say, all the liveries, so good this round.
Second half of this battle now underway. Takatsuki from Japan and Alex O'Hara from the UK. Only one of them can move on in this tournament. Winner moves on, loser goes home. Really good job from Takatsuki in the chase position so far. O'Hara, Takatsuki may have just costed himself a chance to move on. A straighten and understeer moment from Takatsuki as Alex O'Hara just has to put down the right foot and get across the line. That might be the only mistake he's made today, but it may cost him a chance at a top 8 overall finish.
That was a major mistake for how tight all of these battles are. That was a major mistake. And again, I don't see anything else that really mattered. Like, Alex O'Hara's chase wasn't as good overall, but yeah, now lead for lead, I think it's even, but chase for chase, I think Alex O'Hara might have a slight advantage here. That's close. Let's take a look at it from the drone cam. Again, this is run number 2. This is where I think all the attention is going to go for the judges. Putting it right up on the door. So far, so good. Starting the run strong, and then look, just having to take it out, having to unwind the car.
I think the plan there was to come off the throttle a bit, Joe, just to grip the rear end up to gain that little bit of extra proximity, because I didn't see him left foot brake. But the risk you run, because these cars are so gripped up, that's what a lot of people don't understand about modern competition drifting is, yes, everyone has 1,000 horsepower, but there's so much grip in these cars, aero-wise, mechanical-wise, tire-wise, that if you kind of go out of their operating temperature, if you will, if you go a little bit less angle, they have to be driven at 100% all the time. You get out of that window, it bites, and it bites hard. And I think that is something that when you're watching the best drivers in the world drive, you don't really get. But watch Tsukuba right here in the chase. I don't see any left foot braking. I think he just kind of burps the throttle a little bit in the front and walks away on him. It's
yeah, it
so
just looks
easy
like
to
he got
happen.
out of it. And again, it might have been Alex O'Hara just had more angle than he was expecting. And more angle means you will be going a little bit slower. So I think that's going to be where the decision's made, what happened there. And I don't think Alex O'Hara did anything weird. Because look, great transition, pretty good angle. And again, just, got out of it. I think that's what it is. And again, if we could look at run 1 from the drone as well. Nope, we actually have a call already.
Goodbye, run 1.
Goodbye, run 1. We wish you the best. So, Tsukuba or Alex O'Hara, winner moves on, losers going home. 1, 2, and 3. Alex O'Hara taking the win.
Commentator's curse, huh? I had to go open my stupid mouth. But Alex O'Hara going to be moving on. Team Hashira moving on in the competition. That is at least 8th place for Alex O'Hara. Unfortunately, Mr. Tsukuba 1 step short. Still represented Japan really well. Some of the most fun runs we saw today. Got a super strong win against Thanatip Penelopinen. Went toe-to-toe with one of the best in the business in Darius Ostreka, but unfortunately, that will be the Japanese man dropping out of competition just shy of the top 8. But an excellent job. Keep your head up high. To me, even making it this far is an accomplishment. Speaking of Thanatip Penelopinen, he's going to be going up against Elijah Islas, I believe, unless we're going back to the Jonathan Simpson battle, because he is here now.
I asked for clarification on that. I think that, I know Simpson would want to just get it out of the way. Personally, you know?
Dude, if everything's working, let's just say,
Go.
he's rolling.
Yep, we're going. Cool. So, there we go. So, this is what our battle is. Jonathan Simpson leading. Braden Swan, both drivers, been doing very good. We're up to the line. We're ready to watch. Oh, so 180 SX up against an A90 Supra. Didn't see a lot of 180s this year.
No, I mean, I think it's kind of the changing of the guard now.
Yeah.
You're starting to see a little bit less S chassis in general, and more people moving towards the Supra. Supra seems to be a really popular choice.
Yep, and speaking of Supra, here we go. Braden Swan in the chasing one. Jonathan Simpson in the lead, looking very strong now. Looks like his gear is working right. This is the driver that we knew he was. Braden Swan getting left in the dust a little bit through that inside clip, but now trying to make up ground. But Jonathan Simpson, when he gets on it, that car moves, but did miss that inside clip just a little bit.
Yeah, much better job from Jonathan Simpson. That's more what we were expecting. I think he's got whatever hardware issues he had, hopefully licked, but Braden Swan kind of giving him the benefit of the doubt. We'd like to see a little bit more aggression in the transitions from Simpson there, but after everything he's had, I think he's just stoked to get a run. A nice job on the last outer zone. Pulled a little bit of angle out of it, ended up missing that inner clip. I think that's his only really major mistake.
Yep.
But Swan wasn't right on the door. There is no super huge advantage for Swan. There is a mistake from Simpson, but I don't think this battle is leaning either way significantly as of right now.
Yeah, so we're back at the line. I think slight advantage Simpson. Just that was a very, very strong lead. Got a good gap in as well. Braden Swan did very well, but it just didn't seem like that Supra had the pace of the 180. And now the question is, can Jonathan Simpson cool the nerves? He's been fighting tech issues all day. You know how that gets to you. Can you cool the nerves? Can you keep a faster car behind a slower car? And can you keep it smooth? And
not to mention, Joe, he's one of the last members of the Latin America group. Him and Diego Beltrami are the last bastions, and both Chileans would love to continue on in this competition and keep flying that blue, red, white, and blue flag of Chile, but he's going to have to take down one of the strongest drivers to come off the trailer here in Tsukuba. That is Braden Swan. Second half of this battle on deck. Jonathan Simpson in the chase, in the lead. Braden Swan, it's Chile versus the US of A. Simpson did not get the outer zone, but he's going to use that to be able to get all the proximity of Braden Swan. Braden Swan, not the super aggressive transition we've seen all day from him, but mistake from Simpson in the chase. This could be same song, different course from we just saw from Art Takatsuki. This could be all over for Jonathan Simpson due to an understeer moment on one of the two inner clips on the course.
Let's take a look at the drone cam of that, because again, that will show us better than anything else can. Throwing it in, Jonathan Simpson really shallow, already starting off on the back foot and trying to make up to it, takes angle out. But again, as you point out earlier, once you're outside of what you're used to, what you're practiced, all of a sudden stuff gets weird, and it seems like he just caught himself out. You know, like simple as that.
What a heartbreaker for Jonathan Simpson. Again, not a bad start there. He didn't get all the way in the outer zone, but just following the door, Braden Swan. And then right here, he just, I don't know what happened. I don't know if he tried to pull some angle out because he saw maybe he was going off course, because he was going a little wide going into the second to last outer zone.
Yeah, it seems like he just caught himself out in a way that he didn't expect to be. Everyone who's ever practiced anything knows you know what you've practiced, and if you catch yourself outside of it, it's hard.
I can see it. If we go through this replay one more time, we talked about it a little bit the last time we brought up the track map, especially at the beginning of the broadcast. This is not a course where you can miss a zone and figure it out on the next zone. You'll see he missed that first outer zone and then was offline for outer zone 2, was way too early to inner clip 1, pushed him out wide for outer zone 3. I think that's why he killed some angle going, oh crap, I'm about to drive off course, and tried to straighten the car out to keep it from going off course, which he did. But unfortunately, the mistake was already made. If we get it, yeah. So this is the first run. So this is where he's in the lead position. Braden Swan just does everything he needs to do. Unproven quantity in Jonathan Simpson. He's not battled with him yet this week. So just kind of gives him all the space to maneuver. Would like to see him pull a little bit more angle in that chase position, especially when he's got Simpson doing something like that in front of him. But just consistent, hit all the zones, hit that car where it needed to be.
Yeah, no. And again, if we look at it side by side as well, Jonathan Simpson's lead was great, and he really had some speed, but I think having that faster car, he had to catch himself out. He had to I don't know if he's riding the brakes. I see the brake lights in the smoke right before he really gets thrown off, and maybe it's just trying to keep such a gripped up car sideways, but slower than you're used to. Sometimes it doesn't work out. Maybe his car, just the setup he has, works a little bit better in the lead.
Yeah, you see it right here. So he's a little bit shallow on O01. He's still there, but then he's offline for 2. So then he's shallow on 2. Goes in early. That means he's going to track out wide. It's a traditional racing line, right? So he has to kill some angle to not go off course. Does a really good job on this last inner clip because Swan's a little bit wide, but I mean, there's some talking points here. I don't think this is a slam dunk, because if it was, we wouldn't still be here, but it's interesting to see if that's little bit of a moment. It's going to even out with, Swan maybe going a little bit wide here and there and not putting as much butter on the toast as he could have in the chase.
Oh, a very interesting split decision coming down from the judges. We have an OMT. We have 1 for Swan. And then we have an OMT. Be very interested to hear why on that one. I have a feeling it has to do with maybe Braden was just going a little bit slower than they liked. Maybe he was on the brakes. I didn't see any brake lights, but it could have been any of those things. So we're going to bring it right back to the start and do it again.
Yeah, I'd love to hear from one of the judges that went OMT just where their head was. Again, they were looking for something, so I'm not surprised. But yeah, solid job from both of them. Both can definitely do better. So good quality for an OMT. I think maybe Swan going wide in that last inner clip is what costed him a chance at a win. The more we watched it, the more it was kind of a little obvious. And going wide on an inner clip is a huge no-no, a big no-no. So yeah, it stands out a lot. So I'll have to see if we can get.
There we go. So
lack proximity from Braden. Yeah, you got it.
Yeah. So Braden was lacking proximity for the whole run. and there was a hiccup from Simpson. So to the judges who called OMT, those two balanced out to them, which totally makes sense to me. So here we go, back up on the line.
You know, when we narrow down the best of the best to the best of the best of the best, you have to expect to see OMTs. We've seen a bunch today. Tsukuba proving to be the great equalizer, the hidden third element on the racetrack this afternoon, as Braden Swan now lines up in the chase position behind Jonathan Simpson. Both of these drivers can do better, and the judges know it, and they want to see it here in this first of the OMT battles between these two.
And so here we go, Jonathan Simpson in the lead, Braden Swan in the chase. We'll see what happens here. Revving up. Both drivers definitely will have... I think Jonathan Simpson might have gotten a little bit lucky. Braden Swan definitely going to be wanting to drive hard now, and we are off. Jonathan Simpson in the lead. Braden Swan not hanging back now. Way more aggressive. Really up on Jonathan Simpson's door, keeping angle throughout that full inside clip complex and leaving Simpson to get a little bit ahead and then diving in and keeping it on the door. I think for Braden Swan, that was a very smart run, giving a little bit of space, trying to not have the cars get into each other into that last inside clip, as we've seen happen in other battles.
Yeah, much better job. This is a worst case scenario for Jonathan Simpson. It wasn't a flawless lead run, especially going into the last corner. It goes a bit deep. That tight line that you see Swan on is what the judges are looking for. So minor mistake from Simpson in the lead position, but unfortunately for him, Swan basically cleaned up everything that led us to this point. Much closer, initiated right on the door of Jonathan Simpson, which is what we want to see in a finals quality style battle and an OMT battle here at the World Final. And cleaned up basically everything, at least in his chase, that the judges were not happy with in that first run through. So now the ball is in Simpson's court. Simpson's got to be the one that turns it up now, because Swan didn't have a perfect lead run himself. We know he could do it. We've seen him do it this afternoon already. He's going to need to bring that 100-point run, and Simpson's going to need to have the chase run of his life. I hope everything's good on his end in terms of mechanicals, because this might be his last chance.
Yeah, I think this is do or die for both drivers. Both drivers have the opportunity to prove a point in this run. If Swan can put together a very strong lead run, that'll seal the deal and leave Simpson nothing much to do. But if Simpson can really glue it to the door and keep it clean, he might be able to take it home as well.
Second half of this OMT battle. Winner moves on. Loser is going home. There's the entry from Braden Swan. Simpson does the same thing he did the first time, though, so watch the front end of that 180SX. Gets to the wall properly, but now there goes Braden Swan. See you later, Jonathan Simpson. The gap opens, and Simpson has no answer. Braden Swan, super clean lead run. Jonathan Simpson, Joe, you'll see on the bottom right of your screen, made the same mistake in OZ1 and didn't correct, just went wide to the wall. But the unfortunate side effect is, watch that gap open up.
Yep, I think Braden Swan did exactly what he had to do there. Throw down a very smooth, very clean, but very fast lead run, open up that gap, and force Jonathan Simpson to just be stuck with a whole lot of nothing in front of his car. And then Simpson's doing everything he can to catch up, but that Supra just really turned on the afterburners and took off. That will be what the story is in the judging booth.
Yeah, when you're offline even just a little bit here, again, we've talked about it before, and we're going to continue talking about it. One mistake at Tsukuba could be your entire battle. You miss one zone, you don't fill one zone properly, the next zone suffers, and then the next zone suffers, and then the next zone suffers, as we do have the decision.
And yes, we do. And I think, as we expected, Braden Swan takes the win there. Did exactly what he had to do to take that win away from Jonathan Simpson. But he is moving on.
So moving on in the top half of the bracket, this losers bracket, Braden Swan, Alex O'Hara, they'll get at least top 8 finishes. Top 8 in the world is nothing to shake a stick at, but there's still so much more to go after. Who's going to join them? We'll find out now that we get the bottom half of this bracket started. Elijah Islas going to be going against Thanatip Thanalopinen. That will be the Shadow Realm driver driving out of the USA against the Patana Motorsport, and PT Autobox driver driving out of Thailand in Thanatip Thanalopinen.
So let's get him up to the line. Let's get him cooking. Ready to see this battle.
It'll be the man from Arizona. You want to talk about hot climates, going up against the Thai driver?
Gonna be sweaty, no matter what.
Yeah, no kidding. As Thanatip probably, I don't think he slept since last night, so it's probably heck off in the morning for him now. Woke up super early to get in here last night. He's running the marathon. As here comes the man from Arizona, leading in the S15, one of the last Nissans in competition, trying to make that top 8 and continue his run. But Thanatip Thanalopinen, I believe now the only driver remaining from APAC trying to keep flying that flag.
And we are off. There we go. Elijah Islas in the lead. Thanatop Thanalopinen in the chase. Elijah looking very confident in the lead. Thanatop trying to keep up with that S15. That S15 looks dialed in. Very, very confident lead run. Maybe a little bit of a tire drop, but Thanatop really just left playing catch up.
Yeah, kind of an uncharacteristic chase run from Fanny right there. Like to see him get a lot closer. Again, he had moments where he would charge in, but it's as soon as Elijah let the car settle, got on the right foot, gap open. Look at the angle. I mean, that's just everybody from Shadow Realm. Super stylish drivers, but even Ryan Chitty's doing the same thing, where they just back it into that corner. The two big zones here where you can really win some favor with the judges is OZ1 and the final outer zone. And that's where both Shadow Realm drivers that we've seen today, both Elijah and Ryan, have been so good. And Thanatip just kind of no response in the chase. However, if there was anything you could do that I could do better in terms of OZ1 in the final outer zone, it is the tie driver right now, Thanatip Thanalopinen.
So we are up to the line and ready to go here. Islas sitting on a very strong lead run. Maybe a tire drop up the inside, but that's really it. Thanalopinen, a little bit of scruff on that chase, so definitely a deficit to overcome, but has been leading very aggressively all year. So we're going to find out here in just a second how this goes. Can Islas seal the deal? We're off.
I think we're either going to see a something special or a yard sale here from Thanalopinen, and here we go. And there it is. We're almost catching the concrete with Thanatip as Elijah almost dropping the car behind him. They both recover for the second part of the course. Thanatip's got to throw it in deep, and he does. Is that backwards going into the final hairpin? Thanatip Thanalopinen, good God almighty.
Yeah, he has been doing nothing but aggressive lead runs all weekend.
He has unzipped.
Yeah.
It's out.
That is crazy. That's just ridiculous. And it's starting to get to the point of, when does the discussion become of like unchaseable lead runs? I don't think he's crossed that line yet, but at some point that will start to become the discussion. So let's take a look at, especially I'd love to see run number 2 from the drone, and there it is. So again, on the initiation, look at that great, almost into the wall. Islas hanging back a little bit, making sure the guy ahead of him doesn't crash, because again, he's driving on the line, and then this giant initiation. Islas trying to inch on up to it as well. What a lead run.
Yeah, Elijah had the better line in that last inner clip, which helped him up with some proximity towards the end. As you take a look at this first run, again, this is what had forced Thanatip to kind of lay down the gauntlet. They both make kind of similar mistakes in their chase, Joe, where they have to charge in and dive in and don't really look. Neither of them looked comfortable, but now that you watch it back, Thanatip completely missing that last outer zone in his chase. But there is a note in the driver's meeting. I'm not sure if it's for the last corner, the first corner, or both, but going 90 plus degrees is enter at your own risk, basically, is what the judges have said. So yes, it's cool, we want to see it, but if there's a guy right on your door and he's got nowhere to go, that will be deemed that will be something the judges look at. So I think Thanatip looked in the mirror, saw he had a little bit of room, went, why not?
And went for it. And that was,
yeah,
he did go for it. And I think all of a sudden it went from, I was thinking Islas had it in the bag, but with that lead run, that was something special. So we'll see what the judges think about it. But I think this is prime OMT territory.
I think we're tracking that way for sure. It wouldn't be the first time we've seen it today, and won't be the last. And it's going to be the tale of OMTs today. Not that that's a bad thing, but because all these drivers are so close, and this is the best of the best. We've gotten finals quality battles time and time again. I can't believe he got away with that. What a maniac!
No, that was something special. Yeah, to me, this is OMT 2.
Nothing to take. As soon as I saw Elijah throw it in OZ1 and throw it in the last the hairpin, I went, Thanethip's about to go dummy mode right now, because that's what got him this far in the tournament. It's just being super aggressive in both decel zones. We have a judging decision.
Yes, we do. So 1 for an OMT, 1 for Islas, and 2 for an OMT. So let's do it again.
Let's do it. I think that's the right call.
Yeah.
I think when Thanethip made his mistakes, Joe, they were probably worse. But Elijah was a bit shaky the entire time. And again, Elijah had a great lead run, but Thanethip had a monster lead run. So that was tough to call. I think that could have went either way. OMT is the way I'm stoked about it. So we'll send him again. Go OMT.
So again,
a minute to catch our breath here. Good Lord.
Again. So we are on the line now. Both drivers know how the other one is driving. It definitely seems they both have a different approach to leading. So let's see what happens here. What changes will they make? Elijah Islas in the lead, representing Shadow Realm. Tanalapanin, Vada Motorsport, and PT Autobox. Gorgeous liveries on both of these cars.
Very Kumo Kubo in that Supra in the chase position. The black and the orange. Very Halloween themed too.
Yep.
Topical.
Very topical. Okay, and we are off. Here we go. Elijah in the lead. Thanathop in the chase. Big initiation for both drivers. And Thanathop did they get in the wall? I can't even tell. Keeping it right on the door as Elijah really just pouring angle in. And let's see if he goes for it as well. Huge angle into that last zone. Keeping it all on the track, I think, this time.
Oh, no!
And then there's contact. We'll see right at the end. That's a spicy run, to say the least about that.
Daniel Ricciardo, move aside. I think we got a new honey badger because Thanethip just does not care.
Nope.
That transition, the initiation was sick. Almost ran over Elijah 3 times. They both bounced off the wall, but here's where it happens. Thanethip goes shallow again, but Elijah just pulls the angle in, and it never comes out of the car. It doesn't rotate out of the car, so he stalls on the exit of the last corner. Somewhere where both these drivers have been so strong all day is the lead runs. They just need to clean up their chases. Now, Islas has a mistake on his lead. It's not huge, and it was coming over the line, but neither of them have really made mistakes in the lead runs at all today. So to have that differentiating going into the second half is, this will be interesting.
Oh, for sure. Here we go, Tanalapanen in the lead now. Islas in the chase. We're up on the line, and we're ready to go here. This could go either way. Really, both drivers are driving amazing. This could really go either way. I'm expecting drama.
Checkers or wreckers for Thanethip and Elijah. It's Arizona against Thailand. Only one can move on in the competition. We have one APAC driver remaining, and you're looking at him. Let's see who moves on to this competition. Elijah Islas, Team Shadow Realm in the chase position. In the lead is Thanethip Thanalapanen. The initiation we're so used to seeing, but this time Elijah is on the door. He knows he needs to bring everything in this chase run to stay in this competition. Here comes Thanethip. That's almost a more timid of an initiation into the last outer zone that we've seen from him, but nice and consistent. I think he saw Elijah's mistake, Joe, in his lead position when I don't need to go full crazy into this last outer zone, but that's all I really know how to do. Still big angle.
Yeah, it was a very, very good lead, but it seems like he dialed it back just a little bit, which I think he needed to do to be consistent enough. Yeah, but now in the chase, Elijah really putting it on the door everywhere except for into that last zone, and Elijah smartly and correctly gave him a little bit of space, because in that first battle, I wouldn't want to be on the door of someone entering like that. I think that is leading to an accident. So smart driving from both drivers, but it does give up a little bit on the table to dial it back a little bit like that. So we'll see what the judges have to say about it. We take a look at the drone, and here we go, run one.
Did Thanethip almost runs him over twice before they even get to the end of the first zone. That was bananas.
Really good, but we are getting a call here. So slide him left for Elijah, right for Thanalopinen, in the middle for an OMT 1, 2, and 3. I bet it was that gap going into that last zone.
My guess is, Joe, is it came down to the over angle from Islas in his lead. Because again, I think both of them had really solid leads. It was the chases that needed work. But once you take that out of the equation, you kind of gave Thanethip an opportunity to dive in there. So Thanethip, Thanalopinen moving on in the competition. Elijah Islas, unfortunately, will be knocked out. The dream for APAC remains, but Thanethip, Thanalopinen will be moving on in this competition, taking out Elijah Islas in a barn burner. Now, who will he go against? Will it be Diego Beltrami, the final member from Latin America, the Chilean driver, driving for Team Me, or will it be Alexander Rogachev, a driver that we thought that could win it all, knocked into losers early, who will be driving with white knuckles, trying to get his way up to the top of the leaderboard?
Yep, as we are getting him up to the line and ready to go here. Getting a reset, I think.
Yep, Diego just dropped out.
Yep.
So currently moving on in the losers bracket, Braden Swan, Alex O'Hara, Thanethip, Thanalopinen. The winner of Braden and Alex gets to go up against Ryan Chitty, the other member of Shadow Realm, the only remaining one. And then the winner of whoever wins this and Thanethip will go against Martinez Ostreka. So no matter what happens, I think at this point, Joe, if you win a battle, you got another boss, if you will, hanging out right there in the wings, ready to take you down.
The winner of this going on against Thanethip, who really brought it. So Diego had to rejoin because of force feedback issues. Uh-oh.
Hoping that doesn't have anything, doesn't rear its head in the battle. We saw it a little bit yesterday, I believe, but he got lucky because his teammate actually crashed out.
So Alex in the lead, Diego in the chase. We're on the line, we're ready to go here.
Rogachev, one of your top seeds of this event. I believe the NA winner. In Brainerd in Minnesota, just a dominant performance for Rogachev. And now he's on the back foot.
As we are getting ready here. BMW in the lead, Super in the chase. We are ready. We got to go ahead from the judges. I'm seeing lights, and we are off. Here we go. Alex Rogachev in the lead. Diego Beltrami in the chase, throwing it in. Alex looking great, and Diego getting right up to that BMW's door, maybe even a little bit of a bump. But now Alex turning on the afterburners, really putting some distance between the two cars, as Diego doing anything he can to catch on up. But Alex in the lead, not a misstep, not a single misstep.
Man, Diego tried. He really did. Look at this initiation from Diego Beltrami. Not afraid of Rogachev. Put the pressure on him, and then Rogachev just said, see you later. Put the right foot down. And again, Diego tried everything. He tried to cut that corner, and then at this point just ran the rest of his run. We talked about it a bit before, where a slower driver or a slower car may struggle. Rogachev has been bad, fast, and super consistent. We'll have to see how he adapts to following Diego as they switch positions.
Yeah, and we will see. So we're getting up to the line. So we are at the line. We are ready.
Diego Beltrami in the lead position now from Chile, the final South American driver in competition after Jonathan Simpson getting knocked out. Alex Rogachev representing the USA in the Tsukuba Drift family. Gonna see what he can do on the door of the Chilean. Big initiation there from Diego Beltrami. Super safe initiation from Alex Rogachev. Rogachev's just to push on the door now. You got to know that he knows he's got a speed advantage as Diego Beltrami trying to find something here. Nice line in the last corner for Beltrami. I'm not sure if it's going to be enough. If that is the end of South America and the end of Chile and the end of Diego Beltrami, he can go out on a high note. What a lead run.
What a lead run for sure. That was exactly what Diego needed to do as well. Has just been having a little bit of jitters in their driving all weekend, but really it came together now on this lead. And Alex Rogachev leaving a lot on the table. Again, this to me, watching side by side, is feeling like OMT. So here we go. And let's take a look at the drone cam while we're at it.
Look at this initiation from Diego. Just no fear. I think he knew he had to bring it, and he wasn't afraid to do it. Bam! Right there on the door. Drops back just a little bit, but then Rogachev again. Tire off there for Diego. He's doing everything he can. He's smart where he just goes, you know what? Rogachev's got gap. I'm not going to do anything crazy to try and catch up. Maybe a tire off there on the inside for Diego, but
we do find ourselves with a call here. So Diego Beltrami and Rogachev. Right. There it is. Hitting buttons too fast. There we go. Some left for Alex, right for Diego, in the middle for an OMT. 1, 2, and 3. There we go. So Alex Rogachev moving on. Diego Beltrami is done for the season.
yeah, and unfortunately, that will be the end of Latin America as a whole. It was awesome to meet some new drivers, meet some new faces, but that will be the end of the South American drivers in ESDA, the first region to be knocked out. As next up, Alex O'Hara, Braden Swan coming to line, all super battle, Hashira versus Art of Motion, a tale as old as time. But yeah, awesome job from Diego. Went out on a high note, super strong lead. Gave Rogachev a run from his money, but I think just once he started falling back in his chase, he started making mistakes, which is so easy to do. You start to panic. You see your chance at a top 8 slip away, but so close, but still an awesome run for Diego. As somebody who made it in as a wild card, can leave with his tail dead high, knowing he is the highest placed member of his region in the tournament this afternoon.
Yeah, good for him. Well deserved. As we are. There you go. Here we're on the line. Alex O'Hara, Braden Swan. I'm expecting some fireworks here. Two drivers really going for it. So we are off. Here we go. Alex O'Hara in the lead. Braden Swan in the chase. Two Supras. Chosen car this year, it seems. And again, looking very clean from Alex O'Hara in the lead. Braden Swan taking full advantage, putting trust in trying to get up to that Supra's door, having to pull a little bit of angle to keep it on the track. Getting really close to Alex O'Hara, but Alex O'Hara diving in, hitting that inside clip, looking very smooth and confident in the lead. Braden Swan, no slouch in the chase as well.
Solid start. I think this is what we need to do from these guys. You either have two opportunities now. You throw everything at the wall, every run, and keep driving at 100 and hope for the best, or you stay at what you're comfortable in. You know these drivers have 2 gears. Look at the charge there from Swan. It doesn't pay off for him, though, because Alex O'Hara is on that proper line. Tighter early, push out wide. That's what the judges are looking for. So Swan going in for the big dive and actually being offline. It's costed him battles before, but in terms of air quotes mistakes, that is very minor, especially for a chase car.
Oh yeah, for sure. So overall, we're getting on up to the second run here.
The second run of this battle, the winners will move on to be in the top 6. Again, top 3, you're in the money, quite literally. But still want to say you finished better than the other drivers. Again, this is 32 from each region, so 32 times 4. To be in the top 8 is a huge accomplishment, but to be in the top 6 is even better. Alex O'Hara and Braden Swan, both the last members representing their teams. Really good job on the initiation from Swan, not the best from Alex O'Hara. Had the proximity, didn't look like he was comfortable. Very comfortable in the second half of this run, though. Contact made with Swan. Swan takes a lick and he keeps on taking. O'Hara gets into him again. This is a drift battle, not a fist fight, ladies and gentlemen. Put the gloves down.
Oh my gosh. Let's look at that from the drone, run number 2. Because again, it always seems run number 2. Tensions
And they hit
are high.
again.
Yeah. These two are going for it. I think Braden Swan had a great lead run. Matched Alex's for sure. And then Alex just got all kinds of out of sorts into this second one. That final transition seems to be throwing people for a loop. And again, just contact on contact. We'll have to see what happens.
It's the only decel zone on the course minus the initiation. So it is a chase vehicle. You see an opportunity to end your run with an exclamation note, especially because you made it this far. And now it's you lose, you go home. Not you lose, you get knocked into the loser's bracket. So you have the trap there of, oh, we're in a decel zone. I can charge in deep. Sometimes it works out great, and sometimes not as good.
So, judges a lot to dissect there, and I think it all will come down to that second half of the second run, as many battles today have. Because again, someone gets a little bit unsettled, and then it all just starts coming unglued from there. And this time it ended in minor contact at least. So,
O'Hara coming out of the zone early, and then right here you'll get a little dink, and I think that actually affects O'Hara way more than it does Swan. And then Swan takes the second hit.
But again, that was
even a little wide.
Was that over 90 degrees?
Mm.
You know? Because again, they said over 90 at your discretion. It does.
So watch the line from O'Hara. Right? So I think this hit affects O'Hara more than Swan, so let's ignore that. Swan's on the proper line. I think O'Hara goes in. Ooh, that's hard to say because Swan looked like, again, to where I'm seeing on the judging notes, the early dive is actually what they're looking for. I'm going back to look at it again, flipping through my pages.
Mm-hmm.
So they do want to see you go in early and come like almost like an early apex on that last inner clip. So it looks like O'Hara's diving in early, but what you'll have to watch the trajectory of Swan. Is Swan going wide there? I mean, at the end of the day, you're the chase car. You got to follow the lead car wherever they go. But
yeah, they did. I don't know. I could see that going either way. I do think Braden may have put a little bit more angle on it a little too early.
Yeah, it looked like he was staying out wide and then tracking in late, which makes all the sense in the world because you'll have way more speed on the exit of the corner. But according to the notes or what they said in the drivers meeting, the line that O'Hara was on the exit. I mean, there's still the mistake on the first outer zone, which
the judges
in
are
the first run.
Yeah, there we go. So run number 1, they also are curious to see.
Yeah, so this one's not settled for sure.
Yeah. So this run, very smooth in the lead. Nothing to write home about. Maybe no tire drops anywhere. Looking very good. And Swan putting a lot more angle. He did this chase almost exactly how he did his lead.
That's what's gotten him this far, Joe. I think just consistency. You'll see right here, does almost the same mistake as O'Hara does in his chase. Just doesn't quite get all that first outer zone. I think if you want to make sure you have proximity, you're not super confident, that's the best place to do it. He goes in real deep there, almost gets into O'Hara again. I think O'Hara was on the right line, though.
I don't know. Not. There's been too many good runs. It all just is starting to run together a little bit. Okay, we do have a call here. Who's going on? Who's going home? So slide him left for Alex, right for Swan, in the middle for an OMT. 1, 2, and 3. The judges said Braden was on the prescribed line. There we go.
Yeah, so in the judging notes, there is a corner-by-corner analysis on where they want you to be. It did look like Swan was a little wide in his chase. In his lead, it was hard to tell whether Alex was going in early or whether Swan was on the proper line. Judges feeling Alex went and dove in early. That's why they made contact, and that run was so close that contact was the deciding factor. So Alex O'Hara, unfortunately, will be knocked out. Really, really tight battle with Braden Swan, but Alex O'Hara will be the final Englishman, the final man from the UK, knocked out. Does get his top 8 finish, but it will not be enough to progress in the bracket. Braden Swan moving on to face Ryan Chitty. That should be a good one. But to get there, we still have to get our next battle, which will be Thanathip Thanalopinen, a man who's been on a tear, and Alex Rogachev, a man who's on his revenge tour.
So we will see here, and we're going to get him up to the line. Ready to go, making our way up to the grand finals here. Every driver now really has a big chance to get it in. There's not a lot of battles between them in the finals. These drivers were hoping to make a comeback. But again, we still have 2 drivers in the winners brackets waiting in the wings. But we'll see what happens.
Not sure why Thanathip is pulled into the chase lane. Oh, no, he's in the right place.
Accurate. That is accurate.
I don't know what Alex is doing then. Thanathip being your 15th seed, of course, went in, is in the bracket now because of his win yesterday in the wild cards for APAC, your final Asia Pacific driver. Unfortunately, we had some names I would have loved to see drive that didn't end up making it. Sam McCoxcree up there as well. Him and our video editor had I still think probably the battle of the year at this point.
Oh, yeah.
Where they went toe-to-toe and left no quarter and just super fun. You have an evening to spare, go back and watch our APAC regional.
That was a very good round. Just coming out totally. Just every driver came out swinging, starting out the season right.
And you want to talk about people who came out of their regional swinging. Alex Rogachev in a super competitive NA region looked like he was on another plane of existence in Brainerd and in Minnesota. So Thanathip has a lot on his plate, but Rogachev also shown some mistakes today. Let's see who moves on.
And here we go. Alex Rogachev in the lead. Thanathip in the chase. Really throwing a huge angle from the super, but maybe too much as Alex Rogachev now starts to make a gap open up, but Thanathip really doing his best to catch back up here. Alexander Rogachev, great lead run, really. Just carrying speed, everything, and Thanathip gaining and losing proximity the entire run, really sending it, sometimes going a little bit too much and overstepping, but that seems to have been the formula that's been working for him all weekend.
So it'll come down to what the judges deem that initiation was from Rogachev. Was Rogachev looking good? Was he consistent with speed? In what I saw from the chase camera, it looked like he didn't get going, but obviously I'm watching from the back of Thanathip's car. Thanathip could have just been over-aggressive in the chase. This is not something that I'm going to speculate on. It's all going to come down to the judges, because it looked like Rogachev entered and then just didn't get back on the power. But again, that's just one perspective, and I'm not confident in to say that that's exactly what happened. So, I mean, this is where both drivers, Thanathip has been strongest all weekend by far in his leads. It's won him battles. Yes. Rogachev has needed to clean up his chases, so this is still an opportunity for this battle to go either way.
Yeah, and really, it's anyone's game at this point. But again, I think right now going into this battle, Alexander Rogachev just has to have a clean and consistent chase run, and he can take home this win. But Thanathip has been known to really throw some crazy lead runs, and it has been throwing people off. So here we go.
I think at this point, you can't leave it in the judges' hands. You have to throw everything at it. Let's see what Thanathip throws at it. Not the most aggressive initiation we've seen from him, but still pretty strong as Alexander Rogachev now in the chase position. He's right there. This is where he struggled all day, is chasing. Let's see if he can keep up. Thanathip throws it in backwards again. He can stay on the power. Is he going to do what Elijah did earlier? No, he still tracks it out to the right line. Thanathip is on another level of the last corner, but will it be enough?
Let's take a look at it side by side, because again, let's dissect it here. Thanathip throwing it in, really aggressive. Not as aggressive as in his chase, though, and really had to lose proximity in that run number 1. But Alexander Rogachev taking it easy, thinking he has it in the bag, and into that last inside clip, really surges on up. Thanathip did good, but I think Alexander Rogachev capitalized on it enough that he will take the win, and we do already have a call from the judges. So side him left for Alex, right for Thanathip, in the middle for an OMT 1, 2, and 3. Alexander Rogachev taking that win.
Man, I'm bummed for Thanethip because he has taken to this track in a way that we've not seen from anybody else. He's not afraid to throw it in backwards. Some of the most aggressive flicks in OZ1 in the final outer zone. Super awesome job, but that will be APAC bowing out now. We are down to our final 2 regions. We are down to the final 6 drivers. Will it be a European? Will it be an American? We'll find out as our first of our 2 battles here in the losers semis commences. Ryan Chitty, who has been waiting, rubbing his hands together to get a piece of whoever deserves to fight him. That will be Braden Swan for Art of Motion. Shadow Realm versus AOM.
I'm up to the line and ready to go here.
Again, nothing to be disappointed about. Thanethip Thanalopin going from a wild card entry to the best in the APAC region. And it just all came down to that entry. Again, I thought maybe Rogachev got off the throttle a little bit early, but it was hard to tell. Judges said nope. It was just Thanethip getting too aggressive. It was super cool at the end there. If we would have been on that inner clip, Joe, I think maybe we could have been in OMT territory. He threw the backy, which was sick, but went wide. I think that was the nail in the coffin.
Yeah, and so
now...
Yeah, both of these drivers, too, have been driving aggressively, but also very cleanly all night. So, let's see, and we are off here. Ryan Chitty in the lead, Braden Swan in the chase. Throwing it on in. Let's see what they have. Ryan Chitty putting a little bit of a gap, but Braden Swan putting his head down, getting right up to the door of Ryan Chitty. Really great driving from both drivers, but Ryan Chitty checking out through the transitions, really great, and Braden Swan diving in, getting to the door. Overall, nothing to write home about in that run. Nothing crazy. No major missteps.
Man, I mean, you say that, but I think Ryan Chitty may have put down the lead run of the day. So aggressive on that outer zone. The only other person I think that's pushing it harder is Yuna Warren and waiting for anybody to come and challenge him in that winner side. But then Ryan just, again, big angle, almost like Thanethip, just way more controlled. Still getting the inner clip, still getting the ideal line while throwing this big angle, but take nothing away from Braden Swan. He's needed to step up on his chases, and this is a step up on his chase. Still filling all the zones, still well within proximity of Ryan Chitty. Ryan, one of the fastest car here, does pull away in the faster part of the course, but Swan says that you're not going anywhere, puts the hand right back around the throat, and gets right back to the door towards the end of the run. This is still anyone's game.
Yeah, looking very strong for both drivers. Ryan Chitty has to take that car, that rocket ship of a car, and hold it back behind Braden Swan. Not a very slow car, though, so we'll see what happens here as we're getting ready for run number 2. So, burn down on the line. 2 drivers, very strong drivers at that, as run 1 showed. I think on very even playing fields. Ryan Chitty did have an exceptional lead run, very well measured. So we are on the line. We are ready to go here. We are off.
Ryan Chitty in the chase in Koruworks Shadow Realm. Nissan Z hip checks Braden Swan going into turn number 1. That's why Ryan Chitty is in the loser side of this bracket, getting a little bit too aggressive early on in the chase, but he's right there now on Braden Swan's door. Braden Swan not phased by the early contact. Ryan Chitty stumbles! Ryan Chitty stumbles in the last possible corner. A small, tiny bobble, 1 tire off. That might be it for one of the most exciting drivers.
Yeah, let's look at it from the drone cam. Here we go. And the second half of the second run, man, that's where it always is happening. So Ryan Chitty really throws it and gives Braden Swan a tap. Braden Swan seems unfazed. Ryan Chitty diving right back in, keeping it very good. Braden Swan, huge initiation, looking great. And Ryan Chitty, all of a sudden, car grips up and dives 2 off on the inside. And on a competition on this level, again, the first run was great from both drivers. That might be enough. The judges can't overlook something like that. Oh my gosh. Is that the undoing? It very well may be. Especially if we could take a look at run number 1 from the drone as well, just to make sure.
Man,
yeah.
Ryan.
Is that enough? I'm getting the feeling it is.
And stupid initiation. I mean that as a compliment from Ryan. He's You can tell who drives their chassis a lot.
Yeah.
And just knows where the rear of the car is, knows where the front of the car is. Swan, not anything wrong in the chase there. Would like to see him a little bit closer, but not anything I would say is wrong. Still getting all the zones. A lot of chase drivers have struggled getting all the zones today while being able to keep up, especially in the first outer zone.
Yeah, overall, I think that's enough to make it a big issue, you know?
I mean, you can't ignore one, maybe two tires off, and it's not
Track view for
subtle.
So let's take a look here. And this is run number 2.
And the hip check there, too, is something I think they're talking about. We talked about it a bit with Rogachev, Thanethip, maybe an extra, not necessarily an extra decel, but just didn't get going. But Ryan just gets on the gas in the rear end of the car, says, "Okay, boss," and I don't think he expected it to take off on him there.
Yeah, this is close. I could see a discussion about overslowing again. It always comes up, but I'm gonna refrain from talking about it because I always end up calling it the
no
wrong
kidding.
direction every time I'm wrong about it. So there is a discussion about it. You could have.
If I had to speculate, I don't think there's a world where Ryan wins. I think what they're looking at now is who's at fault for the contact, because if they deem Swan at fault, OMT.
Yeah,
but
that's reasonable. That's a reasonable discussion.
Ryan's at fault, then that's the nail in the coffin.
Okay.
So it looks like an independent mistake at the end. I don't think Swan did anything to be even to a tire, other than this initiation, to be even to one, maybe two front tires off, which is one tire off in the rear is not good, but front tires off is kind of the bigger no-no.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's 2.
It's definitely 2. There's 2 off for sure. We can't ignore that. We really can't.
So now it's the contact. Now was it Swan who overslowed, which brings us into OMT territory, or was it one of 2 mistakes from Ryan?
See it going either way. Okay, so split decision on that, and I have to imagine I have an idea why. We'll see here. If I'm left for Ryan, right for Braden, in the middle for an OMT 1, 2, and 3. So I have to imagine they might think Braden might have overslowed into that last zone, or decelled after the decel zone. I don't have the track map memorized off the top of my head.
The decel zone is until the wall starts.
Okay. And then maybe Ryan had to take avoiding action, and that's why I dropped tires. Maybe there was the contact earlier, and maybe those 2 balanced out. I could see a lot of different things.
Not to hoot my own toot here, but I think I hit the nail on the head. I think it was determining who was at fault for the contact. If they said Swan was at fault for the contact, then I think that evens out with Ryan 2 tires off, and then it goes back to the first run. There definitely was not enough in that first run for me to vote either way as a judge. So maybe we can get a little bit more on that, but we'll get through this battle first and maybe come back to it and see if we can get some clarification, because it was a tight one, might be one of the tightest ones of the day. I'd love to hear from somebody who went OMT. We could always talk to Dai, but Dai voted for Swan. So
Yep.
I'd like to see what Sela or Grizz has to say about it, but we'll find out after the conclusion of this.
So we are back. Ignore that first run. Ryan Chitty in the lead, Braden Swan in the chase. Both of them probably have a disagreement about how that last corner went. So I'm sure we will go very hard.
This is a gift for Ryan Chitty. He needs to use it to the best of his ability. Same thing for Braden Swan. He made one mistake. He needs to iron that out of his driving. First run of the OMT starts now.
And here we go. Ryan Chitty in the lead, Braden Swan in the chase. Both drivers had a great run number 1, and I'm expecting to see it again after that initiation for sure. Ryan Chitty, great lead run, really turned on full throttle. Maybe a tire drop there, we'll have to see in the replays. But Braden Swan diving in, getting up on the door, looking very strong from both drivers. But again, maybe a tire drop from Ryan. So again, on the initiation, here's what I want to see. So both of them driving very, very well. Braden giving a little bit of space, but easing on up, and here we go. So I don't think I saw contact, but I think I saw Ryan drop a tire.
On the dirt, eh?
Yeah.
He's a little wide, too. He's actually more than a little wide in the last corner. I think regardless of how this battle goes, the the vibe I always got from the Shadow Realm guys is they're just cool dudes. They like to hang out with each other. They're friends first, a team second. Want to just put on events for people to get seat time. They are a legitimate threat now.
Yeah, they're driving hard.
This is not the driving of me and the boys. This is somebody did the Pokemon, turned the hat backwards, and put the sunglasses on and came here to play.
That's what you get from a lot of seat time. Honestly, I know I got the best at drifting when I was doing that too. So it's great to see that approach bring in the fight and showing what it means. Just have fun, drive cars, and this is where you can get. So here we go. Braden Swan in the lead, Ryan Chitty in the chase, and we are off.
All-important second run of this first OMT between these two heavyweights. Braden Swan in the lead, Ryan Chitty giving chase. Actually, an uncharacteristically timid initiation from Ryan Chitty, knowing he needs to have a great chase run to be able to have a hope of winning this battle. Braden Swan not phased in lead position. Incredible transition from Chitty. A little bit of contact there. I think he just lost the front end of the car just a little bit. Got it across the line. Will that be enough for Swan to finally take down Ryan Chitty, or will Ryan Chitty continue to be the thorn in his side?
So looking very strong, and again, it's run number 2 where all the cracks in the armor start to show as Ryan Chitty, and that first transition just looked very, very timid, and again, a little bit of a tap as well, as Braden Swan just driving the same lead run he did last time as well. So I think lead for lead, we're looking even, and I think this is going to come down to the chases.
Yeah, it's what are the judges going to reward? The wow factor. Transition from outer zone 3 to 4 for Chitty was incredible. The front bumper was in the rear bumper of Swan, but unfortunately, little tap to the door after that. And then you have the mistake from Chitty, who's a little bit wide in his inner clip. It's we don't have the big mistakes here in terms of 2 tires off and contact and this and that, but it's definitely not any easier to judge.
Yeah. Let's take a look at it from the drone cam as well. That'll tell us a more clear picture here. So again, first zone, Ryan Chitty really aggressive, not really in the zone though, and a little bit of a wiggle as well. And now reattacks, resets, really aggressive as Braden Swan really throws it in. Goes to 90, maybe a little bit beyond, and Ryan Chitty does have that tap. So
that transition from Ryan Chitty, I need you to watch this again. This is one of the coolest things I've seen all day. Like, obviously he's got that mistake there, and he's like, I gotta bring it here, and then just isn't afraid. Watch this. He's close. Whoop. He just took his wallet out of his back pocket. He just pickpocketed him live on TV.
Yep. Really just gets on in there. So both of the drivers going for it. Gosh. Again, I could see this going either way. It's going to come down to, I think it's going to come down to that contact at the end. Because who's at fault? If Braden's at fault, all of a sudden, Ryan Chitty's misstep earlier on that first transition will balance out into an OMT. But if it's on Ryan, or if it's shared,
it'll take some extrapolation from the judges, because Swan was at big angle, but I don't think it was Thanatip, ludicrous, like impossible. Like Ryan does it in his lead.
Yes.
So the judges have to use their knowledge now to determine, okay, was Swan gonna make that inner clip fine without that tap? Because if you watch it again, obviously, transition. But if you watch it again, you'll see Braden Swan, big angle here, but it's nothing super crazy. Gives him the tap, but he's perfect on the inner clip. So they're going to have to go, well, would Swan have made it? Was there a decel? Did he not accelerate in time? And it looking like they've seen all they need to see.
So we do have a call here. It is unanimous. Ryan Chitty taking the win from Braden Swan. Over rotation from Braden. So I think we see. So taking a look at how our bracket is unfolding here. So Ryan Chitty will be moving on to round 5, and then the winner of this next battle will be taking him on. There we go. Alexander Rogachev up against Martinez Ostreka, old BMW, new BMW.
Perfect. That's what I was trying to get. So, actually, that was the man I wanted to talk to. Not that I dislike Harold, but another one of our judges today, Grizz. Grizz, you went OMT in the first battle, which I would like to hear where your head was at on that one. Not just because you were one of the two that went OMT, and then obviously that second, the OMT itself was pretty close. So where were you guys at in the judging booth on that one?
Yeah, so the first run, or the first battle between the two, I went OMT personally, along with, I believe it was Harold, pretty much just due to balancing of mistakes. We did deem fault on a little bit of a decel from Swan and not getting on throttle as quick as he needed to in the first outer zone. And then that led to our second battle between the two in the OMT. What the call in the OMT, and we all agreed on this, was... And we talked about it in driver's meeting as well, and it was a risk versus reward for the lead driver going 90 degrees in that final outer zone into that final inner clip. And if that chase driver is close and there's contact, it's just got to be deemed on, is there too much of a decel? And we thought that there was too much of a decel past the decel zone going into that inner clip. So that's where the call was made.
Excellent.
Easy.
Yep. Thank you so much.
I'd like to hear from the horse's mouth. First time hearing from you in the booth as well. You guys are doing a great job today, and good luck with the rest of the day, because it's been tough to this point. It's only going to get tougher.
Yeah, thank you.
Yep. Well, thank you so much to our judge, Grizz. So up on the line, we got Alexander Rogachev up against Martinez Ostreka, ready to go, ready to rip. Expecting a good battle here.
Two teams that have definitely went to war with each other, Skuko Drip Family and Team Urta Esports, but this is definitely a different combo of drivers, of Martinez Ostreka going up against Alexander Rogachev. Only one can move on, one goes home. It's the US versus EU.
Here we go, Alexander Rogachev in the lead, Martinez Ostreka keeping it right up on the door. Very solid entry in the chase position. Alexander Rogachev on phase, keeping it all on the track. Martinez Ostreka taking out angle through the last inside clip, keeping it all on the road. Looking good from both drivers. Very, very straightforward run from both of them.
Yeah, I think that's run of the day. Obviously, we didn't have any sort of wow moments like we've seen with Ryan Chitty's initiations and Thanathip's backwards moments, but just super consistent. By far and away, the best chase from Martinez Ostreka all day, and by far and away, maybe a little wide on that last inner clip, but by far and away, the best lead from Alexander Rogachev. Where these two drivers, it seems that they're struggling, is when they flip positions here. Martinez is a strong chase driver, but not as strong as he could have been. He was been weaker in the chases this afternoon, so he's cleaned that up. Rogachev is somebody who's needed to clean that up as well, but he's only been getting better and better the more he's been driving today, so this is not over. It's still very close.
Yeah, as we're getting out here, so we're getting ready for run number 2. Here we go. So Martinez Ostreka in the lead. Alex Rogachev in the chase. We are on the line. We are ready for run number 2. This is usually where the battles get interesting, and they are off.
Second run of this battle, Urta versus Escuco, NA versus EU. What an initiation, and what an initiation from the chase. Super aggressive from both as we move into the second part of this course already so fast. Mistake from Martinez in the chase, drops a little bit of angle, keeps the car sideways. Rogachev's got all the angle in the chase. I think he dropped the right front tire off the inner clip though. It seems to be, Joe, the tale of the day is it all comes down to run 2.
Yeah. We're looking very good overall. Oh my gosh. And again, is that enough? At this stage, it very well might be. Because any small misstep. But again, Alex dropping a tire. Definitely dropping a tire. Overall, looking very strong. Let's take a look at it from the drone while we're here. I could see this call going either way. And again, just a tight battle. Nothing crazy to write home about, but again, that's the tightest ones where even the smallest thing will make it all happen.
You see right there, just that little correction from Martinez. It's crazy to think that might be what decides this battle, but at least from the chase cameras, again, the judges will have the best view of this. It looked like Rogachev may have dropped that right tire over the yellow line, so it's all came down to the last 3 zones. But what an initiation from both. Martinez throwing everything at the wall, and Rogachev just not phased whatsoever. Super sick.
So overall, the judges definitely a few things to be picking apart here, but nothing too major will be deciding this. Again, this, to me, prime OMT territory. I know I've said it so much today, but really the driving standards are that high and the track is that short that each driver just makes one mistake. That's an OMT in my opinion.
And you've got Martinez, who's needed to pull his head out of his bottom when it comes to chasing, and he's done just that. That's the reason he's here, is just has not seen the Martinez Ostrika we know we could see in chasing, and he finally figured it out. Mistake actually came from his lead, which is super uncharacteristic from him.
So, again, the judge is taking a look at it with a fine-toothed comb. We'll take a look at it side by side one more time.
This will be the good one.
And very good entry from Alex. But then Martinez in the chase, I think really had some killer proximity, maybe not as much angle as one may want, but Alex in that last zone I think might have been that misstep, you know?
Rogachev.
You know, that might be it.
That might be half a tire.
If that, it's so close. Either way, yeah, this will be a close battle. I see it as a split decision. I see it as an OMT. So personally, I can't. If I was a judge, I would have a problem picking out a winner. Just the small mistakes.
Man, it all depends. If it's a tire off for Rogachev on that inner clip, that to me, that's got a bit more weight to it.
Yeah.
It's going to come down to the. It's the best and worst part of drifting. It all comes down to opinion, and we have 3 of them.
And we do have a call here. And I think it is a pretty obvious one in my opinion. Unanimous OMTs. And the judges' notes are, please drive bad guys, make it easier for us. So,
so Rogachev just keeping that tire in line, I think. And obviously Martinez with a couple little bobbles in terms of consistency with angle. Judges saying that's even. Dude, I keep seeing Yuna in the call just by himself, just chilling. Like both Ostrika and Yuna are just sitting there going, when do we get the drive? Because it's just been 107 OMTs. But I mean, this is what happens when you get down to the best in the world and the final chance of the year. In the grandest stage of them all. Again, these are 2 drivers that I thought had a really good chance at winning the whole thing. Rogachev can win anything that he puts his mind to. We saw it in Brainerd. And if you have their last name Ostrika, you have a chance to win anything. And this is just getting the privilege going up against Ryan Chitty. So this is super, super important. Again, not a whole lot to clean up. I think each driver just has to hope from a mistake from the other driver. That's about all you can do.
So we are up on the line. We are ready for this battle. Both drivers, really minor mistakes. Not hard things to correct for run number 2. They say don't overcorrect, and let's see what happens here. Alexander Rogachev in the lead. Martinez Ostrika in the chase. Coming on through. There we go. Big angle. Looking very good. A little bit of space, but really getting up on that door through the transition. Looking great. Alexander Rogachev, huge angle. Getting right up onto that line, but not dropping a tire. Overall, very, very solid.
Sick.
Yeah.
Sick. Disgusting. Really good job from Rogachev in the lead. I thought one of them, if not both of them, were both in that wall. I thought for sure Martinez's back end of that car was in the grass. Somehow kept it going. Not only kept it going, but right there, Rogachev letting it all hang out there. He said a little bit earlier, he unzipped there in the last corner. Martinez didn't quite match the angle, but used that opportunity to be able to gain some proximity and that run with an exclamation note as a chase vehicle. It's not settled, folks. Much better job, consistency of angle from Martinez. Like that Rogachev threw it all in there. He's not afraid to let it all hang out. Perfect line this time.
So let's get him back up to the line. Ready to go here.
I know there's a lot on the line. I know we have a bunch of prizes and cash prizes and whatever. These two dudes got to be smiling. This is awesome.
Yeah, no, this is really, really good battling. But again, battling like this does breed OMTs. And we are off. Here we go. Martinez Ostreka and Alexander Rogachev in the chase.
Second half of this battle, much better job from both on the initiation. Let's see Martinez put a little bit more angle. Outer zone number 2. He gets there for outer zone number 3. This is where it all fell apart last time. Didn't quite get the angle for Martinez. Rogachev right there on the door. Who will take this? Is it Team Urta or a Skuko Drift family? Only one can move on to face Ryan Chitty.
Both drivers looking hungry. Again, I hate to say it, but this is feeling... I don't know. Now that I'm watching them side by side, I'm going to have to watch my words a little bit better here. But both drivers very strong in the lead, mirroring each other. I think it's the last zone, and I think Alexander Rogachev has a stronger last zone in both the lead and the chase.
I definitely have a pick. I definitely have a pick. And man, this is... We still have so many battles left to go, and I think I've said this 4 or 5 times already today, but battle of the day. This is so close.
Yeah, that was a battle, all right. But I think overall, up until the last zone, everything's looking very even. And then just going into that inside clip, I think that's where it falls apart, because Alexander Rogachev in the lead, very strong. Huge angle, looking good. And then in the chase, right up on Martinez's door. And Martinez just didn't pull the angle, so let's look at it from the drone.
He got there. It just, the rate to snap wasn't there. The style factor, if you will.
Exactly. I think that's the only major difference that I can spot.
Oh, dude. Right on the bumper. These guys. They make it look so easy. It's not. Yeah, look at the angle there. Just perfect. Maybe pulled a degree or two out of it. Made that line perfect, which is what he screwed up on his first run. And here's the second one. And winner moves on. Loser goes home.
Gonna be one of them.
I'd like to see Rogachev build a second to last outer zone just a little bit more, but yeah, Martinez got the angle. It just wasn't the rate to angle that Rogachev had.
Nope. Getting in there. Winner of this moves into the top 4 for the event, by the way.
And I can't stress this enough. That is a big deal. Obviously, you still want to win, but we took 32 drivers from 4 different regions. That's over 100 drivers, and you are in the top 4 globally. That is an achievement within itself. Obviously, job's not finished, but to make it that far, to make it this far, is still a huge accomplishment.
Yeah, it's just really good. And again, the way that this season has gone, the structure of the season, people having to qualify via other comps that are more local, and then going in and having regional rounds to get the best of the best from each region to compete on this stage. When we say top 4, that feels pretty solid. Like, really, we tried to get all of the best drivers from everywhere to compete on the most even playing field we can and really send it. So everyone's going really, really hard. And again, this is the kind of battles it takes.
Anyone know where to get the driver mod download? I don't think you can find that on Vosan.
Yeah, right, unfortunately. Yeah, these two brought it, but I think it's going to be... I think overall the runs are the same, but it's that last zone. If you compare them side by side, that's where it goes. As we are getting a call, I don't think anyone will be super surprised by it, honestly. Again. Let's do it again.
We're going to be here a while.
Yeah, we're going to be here a little bit here.
This is our first OMT number 2. Their first, if you're following the Shalom's bracket, our first to go to set 3. So judges not satisfied with that. I don't know what either one of them can do more now. This is the point of OMTs where you just have to force the other driver into a mistake, trying to improve and drive better. I think they've done that, but that second one. And we're not even done. We're not even close to done.
Winner moves on. Loser goes home. This is it. I think they have to call a non-OMT by the rules anyway. So, I'm sure both of these guys are happy. A battle like this is a good battle, let's just say. And we are off. Alex Rogachev in the lead. Martinez Ostreka in the chase. Two BMWs, very different. Throwing it on in. Alex Rogachev, very confident. Martinez Ostreka putting it right on the door. He knows he can do it now. They've had enough battles together. They trust each other. So the chase drivers are really laying in. Alex Rogachev, huge angle into that inside clip, looking great. Martinez Ostreka dropping back a little bit, opening the door. That's the only way I can see that either of them could improve into the next round. If Rogachev really commits into that last inside clip, doesn't make contact, and everything else goes the same for the drivers, I think it's Alex's game.
At this point, if anybody goes, hey, I didn't know sim drifting was a thing. I didn't know ESDA was a thing. What's it all about? I'm going to show them this battle. All three of them specifically. The only difference between these two at this point, Martinez has been entering more and more aggressive. I like how consistent he is with his gap throughout the whole run. The last corner is where their only difference is. Obviously, Rogachev throws that big angle, but Martinez is a bit tighter on the line. That is the only difference between the two, and I think if I'm a judge, they even each other out. So this one's still 5-5. This is still dead nuts even when they switch positions.
So looking very strong from both of them. Martinez Ostreka has to do a perfect lead run. Alex did that. Alex has to do a very strong chase and keep it tight into that last inside clip and not drop tires. We'll see what happens. Oh my gosh, what a battle do we have on our hands here. We're on the line, we're ready to rip. I'm expecting drama, just you can't drive this hard and not make mistakes, and we are off.
Second run of this second OMT. Light them up, boys. Let's see what they've got. There's Rogachev on the door like a ghost behind Martinez Ostreka. Martinez has been so good in the leads, but we all know it's going to come down to this last zone. There's Martinez with the angle. There's Rogachev with the angle. Gets in the door, has to back off just a little bit, but side by side, door to door. Welcome to ESDA.
Oh my gosh. So, all of a sudden, I think it's in the judges' hands now. What little mistakes can they find? Alex was surging in and really matching angle, but he couldn't maintain it the same way. Martinez was very consistent throughout the run. And then into the last zone, Alex did do a little bit better despite the bobble. So, yeah, looking good. Let's look at it from the drone cam as well. This is run number 1.
We're going to be here a minute.
Yeah, Alex really strong. Martinez consistently close, matching angle very well overall. About as good as you could hope to do. Alex keeping it all on the track. Martinez getting out of the way. A huge angle from Alex. That's what I think really set his lead apart. Now if we watch the second one here. So far I think lead for lead, Alex takes it, but chase for chase, I don't know. Again, looking.
Here's their chase runs.
Yep. Because see, look,
see
Alex.
Martinez?
Yeah, he surges in over and over.
Martinez was super consistent in his lead run. He had like in the first outer zone. He tries there.
Yeah,
that's the best he's done that all day. He uses all the curbing there, which you're allowed to do, and it actually flicks the car even harder. So he under-rotated, went off the rumble strip, and that got him to angle. That's why these guys are on another level. They use every single tool at their disposal, whether that's their hands, their feet, or their racetrack. Watch the BMW in the lead right here. He gets on the curb there. That gives him the extra couple degrees of angle to get to the rate of angle we were looking for. That's the only reason we're still here. That's something that, well, not part of the reason we're still here is that he hasn't been as committed in that last outer zone as Rogachev is. And for it to refresh your memory, here's that run again.
I don't know. It's just,
Yeah, watch Rogachev in the lead. There's the difference.
I hate to
Cost
say
it
it.
Swan.
I hate to say it. Like an OMT, you know, like with. Because chase for chase, I think Martinez did a really good job. But lead for lead, I think Alex did better.
I like Martinez's consistency in his chase.
Exactly.
He knew it was coming here too. Was on a bit better of a line heading to the clipping point. It's crazy that 15 feet of racetrack is going to decide this battle, I think.
Yeah, I agree.
Not
with
even.
that. It's a lot. And they both went for it too. They both really dove in on it. Oh my gosh.
If I have to battle either one of these two dudes, I'm scared at this
Yeah,
point.
I don't want to battle them.
This
But
is
Ryan
steel
Chitty
sharpening
waiting in
steel.
the wings.
Yeah, if I'm Ryan, I'm sweating, man. Like this
He's
is
been
they're
driving
only
good.
getting scarier.
Yeah. And then don't even get us started about the two still in the winners bracket.
You got Mostreka numero dos, and then Una Warren, who is having a sauna, drinking some reindeer blood. It exhausts my knowledge of Finnish culture.
Gosh, yeah. So again, the winner of this will be moving on. Battle Ryan Chitty. And then the winner of
Good.
that will battle the loser of Yuna up against Darius Ostraka.
Good luck, judges. Good God.
Yeah. Every call is just getting tighter.
There are differences. It's just minute.
Yeah. Just
It's-
little tiny stuff.
Not even mistakes either. It's just what they chose to do.
I'm rather speechless about how to call this in any direction. With
Not a
any
damn
amount-
clue.
Without just a lot of guessing and just inference, you know, like I will be honest when I would just have to make things up at this point to really have a solid decision. The judges have more angles available to it than us. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, this is one where I might back out of the lobby and go look at inputs, and this is
Yeah, you would have to, because again, both drivers did really well. Small little things here and there, but again, it's getting nitpicky.
I think I have a pick,
I do too.
but I'm not confident. So
Yeah, I like both ways. That was a battle.
like I know what I liked more, but I'm also not a judge.
Okay,
I think
we do have a call here. It is not unanimous. I don't blame
I didn't think
him.
it would be.
I don't blame him. And let's see here. So, one for Ostraka. One for Alex. And there we go. Martinez Ostraka taking on the win.
Wow.
So, what a battle there.
Wow. To everyone else battling, that's what you have to live up to. That was one of the best battles I think I've ever seen in ESDA. That was crazy.
That was great. Yeah, what a battle that was. So now,
And this time, yeah, we get to talk to Harold this time because he's actually the one I wanted to talk to. So Sela obviously going with Alex, and then you and Grizz Harold going with Ostraka. That one was probably the hardest one. I think you guys have had to judge in a long time. Talk us through it.
That was pretty much one of the closest battles I've seen in a good minute out of my 14, 15 years of judging. Definitely gave me gray hair.
yeah, that was tight.
Honestly, it was so damn close. Excuse my language. It was so damn close that it was just like we couldn't really pick either. Like if we had to go another one more time, we probably would win another OMT. But we had to choose. It came down to the final turn, and we mentioned that in driver's meeting about pulling too much angle compared to no little angle, and it came down to that, and just Marty took a better trajectory into the turn than Alex did, and this is a lead run, by the way, and that was mainly the deciding factor that we had to nitpick all the way down to that, and to get a call. Because honestly, it would have won 100% would have won an OMT if we didn't have the rule in the book of 2 OMTs.
Yeah, that's reasonable there. That one of the closest battles I think I've ever seen in competitive drifting.
Yeah, like we were talking about it a little bit. I don't think that one was mistake versus mistake. It's literally, in your opinion, which one did you like better? That really could have went either way. I think both drivers have were able to hold their head up high, but if I'm going against Martinez or Alex, or Martinez now, I'm scared because he just went through hell to make it this far. Thanks, Harold. Good luck with the rest of the day, man. I don't think it's gonna get any easier.
Oh, it's not, man. I mean, I guess this is what we all signed up for to do. So I'm happy, man.
So we're getting there. We have one more battle here, and then we're into the finals of everything, and we'll get there. So the winner of this will go on against the loser of the winners, because we still have 2 in the wings. So let's see here. In this battle, again, Ryan Chitty up against Martinez Ostraka. Get him up to the line here.
So Martinez going to war. The only double OMT we've had so far today. We are now down to 4. Ryan Chitty and Martinez Ostraka in your losers finals. Yuna, Warren, and Darius Ostraka. Oh, this is your losers semis. I'm dumb.
Yeah, we're almost there. We're in the top 4 now.
Yeah, so Ryan Chitty, Martinez Ostraka in your losers semifinals. Winner will go to the losers finals. And then we will start our final procedures. We're down to 3.
Yep. So I'm hearing him get up to the line here.
This is good luck, Ryan Chitty. I mean, not taking anything away from him, but Martinez has went from, oh, he looks pretty good, to scary.
Yep, just flawless runs, both lead and chase. Ryan Chitty here, though, has been driving really good. A few missteps here and there, but never made the same mistake twice. So let's see what happens here as we are on the line. We are ready. 400Z up against an E36, and we are off. Ryan Chitty in the lead, Martinez Ostraka in the chase. Ryan Chitty throwing it on in Martinez Ostraka, leaving him the space to do it. Looking great. Ryan with an amazing lead run, but Martinez saying not so fast, making sure he's on it. Ryan Chitty not dropping a tire. Could be a little bit closer, but Ryan Chitty bringing the fire in that lead run.
Ryan does not give a shit. Let me tell you what. What an initiation. He's lucky he got away with that. He's been playing real aggressive with that outer zone 1 wall all afternoon, and that was the most he knows he's got to bring it. He watched those battles. Look at the initiation of 4-2, but don't take anything away from Martinez Ostraka because he was right there that entire time. That's what got him 2 OMTs against Alex Rogachev. That's what's gotten him this far in the tournament. He wants to go back up against his brother, and if he does, it'll either be in losers finals or grand finals. Could you imagine?
An Ostraka finals, that'd be pretty funny.
All Ostraka grand final. Would not be the first time, and I bet you it won't be the last, but Ryan Chitty, knowing he had to bring something special, super aggressive initiations, he simply does not care, ladies and gentlemen.
Let's see what happens here. Ryan Chitty, if he does a great lead run, he might have this in the bag. Martinez Ostraka has to do the best lead we will have seen him done all day to keep up with that. Let's see what happens here. One more run might decide their fate. Winner moves on into the finals. Loser goes home.
Ryan Chitty in the chase position for Shadow Realm. It's NA versus EU all over again. Good initiation from Martinez. Like the right to angle there. Ryan Chitty looking a little bit shaky in the chase so far, but this is where he really pours it on. Second half of this course, you see it right there. Pushing Martinez Ostraka into the second to last outer zone and pushing him again. Oh, Ryan Chitty spins! Ryan Chitty spins out on the last possible corner!
And that might be it. If we could see that from the drone cam to see if there's any funny business. If there isn't, that's it. Oh no, such a shame here. So coming on through so far, not getting into each other. So far so good. Good on the transition. And Ryan Chitty just trying to slow down to keep it behind Martinez. And just locking it up. Oh my
This is an opera. This isn't a drift event anymore. This is a novella. What is going on here?
Crazy. What a battle, and how does it all come apart right then? Amazing driving from both of them up until that point. Not a misstep, and then just Ryan Chitty bogging down, it seems. Oh my gosh. Yeah, and again, it's in a decel zone, so all of a sudden there's a discussion, but
yeah,
I don't know.
So what you're going to have to pay attention to is where Martinez gets back on power. So he's allowed to decel until now. He's left foot braking, but
Let's take a look at it big again.
Yeah, this is the one.
So again, so far so good. So far so good. Everyone's doing everything good. And here's where it all matters. So, Martinez gets on it pretty early, I think.
His line's good. He hits the inner clip where he's supposed to.
Oh my gosh.
It'll be a tough case for Ryan.
It's really on the line. Yeah, because I think he gets on the gas. To me, it seems like he's getting on the gas at the right time, but I don't know. Really do not know here. Okay, we do have a call. I think the judges are in agreement here. Slide him left for Ryan Chitty, right for Martinez Ostrika, and move it on. 1, 2, and 3. So Martinez Ostrika taking the win. I think they do think that he got on the throttle, at least in the right time. So he will be moving on.
I need to stress that this means Ryan Chitty is the 4th best driver in ESDA this season. The 4th best driver in the world format. That is not something to be disappointed about. And he went out guns blazing, dual wielding explosions. It did end up in a spin, but he left it all on the racetrack. Again, not that Shadow Realm needed to make a statement, but statement made. If you see SR on the side of a car, you're in for a world of hurt. Ryan Chitty did everything he could possibly do, was not enough to take down the institution, the conglomerate that is IRTA Esports and Team IRTA. Now we're down to 3. They're all from Europe. We'll have a European champion. Who is it going to be? Will it be Black Smoke Racing's Una Warren, or will it be one of the IRTA Esports machines of Darius or Martinez Ostrika?
So, Una Warden gonna be going up against Darius Ostrika. Let me make sure that this works, right? Boom. There we go. So, Martinez Ostrika waiting in the wins. The loser of Una Warren and Darius Ostrika will be taking him on. And then that person will be meeting the grand final. So, we're getting there. And again, we're competing not just for pride at this point. NLR will be giving you a GT Elite Wheel Plate Edition. Really good rig. I've built a few of them, used them, love them. ERS 3 seat, same thing. GT Elite monitor mount works really well. All the regional winners get a haptic gaming pad as well. So, all good level up. A little bit more of a level up. Get yourself some RAM too. First place, the world champ winner, and second place both get 32 gigs of some DDR5 RAM. Really fast RAM. And of course, the world champ winner also gets a Moza R9, a handbrake, and a sequential shifter. Heard a little cash too. So, a win today basically gets you everything. And who else do we want to be thanking, Keenan?
So everybody left currently is still in the money. Just to touch on what you said on, you can use code ESDA24 and a US store for Next Level Racing to save 5% off your order. Helps us, helps you. Thank you again, Next Level Racing, Moza Racing, and Team Group for all your support throughout this season. And I'm sure that Harold McKinney will jump in here and sing their praises one more time. But was I dumb and put this in prod chat? Yes, I am dumb and put this in prod chat.
It's good for you.
But we have a ton of other supporters. First thing off rip is Skulls. If you go to Skulls' website and go to the stores page, you'll see ESDA, some really cool ESDA merch there. It was cool to have them jump on. They saw us in our homemade jerseys at DreamHack and said, I think we could do a little bit better than that. So thank you to Skulls for the support. Speaking of DreamHack, we've had some incredible opportunities in the last 2 years thanks to Firman Power Equipment. We've been able to bring esports drifting to a wider esports audience. We've been able to show people not only represent drifting as a sport, but sim drifting as an esport, and it's all thanks to Firman Power Equipment. Thank you guys very much for trusting us and believing in us. I love those dudes. Every time we end up working an event with them, it's always a great weekend.
Yeah.
Speaking of dudes that I love, Vosan.co, that is your home of sim drifting and competitive drifting and AC drifting. If you're looking for any kind of mods from mild to wild, you want street cars to bang doors with your friends, or you want to grab the latest and greatest ESDA pack and get in on 2025, everything's on Vosan.co. This track and every track that we've used for the past 3 or 4 4 seasons are all on Vosan.co. So head on over to Vosan and download gigs and gigs and gigs of content today.
It's great. Endless content. You really could just sit down and play basically forever just downloading new content.
And then this one's a Wombo combo. This is the first time we've worked with them this year. Again, we just saw one of their drivers. Shadow Realm has helped us a ton behind the scenes. Obviously, we just put out our first car pack. So, we have our own control for tech and everything. It's been a huge step forward for us. And it would not have went down the way it went down without Shadow Realm. They've also helped out with some track stuff. The track maps you've seen have all been made by Nixter. He's done a ton of work behind the scenes. So thank you to everybody at Shadow Realm, and then by proxy, getting us the handshake with Koruworks. And Koruworks is, I've already known them from hanging out in the Atlanta drift scene and going to Formula Drift Road Atlanta and meeting Greg through Team Rowdy. Super awesome group of dudes. They put out some of the funniest videos. I don't know if you've ever watched the Koruworks FD wrap-up videos. They're hilarious. My favorite part of Formula Drift rounds, I think, at this point. So big shout-outs to Koruworks for believing in us, and thank you to Shadow Realm for supporting us as well. And of course, the 3 that we've already mentioned, Team Group. We're giving away some RAM to 1st and 2nd place. Moza Racing, who's been standing with us this whole time. I've used an R9 base now, which what we had at a DreamHack. It's a heck of a piece of kit.
And the handbrake. Oh, the handbrake.
The handbrake for the price is probably one of the best deals out there right now. And then, of course, one of the best brands in sim racing, period. It seems like anything that's a bit off the wall, a little bit weird, it seems they've had their name in, whether it's rally cross, dirt racing, or of course sim drifting, next level racing. Your home for sim racing. Take your racing to the next level. You can use code ESDA24 in the US store for 5% off your order. Those new ERS3 seats are sick. Yep. And I've used a GT Elite at home, and I've beaten the absolute hell out of this thing, and it takes a licking and keeps on ticking.
Yeah, get you a good rig, because again, that it is underappreciated how much a good rig will raise your enjoyment of sim racing. Everything just feels crisper, stiffer. Also, just being able to move on over into your rig and not have to worry about setup or tear down. It's huge. So really, big shouts out to Next Level Racing. They make an amazing product. I've built more than a few of them myself, and really, they go together better than anything else I've put together. So big shout out to them.
Yeah, I'm an idiot, and I put together my. They sent me a keyboard holder by myself. I don't know what a wrench does, and I figured that out all on my own. And as you said too, especially for drifting, I remember I had my wheel and pedals just on my desk. I had my handbrake clamped to my desk. My wheel was flying off all the time. My handbrake would never be where I left it. So just to have everything hard mounted and be in a good place, and the GT Elite's great. It's a super awesome piece of kit, but NLR does really good stuff for entry and mid-level too. We used the GT Racer at DreamHack, beat the hell out of that thing all weekend, and it was fine. There's some folding rigs. I know one of my good friends in the rally world, Encephalosis, has been using one of their folding rigs for a long time, and he loves it. Just upgraded to the 8020 rig, so not to give them any extra special treatment, but
just really
very
good
believe
product
as a company and believe in their products. Yeah,
exactly. Yeah, as much as we are sponsored by these companies, they are companies that we truly believe in and do think give back to the community as well. So support them for supporting us. Yep. Big ups to them. And again, I just want to say a quick shout out and thanks to everybody. Keenan Kusin, the announcer, with me. I'm Joe Piro. I'm on the 1s and 2s as well. We got our judges, Harold McKinney, Griskid, Sela, and our drone cam is Spawns FPV. As our drivers are loading in here, we got all 3 of them in.
And we'll probably do a little bit of staff glazing towards the end, because that's just what you do. But it's been for better or worse, a little bit of a revolving door, especially on the media side. But to have you here, Joe, it's somebody that I knew was going to be here every Saturday. You took on the not just the production side, but also co-commentating at the same time. You're a treat to be around. It's fun to watch drifting with you, and to whatever you choose to do next year, I'm stoked for you, man. But you'll always be a part of this family. It's been awesome to get to know you over the last couple of years.
Yeah, no, it has been nothing but a pleasure to work with the crew. Unfortunately, real life beckons, and so I just do not have the time to devote to give the production the.
You heard it here first, folks. If you want to do a whole lot of work for not a whole lot of money, email me at aerotech@esda. That's a joke.
But no, really, it's been a pleasure. It's been nothing but fun. But yeah, I want to make sure that if I'm doing it, I'm giving it the time it deserves. So we are ready. We are in the finals. Here we go. So this is the winner's bracket. The loser of this still can come on back, but two drivers who've been driving great. Darius Ostraka up against Yuna Warren. Whew. Let's see what happens here. I'm expecting fireworks.
Yeah, I'll do the YouTube thing too. If you're enjoying the stream, make sure you click the like button. It helps support us, gets our name out there, and helps us introduce the world of sim drifting to as many other people as we possibly can. So if you're watching the stream and you're having a good afternoon, you've been hanging out, click the like button, help support us. That's the smallest thing that you could possibly do. But yeah, here we go. Finally, I've been waiting to see this all day. Yuna Warren, Black Smoke Racing, both of these teams represented in the Drift Masters and IRL space. No surprise, their sim drivers are doing an incredible job. But, maybe this is just me being uneducated, but Yuna Warren coming out of nowhere was not even the top seed, had to get in as a wild card driver, and now is the third best driver in Europe, trying to be the third best driver in Europe, third best driver in the world, trying to be at the top step of the podium. But he's got a family affair to run through. He's going to have to run the Ostraka gauntlet if he wants to get that done.
At this point, any wins are earned. So we're getting everyone up to the line here. Happy.
A ton of support for the C63. Bunch of Finnish names, a lot of vowels in the chat right now.
Oh yeah, getting excited though. I'm expecting some very spicy driving here.
I'm out here taking screenshots.
Hey man,
using my time wisely.
Cool. So we are ready, and again, the drivers have a thing in their back pocket as we are getting the drivers warming up and ready to go here for our finals. 3 drivers, 3 podium positions. Anyone can finish anywhere at this point. Getting stoked, getting ready.
Yeah, all 3 of these drivers, as to your point, Joe, in the money. Just seeing who gets what. So if all you want to do is make the prizes, job done.
Yeah, we're getting there.
Now it's this is the difference between a couple of bucks and a handshake and a full-on brand new rig, wheel, ram, the whole 9 yards.
Okay, so we are on the line. We are ready. Expecting good driving. Both these drivers might as well send it. You got something in your back pocket. Martinez Ostraka already sitting on a loss, sitting in the background waiting. Winner of this moves on to the finals, has a loss in their pocket ready to use if they need it. Loser moves on to battle the Ostraka waiting in the wings, and we are off. Here we go. Darius Ostraka in the lead, Yuna Warren in the chase. Big initiation from Darius, but Yuna unfazed, bringing that Mercedes right up to the door of that Nissan, coming through the second to last outside zone, looking great. Black smoke in the air, big angle from the wagon, keeping it right up on the door of that Nissan, looking very strong from both drivers. Did Yuna oversend it?
Yeah, we'll have to take a look at that. The judges have to take a look at that. What a heck of a start to our first of our 3 battles here. Again, the whoever wins the losers bracket will have to beat the winner of this twice if they want a chance of winning the grand final. We'll talk about that a bit more when we get there, but what a job. Said it a little bit earlier today, Joe, where it seems like the best drivers in the world obviously started from Japan. We had some North American guys who were in the conversation. Ireland's been to the top step of the podium, especially now this year with Laurie Heinonen doing so well, and now you see a Yuna putting his name in the mid. You have to. Everyone's going to keep an eye out for Finland right now. Is all I'm saying. Every driver, especially yesterday too. Even in the wild card, a lot of our best drivers were finished. So, not to make this about countries, because then it all is down to EU now. But holy moly, it's you are not looking at Finland. You are not paying attention.
So here we go. Yuna Warren now in the lead. Darius Ostraka now in the chase. Getting ready. We're on the line. Una Warren has been leading amazingly all day. Expecting nothing but the same here. Darius Ostraka, always a strong chaser. Anything can happen. The door is wide open after such a good run number 1.
Who will get the pass into the grand final? Finland or Lithuania? Black Smoke or Urtha? It's going to be Una Warren or Darius Ostraka. Here we go. Good initiation from Una. He's been so good in T1 all weekend long. But Darius Ostraka is trying to put the pressure on the Mercedes, but he's pulling away just a little bit. Ostraka maybe straightening out of the chase position. Did he just give Una a pass into the grand final? We'll have to take a look at it from the drone.
Yeah,
but
from the drone, run number 2. This is what we care about here. So again, Una in the lead, Darius in the chase, throwing it in. Very good initiation from Una right up on the wall through the transition. And look, that Urta car just seems not to know where to go on the transition. Really shallow all the way through the center part of the track as well. Did Una just get gifted a win into the grand finals? Maybe. Is it a Cinderella story coming all the way from the wild card rounds? Not just the wild card rounds, from losing their first battle, I believe, in the wild card rounds. Cool.
Got to go look back at who beat Una yesterday, because apparently they just awakened something in the Black Smoke Racing driver, because he's been on another level. He's been so consistently exciting to watch. Obviously, again, you still have Darius there in the chase on the door, but that minor mistake may come back to cost the Lithuanian driver from Team Urta Esports. Taps the wall there on the exit of outer zone number 1-2. Una says, you know what? I think he can go a bit deeper in that zone. Gives him a shot to the door. Darius stays in it. He's not afraid to stay in it. Again, Una has that mistake in the last inner clip. Judges definitely, this one's not
open and shut.
Not open and shut. It really is going to depend on whether that was a mistake from Darius and Chase or a 0 from Darius and Chase, and it was too tough for me to call.
Good overall. So again, little things for the judges to take a look at, but overall really good. We do have a call already here. Who is going on to the grand finals? Darius Ostraka or Una Warren? Let's see, 1, 2, and 3. Una moving on to the grand finals. So he'll be waiting in the wins. And also now he has a large advantage over which Ostraka he ends up going against. Because he can lose twice now. He can lose once.
Yes.
Once. Sorry about that. Yeah, he still has a loss. Whoever he's going against does not have that.
So here we go, ladies and gentlemen. This is going to be a heck of an evening starting right now. You got the run back. You want to know who sent Martinez into the losers bracket, where he had to go through the gauntlet, go through hell just to get here? It was his brother, Darius Ostraka. But here's the situation now. Martinez has so much more track time, so much more battle time under his belt. Obviously, Darius still has the win. There was no OMT there. It was just a straight-up 3 judges voting for Darius. But now Martinez has that war that he went to with Rogachev. He's got the war he went to with Ryan Chitty. He's got so much experience today. And Darius is fresh coming off a loss. So the tide is totally shifted between the two brothers. And as you said, Joe, whoever survives this has to beat Una Warren twice. And only one person has beat him in 2 days.
Yeah, no, Una Warren has been on one. Yes, some people perform better under pressure, and I think Una Warren really has now flourished day 1. Started off on that loss, and now just moving on. Like, line them up, knock them down. Really, just every battle has been great. And honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if that's what we see in this final battle here. But before we get there, rematch of the Ostrakas. This already went one direction before. Darius did take that win, and Martinez has been driving amazing, but just a little bit less consistent. I suspect an Urtakar is going to win this. I suspect an Ostraka is going to win this battle. So let's see here. And we are off. Darius Ostraka in the lead. Martinez Ostraka in the chase. Two brothers throwing it on in. Great initiation from Darius, looking amazing as Martinez trying to keep on up, right up on the door of his brother through the final transition, looking great. They are putting on a show for everyone. When you get to drive with your teammate, it's always just the best. And across the line, textbook run from both of them, honestly.
This is the highest level drifting I've ever watched.
Oh, yeah.
Not just this battle specifically, but today in general. But you can see how mature Martinez has gotten in his chases. That's where he was the weakest when he would battle his brother early on in the afternoon. But definitely has ironed out the kinks there. Much better job. Mimicked that S15. Was right on the door, maybe a little bit wide for Darius in the last inner clip, but so it almost is boring to watch. It looks robotic, but there is two men behind the wheel of both of these vehicles trying to fight each other for the last chance to be an ESDA champion this season.
Yeah, looking very strong, really. It's impressive, but we're back to the line and ready to go. I'm sure these two ready to settle it all out. One more run decides who takes on Yuna. Darius already had a stab, but now Martinez would like a go as well. Here we go.
Darius laying way back there. He knows he's been watching his brother. I'm sure he's been helping and spotting his brother. So he knows exactly what he's going to have to do here. He has to throw everything at the wall. You're going up against not only one of the best drifters in the world, but one of the best drifters in the world with a ton of momentum behind him. Only one Ostreka to rule them all. Who will it be? Will it be Martinez in the lead of the BMW or Darius in the chase in the S15? Really good initiation for Martinez. Darius kind of falling back here a little bit. We need to see Darius turn it up. Throws more angle. Gap's going to open. Is this Martinez moving on in the competition? Darius is fading away. Darius dropping back. It might be all over for Darius Ostreka, falling at the hands of his brother.
Yeah, really fell apart again. It's always the second half of the second run, because Darius started out strong, but then Martinez just really put on those afterburners. You know, like just took off. And when you watch it side by side, it's hard to ignore because there weren't mistakes in the first run, really. I'm thinking Martinez has this, as we do have a call. Oh, slide him left for Darius, slide him right for Martinez, in the middle for an OMT. 1, 2, and 3. So Martinez, Ostreka moving on.
I mean, that's got a sting to lose to your brother. Not only to lose to your brother, but to lose to the brother that you've already beat today.
Yeah.
But it's still, third place overall for Darius Ostreka. They're going to take home some cash. Unfortunately, not in the prizes, but well within the money. So awesome job from Darius Ostreka. Not surprised to see him on the last step of the podium, but who's going to be on the tallest one? Will it be the unflappable, the dark horse from Black Smoke, Yuna Warren, the Finnish driver who has done nothing but impress all weekend long? Or will it be the man with the momentum, the stalwart, the institution of Martinez Ostreka? It is all come down to this. Martinez will have to win twice if he wants to take the top step of the podium. Yuna has only dropped one battle in the last 2 days. It's your 13 versus your 11 seed. It's Finland versus Lithuania, and it's all come down to this.
We are here. We are ready. This is the final battle. Here we go. Martinez Ostreka in the lead due to seeding. Yuna Warren in the chase. What a battle are we about to have here? Yuna Warren.
We're really gonna let a diesel win, huh? We're really gonna let that happen?
If he's driving like that, yep. Here we go. We are ready. This is the World Finals. The top 2 drivers. Third place is locked in now in Darius Ostreka. Let's see what happens here. And we are off. Martinez Ostreka in the lead. Yuna Warren in the chase, sitting on one loss that he can take. Here we go. Yuna playing like he wants it, putting it right up on the door. A little bit of a bobble, but then the black smoke comes out, getting right up on the door of that little tiny BMW ahead of him. It looks so small, but Yuna putting in the angle, getting right up on the door. A little bit of a tap, and across the line. Yuna's hungry. Yuna's so hungry.
What? I don't know if you heard me on the microphone, but watch this initiation. What the hell from Yuna Warren? And I think had to pull some angle out of it to not make contact with Martinez Ostreka. Really heads up driving. The only real mistake we've seen him make all day. Makes up for it right here, though. Right on the door of the BMW. Gives him a little, hey, how you doing? You can tell these dudes have driven together before, but your move, Martinez Ostreka, I think is what Yuna Warren is saying in his head right now.
Oh my gosh, what a chase run. And Yuna Warren's leads have been special. And Martinez has been doing okay in the chases, but I think Yuna Warren has something up his sleeve here. Because really, Confidence. One word of how he's been driving today, just pure confidence. We're up to the line. We're ready to go here. This might be it. This might be the final battle of the World Championship here at ESDA for 2024. We've gone through all the drivers. We've gone through all the regions. It's down to these two. How's it going to go? There's one way to find out. Run 1's in the books. Run 2 is coming up right now. Uniwarnen in the lead. Martinez Ostreka in the chase. We're on the line. The judges say they're ready. Expect to see lights soon, and we will see what happens.
It'll be a European, but where is it going to be from? Will it be Finland or Lithuania? Who will be your world champion? It could be decided all right here, right now. Uniwarnen in the lead position. Martinez Ostreka in the chase. Uniwarnen doing what he's done all day, using the rear end of that Mercedes to get so aggressive with those two outer zones. Martinez Ostreka gives him a shot. He wants to go down swinging. He needs to beat him twice. He may have a little bit of an advantage from that first run, but going into the second run, giving him a couple taps, a couple, hey, how you doing? He still has mountains to move.
Yep, there's a discussion, though. It's close enough now. There's a discussion, but Uniwarnen's that initiation and then backing off versus slowly making its way up, there's some confidence there. There's a confidence factor involved. Both drivers in the transition, I think, maintaining the same proximity, and I do think Uniwarnen more aggressive into that final inside clip. But again, even if he takes an out on this battle, they go again. But Uniwarnen can clinch it right now, and he drove like he wants it right now.
He made that one mistake in prelims yesterday in the wild cards, and then has been on another level since then.
Okay, we are getting asked for a drone cam of run number 1, and here it is. So again, Martinez Ostreka in the lead in this. Uniwarnen in the chase, getting right up on the door and having to back off for how hard he threw it in, and then making that gap back up by the last zone, especially really getting in on Martinez, throwing and backing it in almost, and then pushing that.
Oh, I
E36.
love that.
What a run is that? Oh my gosh.
You're not supposed to make contact. Listen, if it's on corner exit on the last
That's
corner,
so cool.
lean into the guy.
Yeah, push
that's
him.
my favorite thing.
Push
Love
him
that.
across
May not
the
be good.
line.
Yeah, it may not be good for the judges. I'm not a judge. I don't give a
hoot.
a darn, a heck, if you will.
Whoa.
Apologies for my language.
Really, just what a push. And then if we could see the drone cam for run number 2 as well. So here we go. Uniwarnen now in the lead, a very aggressive lead as well. Really just doing great. And Martinez taking full advantage of it as well. Maybe not as close in the first zone, but then through the second half of the track, really getting as close as they can. But then again, Uniwarnen, their proximity in that last zone was something to behold. And I have a feeling I know how this gets called.
Again, Martinez. If Martinez wins, the bracket is reset, and then it is a do or die battle between these two drivers once again. If Uniwarnen wins, it's game over. He is your 2024 world champion and going home with a brand new rig top to bottom from Next Level Racing and Moza Racing and some RAM from T-Force and Team Group.
So again, if Una takes the win, it's all over. But if Martinez takes the win, we go again. It goes immediately to another battle. So I could see it going either way here.
Again, what an event that we've had up to this point. What a season. Some familiar names, some new names, and some people making names for themselves.
Yeah,
If you did not know who Uniwarnen was before, you damn sure do now.
Yeah, no matter what, ended the season on an exclamation point. Jeez, what a run. Starting off on the back foot and just no misstep for the rest of the weekend.
Yeah, how often can you say in a drift season that the last event was the best one?
Yeah.
You know, we've had, and it's not that we haven't had some competition. You know, Brainerd was a blast. Finland was a blast. It's all come down to Japan, where it all started 20, 30 years ago.
Okay, so we do have a call for this battle. The judges did not agree. So, 1 for Martinez, 1 OMT and 2 for Martinez. So we're going again. Now it is all or nothing. Both drivers do or die. So again, here we go. Martinez Ostreka up against Yuna Warrenen. And we've seen what happens to Warrenen once he loses.
You may just awaken the beast there, Martinez. What an outcome. The Martinez enjoyers, which is Harold and Grizz, saying Yuna's chase, first outer zone, big checkup on the wall was the main difference. And there was not a whole lot to pull them apart. But now that Yuna knows what has costed him a chance to win this outright, that's the only thing he has to clean up. So this is not over. This is now, for those who are more drift fans than esports fans, this is the final. The winner of this wins. The loser of this is second place. No more retries, no more redos, no more bracket resets.
We're getting there. So one more battle. They were saying in Yuna's chase is that first outer zone, the big checkup was enough to really sway them. And now we have the final battle. Let's see what happens here.
Yuna has been throwing down 100-point lead runs all weekend. He needs a 100-point chase run right now. He cannot put this in Martinez's hands, because Martinez has only been getting better and better every time he battles, and he's battled a ton. Here we go, grand final, bracket reset.
Here we go, Martinez Ostreka in the lead, Yuna Warrenen in the chase, throwing it on in. Here we go. So Martinez Ostreka very clean, but Yuna Warrenen not making the same mistake. There we go, looking very good. Yuna Warrenen not making, that was the best chase I think we've seen out of him all day. And he's had very good chases.
Consistent, clean, really well done from both drivers. I think that's one of the best leads we've seen from Martinez all day, and he needed it. Filled all the zones, pulled good angle, but look who's right there behind him. Yuna Warrenen going off of, he's only lost twice all weekend, which has led him to this position. A little wide there on the last inner clip from Martinez Ostreka. Normally we wouldn't be mentioning that, but with how close some of these battles have been today, that could even be a deciding factor at this point.
So we have done run one. Both drivers really solid this time. No major mistakes at all. Yuna right up on the door, matching angle beautifully. Martinez Ostreka, again, a great lead run, but does Yuna have something in his back pocket to really just push the discussion? Here we go. We're on the line. Yuna Warrenen waiting, ready. Martinez Ostreka in the chase, in the wings.
I think Yuna's done everything he needs to do now. He just needs to do what he's been doing all weekend. If he tries to push too hard, he's going to force himself into a mistake. We'll see what happens. Run 2, grand final. Winner's your champion. Here we go. Yuna Warrenen in lead position. Martinez Ostreka giving chase. Really good initiation from both. Good proximity from Martinez. Didn't like that angle from Martinez Ostreka in the chase. Have to take a look on the drone camera when we get there. Last corner. Could be the last corner of the season. Door to door. They're pushing each other, trying to fight for who is your best drifter in the world.
Yuna did every single thing right. Every single thing. We'll take a look at it from the drone for run number 2. And again, Yuna needed to do a clean lead run. And guess what happened? Exactly that. Martinez Ostreka had to make kind of a correction in that first outside zone to catch up. Kind of almost referencing what made Yuna not necessarily get the win last time. So all of a sudden the turntables have flipped around. Oh my gosh. I think I know which way this is going. But Martinez Ostreka
did the right thing.
Yeah, not going down without a fight, but Yuna did exactly what they had to do. A very good chase run, especially if we could see run number 1 one more time from the drone after this. Because I
was nervous that Yuna was going to try and throw more stink at it, but he's been throwing the most stink at all of his lead runs all day, so that's what it would have got him into trouble.
Yep.
I think he did the right thing here, gave him a little bit of room to move.
And then
Could have filled that zone deeper, but
getting right in there by that first inside clip, that's where it really just right up on the door and into that last zone too, especially. I think he's been looking stronger there. Both battles so far.
good luck, judges.
Yeah. Good luck, judges. Don't envy you. Overall looking very, very strong from both of the drivers here.
Using all the racetrack there. Martinez in the last outer zone, maybe a little bit wide in his initiation, or in his last turner clip. Again, this is run number one. Martinez in the lead, Yuna Warren giving chase. Your number 1, number 2. Trying to just decide who takes the higher step on the podium. Who gets the champagne?
Yeah, it's close. Either way, it's close. And again, look at it side by side. Let's see here. So initiation, Martinez does seem closer, but Yuna over the rest of the run works his way up and then all of a sudden has better proximity. And then into the last zone, this is where it's going to make the difference. I think Yuna matches Angle a little bit better, just slightly. I could also see this going to an OMT.
I was gonna say it's happened many times today, but I think we'd be silly if we didn't factor that in. And the only reason for me, I'm not a judge, would be that Yuna could have entered closer to Martinez. That's it. I know why he didn't, because the last time he did, he had that checkup, which is why we had the bracket reset in the first place. But that is the only thing really that I would like to see from Yuna Warren. And then Martinez obviously could have filled outer zone number 1 better in his chase, which they both did. And then, like you said, I think Yuna was more consistently close while maintaining and mimicking Angle properly. Martinez was still very close, but not as consistent and matching Angle as well as Yuna did. So there's definitely a conversation to be made here.
We do have a call. It is unanimous this time. Yep, prime OMT territory. We aren't done yet. Let's line them up and do it again.
Crazy, insane what we're watching right now. We're a part of something.
Yeah,
at this point.
Is crazy. They have begun on this journey. We'll see what happens.
We are destined to do this forever.
So we have this OMT. If they do it again, if they OMT one more time, it will just get whatever happens, happens. No more OMTs. So we're getting to that point. Both drivers hungry.
There's only one plate of food at the table, and both drivers are hungry. Who will get to feast? Will it be the Finishman, who's absolutely lit the track on fire today and dominated up until this point? Or will it be the man who's went through hell and back, forged in fire, is Martinez Ostreka?
Both drivers definitely earning that top spot now. As Martinez Ostreka in the lead. Yuna Warren in the chase. Both drivers getting an OMT just from being that good at this point. Okay, and we are off. Here we go. Martinez Ostreka in the lead. Yuna Warren in the chase. Let's see if Yuna goes more aggressive than last time to make up for it. And they do. There we go. Right up on the door is that Mercedes. Looking great in the lead, though, from Martinez. But Yuna Warren doing everything he can to stay right up on that BMW. There we go. Leaving a little bit of space, getting right up on the door. Cross the line. So far, Yuna's most balanced chase run. Martinez, no slouch in the lead as well.
Yeah, super strong job. I thought Yuna was going to get gapped on the lead, which was the only reason he lost in prelims, was he was sleeping at the line once. Yep. That's the only reason he was in the loser side of that bracket. The only reason he needed to qualify as a wild card. Again, as of yesterday, Yuna was not in this tournament. I think that is an accomplishment within itself. But just closed the gap. Still gave a bit of room to Martinez to do what he needed to do, but it's like at will. Goes, yeah. Okay, and then goes right to his door. Much better job. Not talking about Martinez because there's not really much to talk about. Still pulled good angle in the last corner. Had the line, so everywhere people have been struggling in their leads, he had it clean. This is all going to come down to the second run.
And we are here. We are ready. This may be it. The final run of this battle. Let's see. I'm getting a gut feeling of some drama to unfold. Just everyone's driving so well and so hard. There's not wiggle room for a mistake anymore. We'll see what happens here as we are getting ready for this final run of this battle. And we are off.
It'll take something outside the comfort zone, but who's it going to be? Might be your final run of the season. They fought hard. Who will get it done? Really good job from Martinez right on the door of Yuna Warren in the lead position. Gives him a bit of a bump going into the fastest part of the course. Martinez Ostrika trying to force a mistake from the Finn in the lead position. Not going to happen. It will be in the judges' hands. Who's going to get it? Will it be Martinez? Will it be Yuna? Who will be your 2024 champion?
Now let's take a look and watch it side by side. Again, off the rip, Martinez better proximity, but Yuna closes it up quickly. And again, looking through that transition, looking very good from both drivers, almost identical into the final zone. Yuna maybe getting a little bit more on the inside. Oh, I don't know.
I don't even know, man. I
really don't know.
We're going to be here forever.
It's the battle that never ends, man. Yeah, I don't know. I just don't
Fight
know.
forever, boys. Fight forever. This is wow.
Yeah. Little things here. And again, we're running into the issue now of anything you can bring up, the other driver has something you can bring up that like almost exactly counters it, or at least from what we're seeing.
Man, I need to stress too. Again, you are in the top 3. They're locked in. They're in the money. They're in prize positions now. But you have the whole pressure of you could be a world champion or not, and this is the level of driving we're getting. No major mistakes, no cracks in the armor, no inkling. This looks like practice runs because they're just chilling. Like, it's the amount of mental discipline and maturity from both of these guys is cannot be put into words.
No.
It's unbelievable what we're watching right now. And this is the OMT. So there's even more pressure, and it's no bracket reset for Yuna now. He's lost that advantage.
Let's take a look at the drone cams to see if it gives us any different
Good luck.
stories.
Like, I mean-
Right? So this is run number 2. Really
That
great
almost
Martinez, good angle, but Yuna really where he needs to be at every point of the track. His lead run, again, I think it's kind of perfect. I don't see a misstep. I really genuinely don't.
Nobody hits OZ 1, 2, and 4 like Yuna Warren, and nobody has and nobody will.
Yeah, and then here's run number 1. Again, right up on the wall. Yuna having to dart in a little bit, having to sacrifice the line. Will that be enough for a decision? But again, right up on the door. I do think in the lead here, Yuna has a better line through the last corner. And then in the chase as well. To me, this is prime OMT territory. Again, I hate to say it.
I think we still have 1 on the table because this is the first of 2. So this very well could go again. That's there. An argument could be made here,
Yeah, I could see a lot.
but
If I was at a bar over a drink, I think I could argue either of these people won. If you gave me
it would
enough
take
time.
probably 2.5 hours. But
Yeah, but I could argue. That's the issue. It's like I could make an argument either way at this point. But again, not a judge. Just watching from the cams we have over on production.
And again, Darius Ostraka, the brother, 3rd place, your 3rd overall this season. An all EU final 3. Ryan Chitty, 4th place, your highest ranked North American driver. Unfortunately, just 1 step too far from the podium, but still an amazing job for the Shadow Realm driver. But here is your final.
Yeah, I could see a lot of arguments made in any direction at this point. Oh my gosh. It's close. No matter what it is, it's close.
I love how Yuna's not afraid to use that rumble strip. So many people have gotten so aggressive there, and it's costed them. Yuna does not care. The amount of do not care in this man right now.
We do have a call. We are ready. Okay. And I do have to say, this call is not unanimous.
We have a winner.
We do have a winner. Let's get him over to the podium.
So we have done the bracket reset, and we have a decision. Who is it going to be? Will it be Una Warren putting the entire field on notice?
Yeah, who's it going to be as we make our way over to the podium? I'm sure both drivers have an opinion of how that went.
Or it could be Martinez Ostreka. Again, what a story that would be, having lost to his brother and absolutely had to forge his day in fire. Some of the toughest battles all day against some of the toughest opponents that we've had all season. His brother's got third place in Darius Ostreka, so an Urta machine is, of course, on the podium, but will it be the top step or the second step?
We will find out here very shortly as we get up to the line.
Oh, Darius is backing it up. And your third place finisher. Just barely beating out Ryan Chitty.
Okay. So yeah, third place. Darius Ostreka. Looking good. He's
There he
going to
goes.
get it up.
Okay.
Yeah, will he get it up? Hey, there he is. Look at him go.
Stay his name and he appears. I believe in Darius Ostreka.
Yeah, looking very good. And then, this is for all of it. It was not a unanimous decision whatsoever. On a judge vote of 2-1, our first place winner, a full rig as well, goes to Martinez Ostreka, taking the world championship this year. Congratulations to Martinez Ostreka. Overall, just doing very good. The judges that voted for him said it all had to do with that final inside clip. So there we go. The judges going down to talk to the drivers, having a discussion with them. So big shouts out Martinez Ostreka taking home the world championship. Good for him. Una Warren coming back from the back foot, battled all the way, had such a great day. Second place. Congratulations to both of them. All three of them really top three drivers. An amazing, amazing battle for all of them here. So we'll get them up on the podium. And I do
Una
want to
dominated all day, Joe. Sorry.
You're
Una
good.
had dominated all day and finally met his match. Martinez Ostreka got knocked down by his brother, pulled up his bootstraps, tightened up the old overalls, and went to work. He had a war and a half against Alex Rogachev, one of the favorites to win this entire event. It took 3 OMTs, he got it done. It took Ryan Chitty making the first mistake he's made all day to get that win over him. He was barely able to scrape by on his brother. He had to beat Una twice with an OMT mixed in there. One of the hardest paths to an overall win I have ever seen in competitive drifting. One of the tightest calls overall. Very, very, very tough to call. This going down, like you said, to a matter of opinion of the judges. Martinez, slightly better line on the last clip and a little bit more chutzpah on the entry, and that was about it. That would not even be a talking factor if it wasn't for the fact that this is the final. Martinez Ostreka, no longer the bridesmaid. Today, he is not just your best in Europe, not just the best in Urta, not just the best Ostreka. He is your 2024 Esports Drift Association World Champion.
Looking amazing. There we go. The podium. There it is. All three drivers definitely worked for it. Really, really excited for everyone to show up. It was amazing. I'm just taken aback how great the driving was today. I do have to say about it. Oh my gosh.
Al, there's places for you to park. They could drift these cars no problem. They don't know how to park to save their goddamn
Parking's
lives.
a lot harder, man.
If this was Costco, we'd be cooked. Like we'd have no chance. Wow.
Yeah, no, just really, really good.
What a day, boys.
Yep, judges going on in there. We'll see if we need a word from Harold McKinney, but what a season that we've gotten to this point.
Una trying to send the rods through the roof.
Might as well.
You don't need them no more. Yeah, I'll tell you what, whether regardless of who won, it was a really tough call. It's really tricky, but congratulations to them. And I think Yuna, at least to us in North America, statement made.
Yeah, really.
We already knew about the Ostrakas. No surprise they're on the podium. But from somebody who barely scraped in, it's what a moment for Yuna Warren, and what a statement made to those across the pond. Again, if you are not paying attention to anybody flying a Finnish flag in drifting, you should be now.
Yeah, really, really good. But again, we're seeing who is doing well. So hello, welcome. How did your day go for you?
Oh, amazing, man.
Great.
Amazing. I can't believe my brother did it. Just amazing, man.
No, really, really good showing in third place. Darius Ostraka, again, amazing driving. It was great to watch your battles today. Always an awe to get to see you driving. So again, congratulations. So excited. We'll see what the future holds. An amazing showing today as well, man.
Thank you very much. Also, I want to thank all my team, all you guys. You're doing amazing job always. I want to say thank you to my team because they always believing in us. It's just amazing, you know.
Yeah, really. Thank you so much. He's also Darius Ostrega talking on behalf of our winner Martinez as well. So really a powerhouse. Do you guys ever shoot squirt guns at each other while you're driving? Throw water at each other?
No.
Well, thank you so much. It was a pleasure to watch you two drive. And let's talk to our second place driver as well now. Yuna Warren. I'm gonna drag him on up here. There he is, Yuna Warren in second place. What an amazing drive today. If you have anyone you want to shout out or thank, now is your time. You're welcome to say whatever you want. We'll see. We might need to translate here.
I mean, you could do it in Finnish as long as he doesn't say any curse words. I'm cool with that.
Yeah, I'm fine with that. Or if
there's enough Finnish people listening, I'm fine.
Yeah,
You won't.
if you want to, I can message.
Yeah, shoot a quick message. We'll get a word in. Even if he does swear, I won't know it. Just being honest about that. Really.
Yeah, super.
Just amazing. Oh, looking great. Again, big shouts out to everyone in chat, everybody just in general supporting us for the season, all of our sponsors. It has been such an amazing day. I really do have to say so.
Yeah, I mean, it's not often where you get to the conclusion of a season, and that is the event of the season. Not only was there some of the best driving we've seen all year, there's some of the best driving, and I've been around the block, I think, at this point. Some of the best driving I've ever seen with my own two eyes. So, super. Everybody who participated, I think, has a lot to be proud of, a lot to hang their head on. There were no gimmies today. Well, we tried. It's what are you gonna? Hopefully, again, if he just wants to come in here and just thank his team and something, it'd be cool to hear from him. But
if not, that is okay as well. So really, big shouts out to everybody. Big appreciation to all the drivers. And Harold, would you like to say anything to cap off this 2024 season?
Yeah. From the start all the way up to now, man. It was really grateful and blessed to see each region, and all their different driving styles, and finally to bring it together was amazing. Juna just messaged me.
Okay.
Oh, he said his mic wasn't connected to Discord.
Well, unfortunate, but again,
Tell
him we think that he drove awesome, and it was a
Juna,
treat
you
to watch
drove
him
well,
drive,
and
yeah.
also to all of Finland, I know they're watching, and to Black Smoke. Like, you guys picked up the right driver to represent you guys. So phenomenal job, well done from you, from all of Black Smoke, and to their esports driver Juna. But yeah, just from top to bottom, we seen just phenomenal driving all day. So even to the people that didn't place podium, you guys drove really well, and it's not easy on any type of esports level to for sim drifting to make a top 16 bracket for the entire world. So So yeah, I would like to also put some extra stuff into the staff. I know you announced earlier, Joe. Be your final event is just life stuff catching up, and I mean that's just life, man.
Yep.
Like to thank you for the amazing 2 years that you gave me, you're giving the SDA. Even the help you gave me at DreamHack and everything, man. So I definitely like to appreciate you for being being on that professional level,
Of
man.
course, I appreciate you guys. Really, no,
Um,
it's been amazing. It's also been amazing to be able to get to watch everyone drive because I'm a scrub at
um,
drifting, but watching everyone drive has been nothing but amazing. It's great to be able to chat with everyone about drifting and really just enjoy it for what it is too, because a lot of times you don't get to enjoy it, and this has been nothing but some of the best driving I've ever seen.
yeah, 100%. I'd like to thank you also as well, Arrow, man. You've been with me for 8 years, and you've given it your all at each event, man. I'd like to definitely thank you as well, man. Like phenomenal cast, and also from you, Joe. You're doing double duty, streaming and casting. Definitely like to appreciate you, for just putting in that work. Um, Being the media lead and just making everything go square perfect, man. So definitely appreciate you for everything you're doing, Keenan.
Yeah, I mean, I don't normally like to take a minute to speak on myself, but I guess I have the second. But if it wasn't for ESDA in general, I mean, it's not a secret that I've been doing some stuff with iRacing, and I was just there for a week doing some off-road stuff and was able to represent that community. And it seems like that world is picking up a little bit more in the sim racing world, but I'll never forget where I came from. I'm not saying I'm going anywhere, but everything I have now, and everything that all the opportunities, all the cool stuff that I've been able to do over the last couple of years has all stemmed from Di going, "Hey man, you're pretty good at this talking thing. Maybe you should try and commentating a round or two. I think you'll like it." And 8 years later, we're like a married couple. We're still stuck together. But it's not just y'all. It's the staff. It's people that have worked with us at the beginning of the year, end of the year. Everybody on this team just really believe in something, and we really believe in what we do. And it's been a treat. And again, thank you to everybody watching, because if it wasn't for you guys, we wouldn't be here either.
Yeah. So again, thank you from all of us, deep down.
And to Spawns, your next man. I remember from last year when we first picked you up, man. I know you wasn't really sure about, what you was getting yourself into, but you've really have improved, and your droning skills is just honestly amazing, man. And I'd like to thank you for coming in and being the drone guy for ESDA. I even get asked about it from people outside, of the event. They ask like, "Who's that flying?" I say, "He's Spawns, man. He's a drone guy." So yeah, man, you've been here for every event. Just the top down phenomenal, man. So I definitely like to thank you for the amazing drone skills that you're giving the stream and giving the production, man.
Hey, I appreciate that, man. I freaking love it here, dude. It's great. I'm glad I'm a part of the team. I'm glad that you was able to find me and welcome me to the team with great open arms. And all of you guys are amazing. You guys are awesome. I'm gonna miss Joe because he's the homie.
Appreciates you.
Moving down to the judges, I'd like to thank today Grizz and Slay from stepping in today, man. It's honestly not even just the Grizz and Slay. It's honestly the entire Shadow Round team. That like if there's an emergency and we need somebody to come in, they're right at it. They're here to help me, and help all of us, not even just me. And I'd like to thank Grizz, Shadow, like all of them. They've been really great, and I like to thank them for stepping in to judge today. Silla, like to thank you. I know we brought you on this year. You've been phenomenal with the calls as well. Definitely thank you. I know you've been doing some stuff. I think were you a judge with the ACDFR crew? I could be wrong, but definitely thank you for stepping in also this year, and also to our other two judges, Swirly, and also to Brady, for judging. Swirly earlier this year, he had to take a step away for personal reasons. Um, he's been really great. He's been really phenomenal, communicative with the drivers, with the staff. Like to thank him. He was also in the chat today, in the stream watching today. So thank you for your dedication and support.
Been a
Brady,
wheelies, baby. Sorry.
and Brady as well, man. Brady also like he's came a long way, also helping us as well. Who else am I forgetting? Skeletor. I know we found him from Traction. Dude throwing out baller highlights for us every event. If you're there, Skeletor, thank you for being supportive and wanting to stick around and help put ESDA where he's at today with the highlights. I'd like to thank Scorpion. I think Scorpion today. We couldn't get a promo vid today, but his PC took a dumpster. But um, throughout the entire year, and honestly, he's been one of my OGs as well when it comes to stuff. He's been there for the whole 7-8 years, and dude, it's been throwing out baller edits every round, every event. There's been baller edits. So, Josh, if you're out there, man, definitely appreciate you for everything this year. Um, Also to Nick. Nick was our track guy this year. Um, he's done a phenomenal job getting these tracks together this year. Just like to just thank him, and he's going like he's sometimes if we need it immediately, he'd come up in the middle of the night and send me a track ready to go in the middle of the night to make sure it's ready to go the next morning or for the event the next morning. So, thank you for your hard effort, man. I think Keenan, you took care of the sponsors for me and everything. I guess a little bit of like Joe and Keenan said, I on my end, I have some stuff cooking up next year. I can't say much, but I got stuff cooking up. And I guess that'll be wait for you guys to find out next year. So I guess you can say tighten your seatbelt on that, but I'll leave the community on a ponder for that for next year.
Ooh, a cliffhanger.
That's it.
Well, thank you so much, Harold. And again, thank you to every single person here. What a season did we have? It has been amazing, really. So, from the bottom of our hearts, thank you again. This has been ESDA 2024 season. That's the world's. Appreciate every single one of you. Be safe, be well, and we'll catch you all on the next time we catch each other. Have a good one.
Oh.